Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Zayden_Stormvoid on AO3. Now, let's start. And his near-senseless murder of everybody in his way. Bakugo and Kamakiri loved the guy and his brutal strength, power, and deadliness. The rest of the students were especially mixed and confused. They of course didn't approve of the murder and viciousness of Kratos, but feel sympathetic for the loss of his family and understood his thirst for revenge. They continued the video to find the second combatant. Spawn. This combatant was first shown as an African-American man dressed in black tactical gear. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 was trained to be a deadly, stealthy soldier and assassin, and proved numerous times he was the best of the best. But, when his morality got the better of him, his boss terminated his contract permanently. Wiz explained. The group watched in horror as 𝐼 was burned to a crisp while his boss stood above him, saluting to him. Guess these two are no strangers to betrayal. �Ｓoto said. That's when 𝐼 met Maliboja, one of the demon lords of hell, who struck a deal with him. Boomstick continued. And the two made pacts with beings that you obviously don't make deals with. Shoji said. Yeah, you must be incredibly desperate to make a deal with a freaking demon. Ojiro said. Maliboja was shown as a monstrous demon with large green eyes, horns, a large mouth with razor-sharp teeth and a long tongue, and sporting long, raggedy white hair. Izuku flinched, the phantom feelings of anger and rage appearing again. He also couldn't help but compare the creature to look like a more demon-looking Shigaraki. He would get to see his wife again if he became captain of Hell's army. He agreed and was reborn as a Hellspawn. But as with most demons, it tricked him, leaving Spawn with a fate worse than death, and of course, Spawn swore revenge. Boomstick explained. The group watched as 𝐼 came back to life only to find his wife married with another man with a daughter. Ouch. Kaminari said. At least it's better that she's alive and not killed. I don't think he would agree. Izuku said, looking downcast. Imagine it. You are given the chance to meet with the woman you love once again, a woman you love so much that you gave up your soul to a demon to be with her. Then you come back and she has moved on with another man and they have a daughter, a life that you could have had, now torn away forever. Uncomfortable silence ensued. The girls looked to Izuku's saddened look with concern. The guys too looked concerned that Izuku has recently been expressing so much connection between the two fighters. Moving on, Spawn's official look was shown, much to the stunned amazement and excitement and even fear. He was tall, covered in a black skin-tight suit with 2 streaks of white over his chest and suit, chains and red armaments on his legs and wrists, ghostly green eyes, and a torn-up long red cape that flowed as if it were sentient. Background height, 6 feet 2 inches weight, 450 pounds. Skilled assassin superhuman strength, speed and durability composed of necroplasm regeneration healing. Being a Hellspawn, he has superhuman strength and speed. He's nearly invulnerable and can use his own powers to heal and regenerate. Wiz explained. This interested All Might and Endeavor as the two heroes that have fought incredibly powerful regenerating Nomus. In addition, Spawn can feed or draw from the evil auras of others for the same effect. It really saves him on band-aids. Boomstick said. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami and Shihai muttered. 𝐿𝐼 of T7th House of K symbiotic suit limited by imagination can create chains, spikes, claws, shrouds, etc. Has a mind of its own, feeds off necroplasm of natural evil energies. He wears a living, parasitic, symbiotic suit named 𝐿𝐼 of the 7th House of K, Wiz said. Sounds an awful lot like your Dark Shadow, Tokoyami. Momo said. Minus the feeding off necroplasm feature. Tokoyami nodded. 𝐿𝐼 has ridiculous powers. Basically, anything she or Spawn wants to happen, can happen. The suit can create and control chains, claw spikes and morph itself into anything Spawn wants, like a badass cape that can trap enemies and protect Spawn from all sorts of danger. That's amazing. Izuku said. It can function as both an offense weapon from short and long range to a defense shield and even camouflage. Sounds like it could also keep up with Kratos's plethora of weapons. 𝐿Soฬ said. The suit has a mind of its own, and can operate while Spawn focuses on other parts of the battle. It's strong enough to easily smash through brick and fast enough to block bullets. 𝐻𝐽 said. Interesting. Todoroki said. However, 𝐿𝐼 feeds off necroplasm energy when using the suit's power, a hellish matter which Spawn is entirely composed of. If 𝐿𝐼 uses too much, Spawn will be sent back to hell. However, like Spawn, 𝐿𝐼 can also feed off the evil and sin of others. 𝐻𝐽 said. That would be the perfect weapon against villains. Izuku said. Indeed. Aizawa said. It can absorb a villain's energy enough to weaken them or incapacitate them and strengthen him at the same time. A truly vicious combination. Magic can alter matter, communicate with animals, coda likes flight and teleportation, necroplasm projection, healing the sick and even resurrecting the dead. Elemental control. Spawn's also got tons of magic powers. He can teleport, transform, blow things up, turn invisible, alter matter, talk to animals, fly with his cape, draws in breath, reads minds and opens portal to heaven and hell. Holy crp. Boomstick said with amazement and nearly running out of breath. And he can control the elements, often using fire and water to clear swarms of enemies. 𝐻𝐽 explained further. Jaws dropped left and right at the plethora of Spawn's magical abilities. Everybody pretty much agreed that if Spawn ever turned bad, not one of them could stand against him. However, even with all these godlike abilities, Spawn often refers to his most primitive weapons. 𝐻𝐽 said. As he was trained in special forces for so long, Spawn is most comfortable using a gun. Expert marksman, weapon of choice, least effective weapon, skilled in all types, he's an expert in the use of any firearm imaginable. 𝐻𝐽 said. Now that I like. Snipe said. Makes sense too. With that training, a warrior would be effective using a weapon he is an expert at using rather than something he's not. Specific weaknesses: magic necroplasm, holy weapons forged in heaven. His dwindling amount of necroplasm can only die through beheading. Only two things can break through Spawn's defenses and hurt him: necromagic and holy weapons forged from heaven. In addition, he can only die if he's beheaded. Boomstick said. Seems rather obvious that heavenly weaponry can slay a fearsome demonic creature like himself. Ibara said. Spawn has fought and killed all sorts of powerful enemies: assassins, cyborgs, vampires, ghosts, angels, demons, other hellspawn, rampaging deities, and even Satan and God. Yes, that old lady is the God. Wizard explained. The audience was once again astounded by Spawn's feats, especially the Satan feat that made them fear him even more, and the God feat that made them all pretty much terrified of the hellspawn. Really? God looks like my Nana, am I a demigod? Boomstick asked. This made the more light-hearted people chuckle, the serious ones roll their eyes, and Ibara going down on her hands and knees praying that all of this was not true in their world, her Class 1B female classmates noticing steams of comical smoke steaming out of her ears. And, after being granted unlimited power by the mother of all things, Spawn banished God and Satan from the earth, which he wiped clean and rebuilt into his own image. He then willingly sacrificed his own god powers and eventually returned to his hellspawn form. 𝐻𝐽 explained. Why the hell would he do that? He must have been really bored. Boomstick joked. Except that was all proven false. 𝐻𝐽 suddenly said. A record scratching noise sounded. Say what? Boomstick asked. Here, was the audience's similar response. Ibara raised her head in silent hope. Well, long story short, the God and Satan that he banished were actually imposters. 𝐻𝐽 explained. And soon the real Satan appeared with a demonic army to try to bring on the apocalypse. Then the real God returned, and she, yes I said she, also returned, was actually super good and nice, and helped Spawn by giving him a super powerful weapon known as the Sword of Spirit. Spawn then took on the real Satan, even stronger than ever, and fought of Satan off, who was as powerful as the real God herself. Hey, what do you know? You learn something new every day. Boomstick said. A wall burst forth in an explosion of fire, and out of the rumble came out Spawn, guns in hand. Knock knock. The group was still reeling from the information that they heard, but their most accurate reactions were sheer shock and total fear towards Spawn's power, Kirishima's and Tetsutetsu's brains short-circuiting in from Spawn's acts of pure manliness, Mina's, Toru's, and Kaminari's brain short-circuiting from trying to understand all that was said, and Ibara doing a happy jig proclaiming hallelujah, that her praise were answered, much to the comical sweat-dropped amusement of her classmates. All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Wiz said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled out. As the video searched up multiversal counterparts to the two fighters, they voted for who would win. Those who voted for Kratos that were noticeable included Momo and Ida, for his mythological ties, Ibara, who had a bit of a grudge towards Spawn defeating God, even though she didn't know the reasons, Uraraka with Asui behind her, because of their sympathy for Kratos's family that he involuntarily killed, Todoroki, because Kratos killing Ars, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, who respected Kratos defeating Hercules and his armor, Mount Lady, for his victory against a giant titan and a reluctant Bakugo, who was extremely divided by the two fighters but chose the one that had the cool weapons in the end. The most noteworthy votes for Spawn included Tokoyami, because of his similar sentient, symbiotic creature, Shihai, following Tokoyami's mindset and affinity for darkness, Shinso, and Mandali for his mind-reading powers and magic, Kaminari, because he figured a guy able to control the elements could also control lightning, Aizawa because of his plethora of abilities, short list of weaknesses, and assassin training, Snipe, because of Spawn's affinity for guns, and Nezu, who only smiled. Cryptically, Izuku was the only one who opted out of voting. Why Deku? Uraraka said. Before Deku could answer, the video answered for him. Scanning complete. Kratos. Multiversal counterpart, K.A. Error. Outside cosmic, multidimensional intervention detected. Intervention identified and accepted. Kratos. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Shocked silence filled the room that the adorable, friendly, and heroic cinnamon roll of Class 1A could ever be connected to a raging, hate-filled, destructive, and violent demigod like Kratos. Could this be why young Midoriya experiences those random and out-of-place reaction to Zeus and how he knew why Kratos stabbed himself? All Might pondered in thought. But if that's the case, then why now with young Midoriya and not the rest of the students during the previous fights, or when Midoriya was Leonardo? Could it have to be that Kratos is a demigod and connected to magic? Spawn. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. What? Was the general reaction from most of the audience. How come Shitty Deku is counterparts to both Kratos and Spawn? Bakugo said. If anyone should be Kratos it would obviously be me and Spawn would obviously be emo bird boy over there. Honestly, I have to agree with Bakugo for once. Todoroki said. Tokoyami's symbiotic relation with his own quirk, Dark Shadow, would fit with Spawn's symbiotic suit and Bakugo definitely has the temperament to be Kratos. Yeah, and I can't honestly see Deku as either of them personality-wise. Uraraka said. So why is it that Deku is both Spawn and Kratos from their world? As they pondered on why this could be, the video once again asked their question. Scanning Izuku Midoriya. Connecting with multidimensional energy acquired from Wizard. Connection established. Izuku Midoriya's relevance and status as main protagonist of this universe and similar multiverse, adding cosmic intervention from unknown celestial and multidimensional deity, appears to connect him with these two combatants. So Izuku's connection with the two is simply because of some cosmic hijinks from some multiverse god or something. Kyuka said. Also that main protagonist status it pointed out is interesting. Momo said. Normally that would mean that if this world of ours was a show, movie, book, or anime, then Izuku would be considered the one that is most looked on. Izuku is squirming in his seat at the attention, especially with being cast into this role of a typical chosen one role. Bakugo meanwhile was currently fuming at not being the main protagonist himself. Before Bakugo could yell out his discontent, the video interrupted them and answered for them for the third time. Scanning 4 similarities and comparisons between Izuku Midoriya, Kratos, and Spawn. Comparisons include betrayal and torment from an ally-made enemy at a younger age, multiple unique universe singularities identified as quirks dormant inside genetic makeup similar to both combatants' abilities, superhuman strength and speed, and tactical knowledge and analysis relevant to Spawn's special forces training and Kratos's Spartan military tactics and puzzle analysis. Silence again filled the room. Nezu, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and All Might were practically sweating bullets at the black box referring to One for All and the hidden quirks of the past users. The guys were seeing Midoriya in a new light that bordered between amazement and terror. The heroes and teachers, especially Endeavor, looked to the Class 1A student, with slight suspicion over the multiple hidden quirks that was said. Aizawa looked to All Might, who also looked nervous but in a different way. His face wasn't that of shocked revelation but of recognition, like a child being caught red-handed. He made a point to speak to the former symbol of peace when they finished with the video. The girls of Class 1B were stunned at Izuku's supposed importance and comparisons with the two fighters, most especially Setsuna. She had her eye on the similarly haired teen, and this was just gas to the fire to further her curiosity. The girls of Class 1A, Nejiya, and Mai toned out everything that was said after the part where Izuku had similar experiences of betrayal and torment from a supposed ally in the past. Their brains starting proposing things they didn't want to think, bullying or abuse. They decided to hold off their thoughts on the matter for later. Izuku and Bakugo, however, were looking at the screen frozen with pure horror. The two were obviously concerned about One for All being practically hinted towards the whole group, but what truly terrified them was the machine spilling the beans of Izuku and Bakugo's past, a past that had two childhood friendships turned to betrayal from one of them, becoming a bully and practical tormentor to the other. A secret the two wished to keep secret for the same and different reasons. Nezu spoke up with, "I know many of you wish to further elaborate on this, but may I remind you that the purpose of this gathering is to watch these death battles. When we leave for the day, you may gather your thoughts later, but for now, let's us resume this death battle please." The group nodded and decided to continue. The video continued with the voice saying additional multiversal counterparts relating to characters detected. So we are getting the counterparts to the others shown in their backstories. Ida said. Intriguing. Ours. Multiversal counterpart, Enji Todoroki aka Endeavor. Endeavor sighed knowing that this would be the case. He stood and gave Izuku an attempt at apology for his counterpart's actions towards his own. Izuku mumbled that it was unnecessary. Lysander and Calliope, wife and daughter of Kratos, multiversal counterparts, Okiko Uraraka and Eri. Atreus, son of Kratos. Multiversal counterpart, Izumi Kuta. Uraraka was sent into a spiraling blushing storm over being married to Deku in another elite, only to come to senses when she remembered that she died along with Eri as her daughter and how that caused Deku to suffer. Izuku's grunted in a headache as images flashed in his mind. He saw images of Uraraka in ancient Greek clothing smiling lovingly at him, images of Eri running around and looking at him with happiness and love and happiness that he didn't deserve. They then changed to him running alongside Kota through snow woods, hunting a deer. Izuku snapped out of his images and surmised that they belonged to Kratos, his counterpart, and decided to talk with All Might about these episodes. Malbagia. Multiversal counterpart, Tenko Shimura aka Tomura Shigaraki. I knew that demon looked familiar. Uraraka said, frowning at the memory of Shigaraki's hand around Deku's neck. I should have noticed the striking similarities, one demon to another. Zeus. Multiversal counterpart, Toshinori Yagie All Might. What? The students and heroes gasped. How can All Might be anyway related to Zeus, especially this Zeus that betrayed Kratos? Mina said. Well, Zeus was known as the king of Olympus and the strongest of the Olympian gods. Ida said. It's not hard to compare him with All Might strength and position-wise, with All Might as the symbol of peace and semi-leader of Japan's hero society and strongest hero. All Might ended up spewing apology after apology towards Midoriya, who, likewise to Endeavor, said that it was okay and that he shouldn't be held accountable for the actions of another. With all that said and done, they decided to cease the question and ponderings and focus on the video. The video began the fight with an underground castle illuminated by torchlights. Kratos was shown walking up a flight of stairs and onto a wide platform. As he walked past it and almost reached the other stairs, a burst of green flames exploded behind him. Out of the flames stood Spawn. Kratos brought out the blades of exile from his back. Fight! Kratos tossed his blades towards Spawn in hopes of snagging him, only for 𝐿𝐼 to sprout chains from his body that parried the attacks. Kratos continued launching attacks with the blades of exile with 𝐿𝐼 blocking every attempt, while Spawn himself was standing perfectly still. DMN. Kaminari said. That's badass. He's just standing there doing nothing while Kratos fails to hit him. Spawn, getting bored, brought out of nowhere a large machine gun and fired onto Kratos. The demigod blocked the bullets using his golden fleece armor. Nice defense. Kirishima yelled. Kratos slashed the gun away from Spawn's hands and attempted to capitalize by slamming both swords onto Spawn. Spawn, using his magic, teleported away in a burst of green fire. Spawn appeared again behind Kratos and attempted to strike the demigod with an uppercut. Kratos sensed the attack coming and blocked it by crossing his arms. Spawn unleashed a necroplasm-powered punch that knocked Kratos back a few feet. Kratos then launched his right blade into Spawn's gut and dragged the Hellspawn towards Kratos, who delivered a good old Sparta kick and knocked him back. Impressive use of his blades to strike from afar and drag enemies towards him for close-range fighting. Nezu said. Reminds me of your fighting style with your capture scarf, Aizawa. Aizawa nodded. Spawn landed and dodged other attack from Kratos, the demigod running after the Hellspawn that continued to evade him. Go back there, shitty demon Deku, and fight shitty demigod Deku. Bakugo yelled. Is he angry because Spawn is running, or because he just wants to see Midoriya's counterparts fight each other to the death? Zero asked. A bit of both. Kirishima said. But I agree a little bit. If Spawn defeated both Satan and God, why is he evading and running? They said that Spawn was trained in special forces as an assassin. Momo said. While it is the reason why he uses guns more often than not, training to be an assassin means deploying hit-and-run tactics and putting the battle under their terms. Kratos rushed into the room to find no trace of Spawn. As he looked around, he failed to notice Spawn hanging from the ceiling, camouflaged. He has invisibility too. Toru said. He also appears to be able to latch onto walls like me. Asui said. Though mine is because of my frog quirk and the other is probably due to his talons or spikes. Spawn descended and struck Kratos with a swift downward kick from above. He followed it up with a quick jab and a devastating roundhouse kick that sent the demigod flying. Spawn quickly exploded in green fire and teleported to where Kratos was heading, striking him upwards, teleporting again and unleashing a flurry of super-fast strikes onto Kratos from the air. He then smacked him away and teleported. Kratos seems to have the advantage in a head-on fight with his brute strength, but Spawn has the speed and stealth advantage that makes hit-and-run fights more in his favor. Ida said. Kratos recovered as Spawn, who stood above the stairs, launched a ball of green necroplasm onto him. Kratos brought out the golden fleece armor and bounced the attack back at Spawn. He then latched onto the Hellspawn with his blades and brought him over to him. Kratos brought out the 𝐵𝐴 and slammed them onto Spawn in a devastating haymaker. Wait, where is he even getting all those weapons from? Sen asked. He's wearing nothing but sandals and a skirt. Maybe he is using his own magical powers to create a pocket dimension to store his weapons. Izuku said. Or maybe they just magically appear on him when needed. You would know. Sen said. He is you. Both of them actually. Spawn recovered next to a chasm and as a Kratos rushed him, he jumped and floated above the chasm, laughing tauntingly at the demigod from above. Spawn fired more blasts of necroplasm at Kratos, who blocked them with his golden fleece armor as they bounced away. Kratos magically brought out his wings of Icarus, flew into the air himself, and slammed into the Hellspawn that defeated God. The two slammed into the ledge on the other side of the large chasm, Kratos hanging onto the ledge as Spawn hovered above him. You are seeing me off, Spawn said in a deep, menacing voice. That voice sounds so menacing. And Secretary Mina said as she shivered in both fear and awe. Izuku displayed a contrast to the menacing Hellspawn by blushing and burning up so much his forehead was as hot as hellfire. Kratos responded but latching onto Spawn with the Blades of Exile, drawing green BLD from the Hellspawn, and dragged them both downward onto the chasm. The two fell before landing in on solid ground unscathed. Kratos immediately brought out the bow of Apollo and fired a stream of arrows toward Spawn. The Hellspawn that dethroned Satan commanded Letha to shield him with his cape, the arrows bouncing off the armored piece of clothing. Kratos charged up a fire arrow to attack, but Spawn reacted by using his elemental magic to make the flames explode out. The flames shot out of control and engulfed Kratos in the flames, Kratos screaming in pain. Spawn doubled down by creating another ball of necroplasm magic and tossed it over, causing a series of explosions. Hey shitty demon Deku. I'm the only one that can cause explosions. Get your own shtick. No guesses needed to know where that came from. Is it over? Uraraka questioned. Kratos lunged out of the fire, the blade of Olympus in hand, and brought the sword down only for Spawn to teleport a few feet away. He's alive! Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed. And wielding the blade of Olympus. Itsuka said. Since I guess it's considered a holy weapon, then if Kratos strikes at Spawn then he will kill him. Setsuna finished her train of thought. The guys who voted for Kratos, i.e. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu cheered for the Slayer of Olympus to defeat the Hellspawn. Spawn unleashed a flurry of chains to attack Kratos, Kratos slashing through with the godly weapon as he neared the Hellspawn. He then rushed forward and stabbed the holy weapon through Spawn's gut. Yes. Bakugo cheered. Kratos won. No he didn't. Tokoyami said, smirking. What the hell are you on, bird brain? Bakugo yelled out. Spawn is weak to holy weapons and Bakugo has his question answered as Spawn teleported behind Kratos and grabbed him by the demigod's head. Die! Spawn said, as a spike erupted through Spawn's hand and through Kratos's head, piercing the demigod's brain and killing him instantly. Bakugo's mouth dropped in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Spawn can be killed by holy weapons, but only if he is beheaded. Todoroki said, eyes widening as he remembered that important detail. Kratos only stabbed him through his chest and while I'm sure it hurt, it didn't kill him outright. Tokoyami let out a smug grin. Bakugo decided to just sit back down and try to hold back every thought in his head that wanted for him to strangle the bird-headed hero student or Icehot. Oh man, here comes the rage from the God of War fanboys. Boomstick said. Shut the hell up you drunk gun-loving idiot before I build my own universe-hopping machine and go over there to blow your face up. Bakugo yelled. Kratos is a very difficult one to beat, but Spawn's magical powers and near-indestructible body proved too much for him. Wiz explained. Yeah, normally, that last attack would have meant the end of his opponent. But not Spawn. Boomstick claimed. And while much of Kratos' arsenal were forged by Olympians, Olympus is composed of earthly elements, and is not another plane of existence like heaven. So it stands to reason no Olympian weapons can kill Spawn. Wiz explained. I guess that makes sense. Kyuka said. I wouldn't exactly put mythological pagan gods on the level of the god, if they exist, or compare Olympus to heaven. Except the blade of Olympus, but it wasn't enough. Plus, this is the same guy who beat the SHT out of Satan himself. Boomstick continued. No decapitation, no dead Spawn. Ojiro simplified. Plus, Spawn and his suit have plenty of evil energy to feed on during the fight, since Kratos is literally covered in his past sins. Wiz explained. I didn't even realize that. Nejaya said. That means that Spawn could have fought Kratos for as long as he needed to tire the demigod out and finish him. Ryukyu said. And the more the fight progressed, the more Kratos would tire and be unlikely to strike a fatal blow against Spawn. And even then, if it makes those God of War fanboys feel any better, Kratos can just fight his way out of the underworld, like the last times he died. Wiz said. He fought his way of death. Kirishima said. That is super manly. Well, that was one hell of a fight. Boomstick punned. May I give that joke a 4 out of 10? Kaminari said. The winner is Spawn. Wizard finished. Phew, that was my favorite battle thus far. Kaminari said. Same here. Sen said. Agreed. Tokoyami and Shihai said at the same time. Are they just gonna say the same thing over and over every time something dark comes along? Kosi asked. Probably. Awase said. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick said, dramatic music picking up afterwards. Slayer of Dragons explosion extraordinaire as the words that described the next fighters, it hyped on the students and intrigued the heroes, especially Bakugo at the explosion extraordinaire part. They expected for these two fighters to be like knights or beings of magical power. Only for them to be shown the image of a blue guy in an all-white suit with a jackhammer and air pump and a goofy-looking man with a cartoon bomb in hand. Silence. PFFFFTHAHA. Kaminari laughed. Oh, that's hilarious. Those guys look ridiculous. The students and some heroes followed suit in laughing, with the more serious people, i.e. Endeavor, Aizawa, and Ida, only rolled their eyes, groaned, and waved their arms like a juiced-up robot with a stunned face. As much as we would all like to see how this battle turns out, this is the last video for the day, I'm afraid. Nezu said. We shall call it a day for now and tomorrow we can continue with some more fights. The students first complained but a pointed look from Aizawa and Vlad King ceased their arguments. As they filled out of the gym and headed towards the dorms, All Might called out, Young Midoriya, can we speak with you for a moment? Izuku and the rest turned to see All Might, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Aizawa, and Nezu standing by waiting for him. Izuku turned to his fellow classmates and said, You guys go on ahead to the dorms. Tell Eri and Kota that I had to stay behind for a while, but I'll be back. The guys nodded and proceeded to walk back to the dorms, while the girls of Class 1A, Mai, and Nejaya were hesitant at first before nodding and walked away as well. As Izuku and the teachers walked towards the main building, they were unaware of a certain green-haired teen, trailing behind them in tiny split and hidden pieces. Third POV Class 1A arrived at Heights Alliance, saying goodnight to Mai along the way as she walked towards the support course dorms and Class 1B as they went to their dorms. As they arrived at the dorm they found Mirio playing Superhero Smash Extreme with Kota, while Eri sat on the couch eating candy apples with a happy smile on her face. Uraraka flinched in pain, remembering the recent death battle and what it entailed for her and Eri, the image of her and A's. Best to not think about it. Wow, you're kicking my butt in this game, Kota. Mirio praised the son of the Waterhouse heroes. Of course I am. Kota said. Who would ever choose Hawks to fight against Endeavor and expect to win? My bad. Mirio laughed it off. Eri noticed them return and immediately hopped off to meet them. They are back. She called out excited. Mirio and Kota quickly paused their game and walked over to the returning group. So how was it? Mirio asked. Nejaya and Tamaki looked at each other nervously before nodding. Tamaki said, Mirio, you might want to sit down for this one. Alone. Mirio frowned but nodded. He turned to Eri who looked around expectantly. Eri turned to Mirio and asked, Where is Deku? Deku has to talk with All Might for a moment. Uraraka said. But he made me promise to tell you that he'll be coming back in a little while. Okay. Eri looked disappointed but nodded in understanding. Hey, Eri. Mirio said, gaining the little girl's attention. Why don't you hang out with the class for a bit while I talk with Nejaya and Tamaki for a minute? I'll be back soon. Promise. Eri said, easing her pinky finger. Promise. Mirio said smiling. Eri smiled and walked over to living room with Kota, the little boy nervously asking Eri if she wanted to know how to play Superhero Smash. The big three walked outside to catch up on the last death battle. Kaminari then said, Oh yeah, we forgot about Mineta. Zero, mind helping me find the scumbag and free him from wherever Midoriya tied him up? Sure. Zero shrugged. I can't wait to see what Midoriya did to that little I'm not. Perverted scumbag he is, but my friend nonetheless, and I might get nightmares of Midoriya doing the same to me. Kamianri said. The two walked out in search of the purple ball-haired pervert, leaving the rest of Class 1A to watch over Eri and Kota while digesting the last battle and the mysteries that popped out from it. Man, that last death battle was crazy. Kirishima said, nervously chuckling at the awkward tension. I know that we were supposed to be watching those videos to learn, but don't you think we are biting off more than we can chew? Yeah. Ojiro said. We learned that we, the heroes, and even the villains have counterparts in those other worlds. We even found some new moves for us to incorporate. Oh yeah. Soto said. Wait, doesn't Midoriya have the notebooks with all those moves and info? I got it right here. Todoroki said. Midoriya gave it to me before he left with All Might and teachers. Speaking of Midori, what do you guys think about what that video said? Mina asked. About Midori's comparison with that Kratos and Spawn guy. I don't know. Shoji said. Didn't it say that one of Midoriya's similarities to them were because he has multiple quirks dormant inside of him? OUI. Ayama said. It said that. But should we be certain that the video is telling the truth? What if it is misleading or incorrect? You mean to say that everything from that machine was a lie? Ida proposed. Perhaps, but it would seem illogical for Principal Nezu to showcase it to us if that was the case. Plus, it knew All Might and Endeavor's civilian identities, and seems to know the identity of that all-for-one villain from Kamino and the name of some mysterious doctor that Midoriya knew. We might have to accept that everything it has shown to us is the truth. But if that's true, then does Midoriya really have multiple quirks? Toru asked. It wouldn't be the first time Midoriya has surprised us. Asui said. Think about it. Midoriya seems to be a constant enigma in our class. He claims that he is a late bloomer, his quirk is so unique and powerful, and remember the joint class training where Midoriya's second quirk appeared. What did he call it? Black WHP. Momo said. It was those black tendrils that shot out of him. They seemed completely different from his first quirk. The same could be said for Todoroki. Tokoyami said. His fire and ice quirk are direct opposites. Did you manifest any of the two separately? No. Todoroki said. When my quirk manifested, I could use both fire and ice at the same time. Also, while I got my fire quirk from my father, my ice quirk came from my mother. Bakugu. Uraraka called out the explosive teen who separated from them a few feet away. You and Deku knew each other before you. What were his parents' quirks? Auntie Inko has a telekinesis quirk. Bakugu said. She can move small objects towards her. As for Deku's pops, I haven't ever seen the dude before, but from what Deku said, he could breathe fire. Where is his father? Todoroki asked. How should I know, icy hot? Bakugu yelled out before he huffed. All that shitty Deku said about him was his quirk and that he went on some business trip in America after he was born. That doesn't make sense. Jiru said. People's quirks usually are copies or variants of their parents' quirks. But Zuko's doesn't seem to match either his mother's or his father's. But there are some quirks that are completely different. Kirishima said. Like Aries. They looked to the little girl playing with Kota. From what we know of her after we rescued her from the Hisakai, her quirk is completely different from her parents' quirks. Maybe Midobro is the same. That still doesn't answer the multiple dormant quirks part. Momo said. Having a completely different quirk from your parents, manifesting it late, manifesting another one later, and now multiple other quirks dormant inside Izuku, it just doesn't add up. Well, I don't want to suspect this, but remember that villain that All Might fought that Ida pointed out that the device knew, all for one. Ojiro said. His quirk allows him to take quirks and give them to others. You don't think that maybe Midoriya Deku would never associate with that monster? Uraraka said. He's by far the bravest and most determined to be a hero than any of us. There's no way he would ever be in league with a villain. I agree. Ida said. Likewise, it would be illogical for Midoriya to have anything to do with the League of Villains given his past interactions with them being clearly antagonistic. I don't believe Midoriya would ever be some secret traitor or in league with the villains. Yeah, he saved both me and Mineta from the villains back in the USJ, It wouldn't make sense for him to be a traitor and be clearly against them at the same time. Asui said. And remember how damaged he was after the training camp. That kind of near-fatal damage isn't something that one can fake or stage. The students were silent after that, not wishing to suspect their own classmate and friend as a traitor. Putting that ridiculous assumption aside, no offense Ojiro. Momo said. None taken. Ojiro said. The device said that Midoriya's other multiple quirks were dormant. Momo clarified. Even if All for One gave Izuku multiple quirks, they would have been usable from the start, not hidden and dormant from even Midoriya himself. Well, even if we might not know about this whole other quirks thing, there is something else that the thing said about him. Kyuka said. Right. Momo nodded. The past betrayal and torment from a once ally. It's what compared him with the likes of Kratos and Spawn and their similar betrayals. But what could it mean? Midoriya doesn't like to talk about his past. Ida said. Aside from his quirk manifesting late and his admiration for All Might, he never talks about his life before UA. Not even to me and Uraraka. Could it be that? Even if I don't like to suggest it or want to think that it could have happened. But do you guys think that Izuku was perhaps bullied or abused? Especially from a former friend. Uraraka said. The class was rendered silent again. The very thought of the smiling, friendly, and most compassionate member of all of them being bullied or abused left a sour and vile taste in their mouths. It would make sense why he is so shy all the time. Mina said, with growing horror and tears in her eyes. Maybe he was bullied for so long that he's nervous around everyone thinking that someone would. Mina couldn't continue. He does show symptoms of bullying. Momo said. Shyness, self-demeaning thoughts and words, social anxiety, touch-starve-wait touch-starve. Kirishima said. What the heck is that? Touch-starve or touch deprivation is when someone has little to no physical contact with another living thing. Momo explained, hand gripped over her heart with further worry and concern. Contact with other people is important for social interactions with others, especially around a younger age of development. One time when I put my hand on Izuku's left shoulder just to ask a question, mind you, he flinched and jumped back at me, and for a moment I thought I saw genuine terror on his face. The students were rapidly growing more and more concerned over Midoriya, with one exception growing all the more nervous and fearful. But Midobro couldn't have had that little interaction with others. Kirishima said, nervously trying to deny that happy, positive Midoriya could be suffering from such a thing. I mean, I'm sure he must have had some friends growing up. Like Bakubro. You two were friends before UA, right? Yeah. Bakugu said, the fire in his voice sounding weak, almost non-existent. We were. The others paid no mind to it, assuming it was just Bakugu being his usual antisocial self. Todoroki, however, stared at Bakugu with suspicion, pieces fitting together in an image that he almost didn't want to think about. He just continued to stare at the explosive teen with suspicion, almost tempted to imagine him with the same ruthless eyes and flames around his body. Touch deprivation doesn't necessarily mean that he was never directly touched or interacted with others. Momo said. Touch deprivation also can occur when said victim has little positive interactions, like hugs, high fives, or the occasional pat on the back from a friend. Touch deprivation, while low in occurrence and normally occur early in a person's age of development, can be a symptom of someone who has experienced numerous and long-standing amounts of bullying and other negative interactions, like abuse and assault. A thick air of fear and worry hung over the students as they continued talking and coming with thoughts about Midoriya, his past, and the weird interactions that Midoriya had during the video. The big three came back from wherever they went, with Mirio looking pale and angry, probably about Eri's counterpart's fate. Bakugu flinched as he heard them talk, wishing he could simply walk away without it being suspicious. Bakugu was the only one who knew exactly the device meant, about Deku's multiple quirks coming from the past holders of One for All, and especially his and Deku's past. Meanwhile, the girls were increasingly more worried over their crush. Uraraka looked down and thought over what Deku must be going through with the teachers. Meanwhile, okay, spill it, Aizawa said, looking at group in front of him. Seating in the teacher's meeting room was Izuku Midoriya with All Might sitting next to him, along with 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺 and 𝐸𝐻𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐺. 𝐁𝐫 sat close by at the head of the table while Aizawa stood across from Midoriya and Toshinori. Spill what, Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku asked nervously. "Don't play dumb with me, Midoriya," Aizawa said, narrowing his eyes. "You too, All Might. The both of you have been acting weird during those death battles, especially that last one where I was told that one of my students has multiple quirks dormant inside of him and experienced a betrayal and torment from a past ally. Plus, during that whole video as those two dunderheads discussed the two fighters, you were behaving erratically, problem child," Aizawa said to Izuku. Suddenly getting angry over Zeus like it was a personal vendetta, knowing information about that Kratos person before the video, describing Spawn's feelings, those out-of-nowhere headaches I saw you experience. "And you, All Might." Aizawa turned his attention towards the former symbol of peace. "When the device said that Midoriya had multiple quirks inside of him, you looked nervous and looked like you knew beforehand. I'm not an idiot. I want to know what the hell is going on with my student and if it will affect the others." Izuku and All Might looked at each other nervously. Izuku gazed at All Might and nodded at him, said former pro sighing in defeat before nodding towards 𝐁𝐫. "I suppose that it is for the best you know of this eraser," 𝐁𝐫 said. For the next half an hour, Izuku, All Might, and the others told Aizawa the truth behind Izuku's quirk, one for all, Izuku unlocking the dormant quirks of its past users, and the quirk's origins tied with all. For one. Aizawa sat down, digesting the heap of information that he was just privy to. "I guess that explains the multiple quirks part and why you were so interested in Midoriya, All Might. You were training him to be the next you." "Yes," All Might said. "When Midoriya showed me his bravery, his heroism, and selflessness, I knew then that he was worthy. I spent all of 10 months before youth training him so that he could inherit my quirk without experiencing any negative side effects. Such as his limbs exploding out for one." Aizawa looked to Izuku and said, "So you mean that you took the entrance exam without first testing the quirk out?" "Well, All Might gave me one for all the morning of the exam," Izuku said nervously. "You gave a quirkless middle schooler your quirk, that from what you told me will become stronger than when you had it, and didn't give him any beforehand training with it." "Well, we were on a crunch time," All Might said, rubbing the back of his head. Aizawa started at the problem child of his class and thought if what they told me is true, then the first time he used it must have been when he saved Uraraka. It explains why he had so little control over it during the entrance exam and my fitness test. He only had a quirk for less than a year and he already has shown impressive growth and skill to keep up and even surpass his other classmates." Aizawa sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Does anyone else know about One for All? Aside from the people in this room and All for One himself, my friend in the police department, Detective Tsukochi, my former sidekick, Night Eye, before he died, and young Bakugo." All Might revealed. "Bakugo?" Aizawa questioned. "After the battle training in the beginning of the year, I told Kaken about my quirk being given to me," Izuku said. "I felt that I needed to explain to him, but he didn't believe me. Then after Kamino and the licensing exam, Kaken figured it out and confronted me about it, which led to our fight. All Might showed up and Kaken agreed to keep it a secret. Is there any chance that the students will get affected by this in any way?" Aizawa asked, putting the safety of his class before any one student, no matter how chosen or important. "I assure you, Eraser, that Mr. Midoriya's quirk is well secreted and won't cause any trouble to your class or you," 𝐁𝐫 said. "And the multiple quirks, how many does Midoriya have left to awaken?" "Excluding Black WHP's awakening during the joint class training session and myself, since I used the base power of One for All from the first, young Midoriya still has 5 quirks left to manifest, each one possibly more stronger than the original users," All Might said. Aizawa rubbed his eyes and sighed exasperated. "You just keep getting more problematic, problem child. All right, I'll keep this secret. If it were to get out, not only will it cause societal unrest, but make Midoriya a target to every villain hoping to steal the quirk of the former symbol of peace. Can it be stolen?" "No." Gran Torino jumped in. From what 𝐒𝐬𝐽, the seventh holder, told me about the quirk, OFA can only be passed down by ingesting the current holder's DNA, but only if the current holder allows it. It can't be taken forcefully by quirks like All for Ones either. But that doesn't mean if it got out that Midoriya would be out of danger. Recovery Girl said. If it were to get out about One for All, villains would try and take people hostage so that Midoriya could give them his quirk. All right, Aizawa said. That settles the multiple quirk issue, but what about Midoriya's episodes during the video and the past betrayal and torment? That is primarily why we are here. Nezu said. Mr. Midoriya, how did you feel when these episodes occurred? I don't know. Izuku said. One moment, I just felt normal, then I would feel as if I wasn't myself, like another person's memories and feelings popping up in my head. It must have been the memories and emotions of this Kratos and Spawn, your counterparts. Nezu said. Somehow, you experienced the same emotions this Kratos had towards his family's demise, Kratos's anger towards Ars and Zeus, and Spawn's feelings of rage towards Maliboja and his wife moving in. But how is that possible? Recovery Girl said. The other students that had revealed counterparts didn't experience these same episodes. Could it have been because One for All acted up? Gran Torino said. I'm not so sure, teacher. Toshinori said. Midoriya didn't react either during the TMNT Battle Royal and the following video. The Blue Ninja Turtle, Leonardo, was also Midoriya's counterpart, and he appeared for 2 episodes, and yet Midoriya never experienced any of the episodes from the last one. Plus, I had my counterpart as Hagar and Zeus, and yet I never experienced anything, even if I don't have One for All anymore. Seems you have brain up there after all, Toshinori. Gran Torino said. A shame that you failed to use it most of the time. All Might hunched down in slight depression over his mentor's words. Regardless of All Might's bad teaching skills, this does raise the question why Midoriya was affected so vastly from the latest video. Nezu said, ignoring All Might's exasperated come on. Could it have been because Midoriya had a deeper connection towards Spawn and Kratos than Leonardo, or could it have been that said combatants were of godly and demonic power? That sounds like a half-but excuse. Aizawa said, doesn't hurt to bring it up if we are to examine all base possibilities. Nezu said. Speaking of which, there is another possibility to Midoriya's sudden episode. Remember what the device said about Midoriya's greater connection towards the multiverse. Yeah. All Might said, perking his head up. The device also said that there was some unknown cosmic intervention from some unknown person. Could it be that someone hacked into it from the outside? Not likely. Aizawa said. The note that came with box said that if it sensed any form hacking that it would self-destruct. Also, the device said that it was from some unknown celestial and multidimensional deity, and the moment it sensed the intrusion it allowed it. Could something like that be possible? When discussing about the possibilities of a multiverse, some of which we have seen include gods, demons, angels, and magic, I wouldn't dismiss the possibility of some kind of deity of the multiverse. Nezu said. The box itself was sent from another world. Can I ask something? Izuku said. Of course, young Midoriya. All Might said. Perhaps the only way of figuring out what is going on is by asking the box itself. Izuku said. What do you mean, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. Well, we have seen that the box can process and comply with questions. Izuku said. The reason why it said all that information was because we were asking about how I was counterparts to Kratos and Spawn. Maybe if we just ask the box or input some kind of command into it, then maybe we can have some answers to it. An excellent idea, Mr. Midoriya. Nezu said. I'm quite surprised that I didn't come up with it. It's settled then, we will go down to where Power Loader keeps the box in safekeeping and simply ask it. But first, would you like to accompany us, Ms. Tokic? A startled yelp came from outside the door, which caused Gran Torino, Aizawa, All Might, and Izuku to stand up in alarm. Slowly, the door opened to reveal Setsuna Tokic, sheepishly smiling. Oops. Setsuna said. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. The teachers noticed a suddenly moving object move from the corner of the room, an ear. The ear floated over to Setsuna and reattached itself to her. "You were listening in our meeting?" All Might asked, surprised. "Yup," Setsuna said. "How much did you hear?" Aizawa questioned, his eyes narrowed. "If you mean did I hear about Green Bean being freaking All Might's successor and the whole thing about One for All, then don't worry, I know when to keep a secret," 𝐭𝐾𝐲 said. "By the way, how did you know I was spying on you guys anyway, Principal Nezu? I have been aware of you following us ever since we left the gym." Nezu said. "I also noticed you slip in your ear before the door closed and the door shaking slightly when we revealed to Aizawa about One for All. My question to you now is, why did you intend to follow and spy on us?" The confident Setsuna suddenly blushed in embarrassment and started rubbing her neck. I was following and spying because I wanted to learn more about Midoriya." Izuku suddenly burst into a blushing, mumbling mess, something that earned the chuckles of the adults. Setsuna herself wasn't faring any better herself, her face scarlet red from blushing and twiddling her fingers. "I see," Nezu said. "So I suppose that this attempt at spying was merely a teenage act of curiosity and concern over a fellow classmate." Setsuna was the twinkle in the mouse-rat thing of a principal's eyes and immediately took it, less her developing crush towards the Green Bean since the joint class training session were to be revealed in front of said Green Bean. "Yeah," Setsuna said. "Sometimes my curiosity just gets the better of me and I just followed along." "And you swear to keep the information you heard a secret?" Nezu questioned further. "Yes." "Okay," Nezu simply said, jumping out of his seat. "Then let us continue towards the black box." "Wait, that's it?" Izuku said, shocked. "Yes. Now don't fall behind," Nezu said, waking by Setsuna and leaving the rest to shake off their shock at the unpredictable teacher and catch up with him. Meanwhile, Nezu thought, so Miss 𝐭𝐾𝐲 isn't the leak. I let her tag along to see if she would be wondering where the safe was and to try to steal it, but seeing her act so embarrassed towards Midoriya proves that she was simply worried about a school crush. Lucky you, Izuku Midoriya. You have an unofficial HM of girls, if the reactions of your fellow classmates was any indication. Although I might have to let Ms. Midnight teach the students about SXL-ed sooner than expected. As the group walked, Izuku hanged around back to talk with Setsuna. "So 𝐭𝐾𝐲-Izuku said before Setsuna interrupted. None of this last name CRP, Great Bean." Setsuna said. "You can just call me Setsuna or even a pen name as just our little secret. You know other than One for All." "Oh okay, Setsuna," Izuku said. "But speaking of which, did you really spy on us just because you were worried?" Setsuna blushed before immediately saying I was, but I was also curious. The other girls of class 1B can testify that I can get really nose in others' secrets, comes nicely with my quirk allowing me to be great at snooping on others. "Oh yeah, I have been meaning to ask you more of your quirk," Izuku said, immediately switching from nervous blushing mess to excited quirk fanboy while also pulling out a notebook out of seemingly nowhere. "Your quirk allows you to separate your body parts and let them fly them around in all sorts of places. How many pieces can you split into? How strong are your pieces when it comes to physical attack power? Can you regenerate your pieces if they were destroyed?" Where was he keeping that notebook? Setsuna thought with a sweat drop as Izuku asked her question after question. "Well, my quirk allows me to split myself into multiple different pieces, with the biggest limit I have for being able to split apart is 50 pieces. Setsuna explained. "While they do pack a punch, they aren't strong enough to knock someone out immediately, so I prefer to strike fast and hard to weaken my opponents down for a decisive blow from me or my teammates. And yes, my pieces can regenerate, but it's really taxing on my body, so I avoid having my lives get destroyed in battle by going fast, hard, and stealthy." "That's amazing," Izuku said. "With your quirk you could make an amazing scout and tracker. You could stick one piece secretly onto a villain and track them down to their lair, communicate with others heroes or police that are far from you if you separate your mouth and ears to talk and listen." Izuku continued to go down a quirk-obsessed train. Setsuna's sweat dropped at seeing Midoriya. Not only dissect her quirk's weakness and strength and capabilities, but also do it with just so little information that she said. I can barely even keep up with his gibberish talk. Setsuna thought. I can see why Monoma says that he is a nerd, but he looks cute when he talks like that with so much energy. That shy, sweet smile. Setsuna snapped out of her ramblings and shook off her blush before snapping a finger over Izuku's face. Slow down, green bean. I might be a great listener, but even I have limits with the word vomit that you spew out like a machine gun. Oh. Sorry. Izuku said, shyly retreating into a metaphorical shell. But I have to say, you look cute when you get all excited. Setsuna said cheekily. Izuku went back to a blushing mess that caused Setsuna to laugh. But seriously, don't go around telling your class my weakness if we do another joint class training sesh. Setsuna said. I don't have a problem with your class like Monoma, but I rather not have my class grill me out for possibly spilling our weaknesses to our rivals. Sure. Izuku said. Hey, relax, green bean, loosen up a little bit. Setsuna patted Izuku on the back. It's just a little talk between friends, that's all. Izuku gaped at her and asked why you see me as a friend. Of course. Setsuna said. I wasn't lying when I said I was curious about you, and now that my curiosity is sated and we talked, yeah, I see you as a friend. Izuku blushed at Setsuna's smile before smiling back and said, I see you as a friend too, Suna. Now it was Setsuna's turn to blush. Suna. I like it. Meanwhile, in front of them, the adults practically heard every word. They do know that we can hear everything they are saying, right? All Might said. Heh. The kid's got game. Gran Torino said. Aizawa sighed and said, why do I feel like Problem Child is getting himself a H? You saw it too. Gran Torino said. I may be tired, but I'm not oblivious to the stares the girls have towards Midoriya and any girl that gets close to him. Our young love. Recovery Girl said. You better hope that they take it easy when they find out, Chio. Gran Torino said. I bet you wouldn't want to have a whole group of girls asking for condoms or birth control pills. The response to that was a whack to Gran Torino's stomach with a cane, All Might coughing BLD at the thought of his successor being SXL with his classmates, and Aizawa groaning at the unwanted nightmares to come. They were also unaware of the two blushing green-haired teens behind them. They could hear what they were saying too. Meanwhile, back at Heights Alliance. The Class 1A girls, Nejaya and Mai, calling in on a video call from a laptop, were huddled around in Mina's room, while the guys and the kids spent the time playing games while waiting for Izuku. Okay, no beating around the bush this time, we are getting to the bottom of this. Mina said dramatically, wearing a fedora and sunglasses. Where did you get and why are you wearing a fedora and sunglasses? Kyuka asked. I said no beating around the bush. Mina said, dodging the question. Show of hands, who here is in love with Izuku Midoriya? All hands were raised, including Mina's. Well, Mina cursed, tossing aside her fedora and sunglasses. Alright, how did the adorable cinnamon roll woo you? Okiko went first, blushing and fiddling with her fingers. Well, it started when Deku saved me from the giant robot in the entrance exam. He risked his life to save me, broke his arms and legs to save my life. Even though it meant that he wasted his chance to get points, he didn't think twice on it and just saved me like it was instinct. I was amazed at his strength, resolve, and courage, and over time, these feelings just got more intense. And whenever someone brings it up or I see another girl with Deku, I just feel all weird and messed up. I knew since the licensing exam that I liked him, but I wanted to hold off on saying it because I didn't want to distract him from his goal on being a hero. I got attracted to Midoriya same as you, Okiko. Tsuyu said. I was intrigued from him at first with his strength and how it was similar to All Might, but during the attack on the USJ, Midoriya was so calm and collected and ready to throw himself in danger for me and Mineta's sake. And when Shigaraki was about to decay me and Aizawa stopped him, Izuku immediately tried saving me by attacking that villain. I tried to write off these growing feelings when I find out that you liked him too, Okiko. Wait, you knew? Okiko asked, blushing hard. Yeah. Ribbit. Asui said. But the more I saw Izuku, his adorable shyness, his analytical mind, him forgetting to 𝐒𝐿 all the time, it hurt to try and forget these feelings. And when Izuku was so broken after the training camp, I just couldn't take it, seeing him try to save Bakugo. So that's why you were so adamant on us going. Momo said. Ribbit. Asui nodded. It hurt to see him risk his life over and over for others before himself, like a hero. And when I saw him fight against Chisaki during the raid at the Hisaikai, I found him incredible. I felt drawn to him. I know what you mean, Asui. Momo said. I'm ashamed to say that when I first met Izuku, I didn't think much of him. I saw him as the short, awkward kid that got picked class president over me. And then choosing Ida over me for class president didn't really do any favors of my option of him. But over time, I began to see more of him. What do you mean? Okiko asked. Remember my fight against Tokoyami at the sports festival? Momo said. Well, after that I began to have a drop in confidence. I felt so low, so insecure. Todoroki helped in our final exams, but I still couldn't shake the feelings of whether I deserved to be here or not. Then came Izuku, comforting me, telling me that my quirk was so unique and amazing and doing that cute rambling of his about the many ways my quirk can be used, that I was brilliant, resourceful, determined, passionate, and appealing. Hey, he became a blushing mess after that last part. But he was my shoulder to cry on, a pillar of support when I needed it, and by then I saw more him. He told me that he chose Ida over me not just because he was a great and passionate leader, but because he felt that I was a perfect voice of reason to Ida's well-Idaness, and that he didn't want my creativity to be weighted down by my responsibilities. I used to hate how people treated me like glass, like some fragile jewel, but with Izuku it felt sweet, caring, and trusting that I could take care of myself. He trusted me and so I trusted him. And soon that trust slowly turned to what I feel now. That's so sweet, Yomo. Toru sniffled. Thank you, Hagekyu. Momo said. Tell me, how did you fall for Izuku? I always thought you were interested in Ojiro. Yeah, no. Hagekyu said. Oji's a great guy, but I guess he just wasn't my type. Izuku, however, he just clicked with me. Whenever I saw him, he was this sweet, cute, socially awkward guy that would always make a big impact, something I wanted to do myself, because of my quirk. So I admired that about him. But what really got me thinking about Midoriya like now was one time when he accidentally caught me coming out of the shower with only a towel. Really? Asui said. Yeah, he had the cutest large blush on his face and immediately turned away. Toru cooed. I told him it was all right that he didn't have to look away, you know, not much to see when you are invisible. But then Midoriya said something that just stunned me. I have to look away. Midoriya said. It's not polite to look at a pretty girl while she is undressed. I was shocked when he said that and I asked him how did he know I was pretty. Toru said. He said that he didn't have to know what I looked like to know I was pretty. My bubbly nature, my enthusiasm, my infectious energy, my laugh, those were all he needed to know that I was pretty. Ah! The girls cooed. Yeah, I did the same after he ran off embarrassed. Toru continued. I started looking at Midoriya differently. I saw how heroic he is, how kind and compassionate, how cute he looks when he is writing in those notebooks of his. But every so often I see when he is alone, he has this look of sadness on him, his eyes looked empty, without that positive energy that he always brings out in people. It hurt my heart to see it. So whenever I saw him like that, I made it my personal mission to make him smile again and have his eyes that I love to see gain life again. Okay, stop gals, you are making me want to cry. Mina said, rubbing her eyes. What about you, Mina? Okiko asked. I always thought you were into Kirishima. Nah, me and Kiri are just friends. Mina said. Sometimes I look at him like a little brother that I love to tease and feel better. But with Midori, he was different. He was always fun to tease, and he does look cute rambling on and on about quirks and such. I guess I stared to love him around the cultural festival. After we would practice, Midori would always come to me asking for extra lessons. He looked so adorable whenever he missed a step, but he kept trying with this determined look. After a few extra lessons, I asked why he was so determined and he told me it was for 𝐸. For 𝐸? Momo asked. Yeah, Midori told me that when he and Mirio visited her at the hospital, she told them that she didn't know how to smile. Izuku was so intently focused on showing 𝐸 a good time so that she could smile. My heart went so fast I thought I was going to explode. So I worked extra hard to get Midori ready. I even gave him more time to dance in the show before he had to go and set up the pulley for Monoma. And when the show was over, he came over to me and thanked me with such a big smile on his face, showing me that 𝐸 was smiling, and my heart just melted. And I knew then that I fell for him, the boy with the heart of a hero that would go through hell and back to make someone smile. After a brief moment to wipe away the tears from her eyes, she turned to Kyuka. Alright Gyro, what about you? I guess I also started having feelings for him before the cultural festival. Kyuka said, fumbling with her jacks. I went to Midoriya for help on how to organize my notes to teach the band. That was Izuku. Momo said. Yeah. Jiru said. And he was so enthusiastic about it that he helped me out immediately. He looked over my notes and he just kept praising me on how good they were and only made some slight tweaks to them, and by the time he was done, they looked amazing. I thanked him for helping me, but he then suddenly asked why I was so nervous about music if I was so amazing at it. I didn't know why I told him, but the way he looked at me with this gentle expression. It was like I could tell him anything. And so I spilled the beans and told him how I told my parents that I wanted to be a hero and not a musician like them. I was so guilty because I felt like I was putting all their work teaching me to waste. But then they told me that they were fine with it, saying that it was my choice what to do with my life and that I could be both a hero and still love and do music. Then Izuku started spilling to me about his past. What? The girls cried out in shock. Well, not all of it. Jiru waved it off. Just a certain part of it. He told me how ever since he could remember anything that he wanted to be a hero, the kind of hero that saves people with a smile of his face, the kind to give people hope. But nobody truly believed in him. Said that a quirkless loser couldn't be a hero, that he was worthless. But he never gave up and kept running towards his dream, that he was envious of me for having people who believe in me and what I could be. I immediately said that he would be the only person envious of me. I started to degrade myself, saying that I wasn't pretty like you gals, but Izuku immediately shut me down and said that it wasn't true. He said I didn't need to look as pretty as others girls, because I was already pretty. I was shocked. He immediately apologized, but I just hugged him and thanked him. I knew right then that my heart belonged to Izuku Midoriya. Wow! Nejiya said. That was very sweet of him. So Aizu of him. So what about you, Ms. Hado? Momo asked. How did you start to like Izuku? Hey, none of that, Ms. Hado. Nejiya said. It's just Nejiya. But as for me and Aizu, I guess it all started after the Hisakai raid. When I saw Aizu fighting Overhaul, I was absolutely amazed. He looked so powerful, he looked like All Might with more lightning around him. He kicked Chisaki into the air with one kick. But I knew that though he was fighting, he was strategizing. He sent Chisaki up into the air to minimize damage and tossed him near the hole and away from the homes. Back then was when I started to look at Aizu with more interest. Then he visited me with 𝐸 before the cultural festival. Nejiya continued. Mirio was there too, but when I saw Aizu with 𝐸, like a dutiful father with his daughter, my heart started to beat faster. And even though I may be a little bit of an airhead, even I knew that he was staring at me. I actually got so embarrassed deep down, but also pleased that he was looking at me. And not with the looks that most guys have, but rather amazement. I didn't know why then, but I wanted to try extra hard at the talent show. So when I saw him with 𝐸 and Mirio during my performance, I was so happy and more determined to do my best. Nejiya smiled. He congratulated when I won, and I swore that my heart had more butterflies than when I was on stage. Then after the cultural festival, he told me why he was late for the festival. Oh yeah, Mina said. He said that he was going to get some new rope for the pulley to support Emma, but I was curious why it took him so long. He said along the way he fought against Gentle Criminal. Nejiya revealed. What? Yeah, I was shocked too. Nejiya said. He told me that gentle criminal wanted to sneak into the festival to show his greatness. He told me that he fought him so hard, so determined not to allow him to go through with it because of us. He said that he saw how hard we all worked, how hard I worked, for the festival, how he promised Eri and wanted to save her from her darkness. 𝐒𝐲 started to tear up. He then said, "You were working so hard for your dream and you looked so appealing that I didn't want it to go to waste. I fought so that you all could smile and be happy. I knew then that I loved him. How couldn't I love a guy so thoughtful, charming, cute, and compassionate as him?" The girls started to tear up too. They all gained a new reason to love Izuku Midoriya. Just when you think muscles can't make you fall for him harder, he just proves you wrong. Mai said over the laptop. "What about you, Mai?" Uraraka asked. "What made you like Deku so much? I always thought you saw him as just a customer." "Yeah, at first I saw muscles as a way to advertise my babies during the sports festival and afterwards as a guinea pig to test them out on the field," Mai said. "But over the time that I worked on his gear and talked with him over it, something changed. I noticed how I started to enjoy talking with muscles, how I was always so eager to have him come in and talk about his gear or what I'm working on, how much I felt my heart beat faster when he said that he needed me. He put up with my admitting my eccentric personality. He helped me test my babies even though he always had that fearful look that they were going to blow up in his face." Mai continued as she looked down, guilt in her face before smiling. "But he would always help me out with a smile, said that it was the least he could do for all I've done for him, said that seeing me smile was payment enough. So I soon pieced it together why I worked so hard to build him his gear, why I spend day and night working on them with more vigor than any of my other babies, which coincidentally are also the ones that don't blow up or fail. It was because I fell for Midoriya. Cute, oblivious, muscly, passionate, heroic Midoriya." The girls smiled at that, picturing Izuku in their minds, smiling at them. "And it doesn't hurt that he's packing," Mai suddenly said. All the girls cried out, blushing like crazy. What do you mean by that exactly?" Jiru cured out blushing. "Is this about when you were feeling Izuku up before the licensing exam?" Uraraka blurted out. "Yep," Mai said, a blush on her face. "Felt him up to get his measurements just right and boy did I like what I felt. Those muscles, his pecs, his downstairs package." Mai started to drool, BLD leaking from her nose. "What?" Momo cried out. "How incredibly bold of you. What size is he?" Mina screamed out, her eyes practically oozing pure excitement and desperate want. The girls moved closer to the screen as Mai whispered it to their ears. "That's not bad," Mina said. "Soft," Mai added. The girls' minds momentarily shut down at the last piece of information before restarting. Uraraka started blushing and muttering so much she started to float. Asui was staring at nothing blankly, a small, ever-growing blush on her cheeks. Momo hid her face with her hands but they didn't need X-ray vision to see that she was blushing and drooling. Mina's mind went completely blank before her mind flooded with rather descriptive imagery of Izuku while drooling with a nosebleed. Jiru straight up fainted. Hagikyu's expression was hard to notice but if you squinted and heard you could see that she was drooling and giggling like a mad woman. 𝐒𝐲 meanwhile had a simple smiling face, however her eyes were wide and clouded and her nose was leaking BLD. The guys and kids at the living room all were completely puzzled when they heard a loud, ear-piercing chorus of girlish shrieks. Back over with Midoriya, Setsuna, and the teachers, they reached Power Loader's lab, where the device was hidden and safely secured. Power Loader noticed them come in and hopped over to them. "Oh, Principal Nezu," he called out. "Glad you are here. Listen about that thing you asked Abudush." Power Loader stopped at the pointed look from Nezu. "So, what are you here for?" "For the device, Power Loader," Nezu said. "After Midoriya's recent episodes during the last video, we have decided that the only possible explanation would be asking the device itself. Would you please retrieve it?" "Sure thing," Power Loader said. He walked over to the far end of his lab where he pressed onto a piece of the wall and pushed on it. The part of the wall moved back, another piece of the wall next to it sliding open, to reveal a highly technological-looking safe. He pressed a series of codes while 𝐒𝐲 went over to him and the two both stared at a retinal eye scanner. The safe opened to reveal the black box that stored the death battle videos and data. They moved it to the work table and gathered around it. So, how does this work? 𝐒𝐿 said. Do we press a button or something? Actually, 𝐒𝐲 said as he pressed a button on the side and the device soon activated. That's exactly how it works. The device shifted, the top of the box shifting before a holographic screen popped up in front of it. Death Battle Black Box Storage Device Online. The device's robotic voice called out. How may I help you today? Wow! Setsuna said. That was easy and straightforward. The teachers looked to 𝐒𝐿, as if expecting him to ask the question. 𝐒𝐿 gulped nervous. Setsuna placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him a supporting smile. 𝐒𝐿 shielded back and steeled his nerves. He looked back to the device and asked, can you tell me why I experienced those recent episodes during the last video? The device responded by scanning 𝐒𝐿 with a red light. Scanning individual while accessing memory logs. Scanning complete. Individual in question to be 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. Event in question refers to episodes that occur a few hours ago. Is this accurate? Why yeah. 𝐒𝐿 said. Memory logs and visual use camera data obtained during the event in question detects a sudden surge of multidimensional energy centered around the affected individual known as 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. The device said. Why did young Midoriya experience this event and not the other students, teachers, or heroes? All Might asked. Cause of multidimensional energy surge caused by two key factors. And those are? Aizawa questioned. Key factor number 1. Individual known as 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya has been scanned and determined to be a catalyst and keystone figure of the multiverse, otherwise known as a nexus point. One of a still yet to be determined number but theorized infinite number of the ever-expanding cosmos of the multiverse. Wait, so, Green Bean, 𝐒𝐿, here is some kind of important person in the multiverse. Setsuna said, correcting herself after a pointed look from Aizawa. Correct. The device responded. Each universe in the multiverse has a key factor and focal point that ties itself with other parallel universe. Such focal points can include people, certain key events, and even biological and supernatural points of interest. This universe, designated Earth 626, key factors include the appearance of biological anomalies known to the public of said world as quirks, all for one and the first user of one for all, access to their identities classified given time zone of said universe, all for one and one for all, Toshinori Yagi aka All Might, Tenko Shimura aka Tomura Shigaraki, and 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya aka Deku. The group was shocked. All Might was surprised that he was a key factor in the theorized infinite multiverse, and while that was an definite ego boost, he was more worried that his fears over OFA being knowledge to the device were fully realized and Shigaraki to be an important figure too. 𝐒𝐿 shared the same reaction to his predecessor. He then thought of an idea. Computer or box or just whatever, can you possibly restrict mention of one for all and its connection with me and All Might? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Request acknowledged. The device said. Failsafe code and vocal authorization from requested user needed. 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. Code, 𝐒𝐿 said, trying to think of a code to say. Request acknowledged. The device said. Failsafe code, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 established by 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. Information revolving one for all and connections to 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya and Toshinori Yagi aka All Might restricted from mention until request and failsafe code from requested user. Really, problem child. Aizawa said with a sigh. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed his head in embarrassment. At least young Midoriya is the only one that can access and change that order. All Might said, patting 𝐒𝐿 on the back. By the way, very smart of you young Midoriya. Thanks All Might. 𝐒𝐿 said, embarrassed still but happy at his mentor's praise. As wise as Midoriya's decision is, I believe that there is one final reason for Midoriya's episode still to be known. 𝐒𝐿 reminded them. What is the last reason? The device responded with key factor number 2, Outside intervention from multidimensional individual. What? Izuku yelled, shocked. What do you mean by that? From gathered data and information from device's creator, code name, wizard, certain universes of the multiverse are watched over by a number of individuals who possess influence and power over the multiverse. Said individuals can be similarly classified as deities or watchers of the multiverse. Individual responsible for event occurrence is identified by a singular name, Zayden. Zayden? Nezu said. Who is this Zayden? Access to data over multidimensional beings is restricted by user, wizard. Damn it. All Might cursed. Can you tell us why he would want to harm young Midoriya? Allowed data over multidimensional beings state that they are restricted from harming individuals or direct interference unless given clearance by the Council of Ricks or by any higher form of multiversal influence. I don't know. Looked like harming to me. Setsuna grumbled. Also, Council of Ricks. Message received and obtained by multiversal being known as Zayden. The group was shocked once again. Nezu frowned, wondering if this message was a response to their questions. What does it say? Izuku asked. Message says, because it was fun and amusing. The group was now full on. Shell-shocked and on guard. Nezu frowned, looking around to see if they could see if this Zayden person was watching them from anywhere. Aizawa frowned too, for so on edge and angry that some multiverse god or something SHT harmed his student just for fun. Is there any way to safeguard young Midoriya from these episodes again? All Might asked. Is there any way to also safeguard the other students, teachers, and heroes? Episodes unlikely to occur to other viewed individuals due to lesser multiverse influence than aforementioned individuals. The device said. Device power supply unable to fully hold back power of a multidimensional being. However, a temporary immunity towards outside multidimensional energies related towards multiversal beings or connection towards multiversal counterparts that could result into episodes can be applied towards Izuku Midoriya. Authorized consent is needed. Izuku looked to the teachers who nodded. Izuku said, I accept. The devil responded, press hand upon scanner below. The front side of the box shifted to reveal a hand scanner panel. Izuku nervously placed his hand onto the panel. Applying temporary multidimensional shielding. Izuku felt a flood of energy rush into him that almost caused him to fall to his knees, nausea and vertigo clouding his sight. Images poured into his mind at lightning speeds that Izuku could process the images before they faded away. Suddenly, the images stopped and Izuku's wave of nausea and vertigo suddenly left. Izuku almost dropped to the floor, but All Might and Setsuna grabbed onto him. Izuku / young Midoriya. Setsuna and All Might said, concerned. What happened? Aizawa said with alarm. Shielding applied. The device said. Izuku Midoriya is now shielded from outside multidimensional energies. Shielding will provide temporary immunity from further episodes. Shielding temporary and will likely fade away within a few days or with enough multidimensional energy exposed towards shield. I guess we can be assured that you won't be having any more episodes, Green Bean. Setsuna said cheerfully. Yeah. Izuku said, his voice tired and woozy. Message received and obtained from Zayden. The device suddenly said. What does it say? Nezu asked, a frown of worry on his face. Message reads, do not fear, I won't interfere after this. Much. Have a nice time watching the videos. I'll be watching over you. As always. Well, that's not creepy at all. Setsuna said sarcastically. Nezu, should we continue these viewings of the videos? Aizawa asked. I find that we are being watched by some multiverse god or whatever to be quite concerning. I understand your concerns, Eraser. Nezu said. However, if this Zayden is to be believed, he has already been watching us and is continuing to watch over us regardless of what we do. Plus, the device said that these multiversal beings seem to only be able to watch over us, not interfere, so I doubt that this Zayden will reveal anything to the villains or harm out students and staff. We will continue the videos tomorrow. especially now that we are certain that what occurred with Izuku Midoriya won't repeat or affect the other students, teachers, and heroes. Aizawa stared at the rodent principal for a while before giving in with a fine. Nezu turned to Izuku and the rest and said, "With that I feel that this is enough for one day." Nezu gave a pointed look to All Might before he could raise any objections. "Ms. Tokage, could you please SE Mr. Midoriya to Class 1A's dorm? I feel that after such an experience that Mr. Midoriya is too tired to walk on his own." "Yes, sir," Setsuna said. With a nod between Izuku and All Might, the two walked out towards the dorms. As they left, All Might turned to Nezu. "Nezu, sir, I know that young Midoriya has already been through enough, but it doesn't sit right with me just glossing over that other fact the device revealed. You refer to when the device said that Midoriya's connection towards Kratos and Spawn were because of some early betrayal and torment from a former ally or friend." Nezu said it as less of a question but more of a statement. "Rest assured All Might that this won't be glossed over or swept under the rug. I have my suspicions of what it entails, but I feel it best to leave it unsolved for now." "I have to for once agree with All Might on this, sir," Aizawa said. "I think I have the same suspicions as you, and if that is the case, I feel that leaving this issue unresolved could be a recipe for disaster later on." "And I completely agree, Eraserhead," Nezu said. "But given Midoriya's state, I feel if we pull on that thread that it could also lead to disaster. The boy is obviously overwhelmed with what happened and is likely to face more when he arrives at the dorms. If we push too far, Midoriya might very well unravel or even keep it to himself." "You believe young Midoriya would hide it from us?" All Might questioned. "I saw Midoriya's look when that comparison was revealed, and it was a look of both recognition and terror. He knows, but if we push him too hard, he will close up and withdraw from us," Nezu said. Aizawa sighed and said, "Fine. I might not like it but will follow your lead. I have to go out on patrol soon, so I'll see Midoriya back at the dorms before I go off." All Might sighed too defeated and walked off with a goodbye. As Nezu saw them leave, Power Loader reappeared into the room. "Now," Nezu said, "I believe you were about to tell me that someone tried to steal the device." The next morning, a black limo stopped onto the curb, its two _𝐤 passengers stepping off by the gates of 𝐒𝐻𝐼, the rodent principal waiting by the entrance. The oldest of the two was a man in his late 30s early 40s, with brown hair, glasses, tall, and wore a regular polo shirt with khaki shorts. Beside him, the youngest of the two, was a 17-year-old blonde girl, with glasses, and wearing a blue short skirt and emerald green blouse. "Welcome to 𝐒𝐻𝐼," Nezu greeted. "Wow, this place looks just like Toshi said it was," the man said. "Big. Is Aizawa mean Uncle Toshi and Midoriya here today?" the blonde girl asked before blushing and rewording her question. "Yes they are," Nezu said with a hidden smirk. "I believe they are already finishing up today's classes. You two can inspect the device and see them in time." "Thank you, Principal Nezu," the man said. "We are really excited to see this interdimensional black box for ourselves." "Of course," Nezu said. "Right this way, Shield family. Best not delay, I'm sure a few certain friends would very much want to see you again." Third POV after another day of classes passed by, which included lots of anxious students, the students, teachers, and heroes gathered towards the gym. "I told you guys, I'm fine," Izuku said to his persistent classmates. "But what if you have another episode, Izuku?" Momo pestered worryingly. "It's not healthy to experience such attacks so often. I got checked out by Recovery Girl and made sure those episodes won't happen again." Izuku insisted. "I'm all right. No need to worry." The class wasn't fully convinced, especially after what Izuku told them about the cause of the episodes choosing to omit anything regarding OFA or Setsuna finding out, but they decided to drop it knowing that trying to convince Izuku to stop doing something would be like asking Bakugo not to swear. Izuku turned to Mineta, who was walking behind Izuku nervously, probably worried that one wrong move or comment would cause Izuku to attack again. Izuku slowed down and walked beside the shorter teen and said, "Hey Mineta." "Gulp, why yeah?" Mineta said nervously. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for what happened yesterday. Izuku apologized. I didn't mean to go overboard and everything. Mineta looked at the green-haired kid in shock before saying, No, it's cool. I totally had that coming. Although I won't forgive you for ridding me of seeing that super hot cat chick. Even if said super hot cat chick ended up getting killed right in front of your eyes. Izuku asked. Mineta paused and his eyes suddenly widened in horror. I take that back. Apology fully accepted. So still friends? Izuku asked. Wait, you see me as your friend? Mineta asked shocked. Of course, why wouldn't I? Izuku asked confused as if he asked the simplest question in the world. Mineta was shocked before smiling and responded, yeah, friends. Izuku and Mineta smiled before Izuku gained a serious look, but I hope that we never have to do a repeat of last time. Right. Mineta shivered in fear, especially the last part that sounded more of an order than a request. Yep. Meanwhile, behind them 𝐂𝐿 and Kaminari walked, their eyes droopy and tired. He should be apologizing to us too. 𝐂𝐿 said. Took us hours to find Mineta from where Midoriya tied him up. Yeah. Kaminari said. I mean Mineta is my friend too, but the purple BS practically deserved his punishment. We on the other hand had to find him and pull him up. It took so long that I barely got any sleep. Yawn. As the students gathered into the gym all anxious to get to their seats and watch the next videos, Nezu came up to speak. Thank you for convening here so quickly. Nezu said. Now before we get seated and started, I would like to announce a few things. Firstly, Kamu Woods and Death Arms, as you may see, will not be joining us today. They are called away on hero duties, but will keep the secret of this device. Also, we have 2 new guests today that will be joining us for the videos. Nezu gestured to the doors where they opened on time to reveal David and Melissa Shield. Melissa! Izuku exclaimed excited. Izuku! Melissa exclaimed excited as well, running over to drag the green-haired teen into a hug, one where the green cinnamon roll had his head pressed between her brs. The guys snickered and groaned respectively about what seemed like another girl interested in Midoriya, much to the green bean's obliviousness. Mineta was meanwhile crying BLD in a corner while Kaminari awkwardly pats him on the back, keeping a distance at the bloodworks. The girls of Class 1A, Nejiya, Mai, and Setsuna immediately gained a malevolent aura around them. Another rival. They though menacingly. Oh, I'm sorry. Melissa yelled, releasing the near-suffocated OFA successor, after blushing and realizing what she was doing in plain view of everyone. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I guess I was just so excited to see a friend again. No, it's okay. Izuku reassured her. I'm really glad you are here too. You as well, Mr. Shield. Thank you, Midoriya. Dave said gratefully, Toshinori standing beside him with a smile. Wait, All Might, you knew they were coming. Izuku figured out and asked. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted it to be a surprise. All Might said. Plus, after what happened with the device and last night, I guess it must have slipped my mind. Am not to be buzzkill over this sweet reunion. Mina said, her left eye jealousy twitching at the sweet part. But can someone tell us what's going on here? Everyone, meet David Shield and his daughter Melissa Shield. Nezu introduced. Most of the students immediately recognized the Shield name and gushed over the famous David Shield, the world-renowned inventor that was a partner of All Might while he was in America. Mai was so excited over meeting the support item building legend that it took several students to hold her back from rushing over to Dave or her daughter. Now, calm down students. Nezu ordered, to which the students complied. Now that we have that settled, we will watch some more death battle videos. As for the seating arrangement, I will have Ms. Shield sit in between Midoriya and Uraraka and Mr. Shield behind All Might. Uraraka was definitely not pleased being separated from Izuku, while the rest for the girls, while secretly, pettily happy that Uraraka was held back in their race for Izuku's heart, they also didn't like that Melissa suddenly was so close to Midoriya. Momo and Kyuka knew of their closeness that formed during Island, especially when they and Uraraka encountered the two of what looked like a date. Setsuna was also sessed that she was still the furthest from Izuku, especially since their budding friendship from last night. They were especially not happy when they saw Melissa smile brightly Izuku, who delivered his own nervous smile. Izuku felt a dark chill run up his spine as he turned to find all of the girls of his class, plus Nejiya and Setsuna, starting at him with dark eyes of jealousy. As Izuku fended them off for his life, All Might whispered to Nezu. "Nezu, sir, why did you do that? Not that I'm not grateful that Melissa and Izuku are getting along, but you just basically sent young Midoriya to the worst hell imaginable. A woman's wrath. Worst yet, multiple women's wrath. You've seen how Midoriya has a knack for attracting women to him. I thought you would be overjoyed to have Melissa to take an interest in young Midoriya." Nezu explained. All Might froze and looked to the two kids, and contemplated. Even All Might could admit to himself that he started to view Midoriya as a son he never had, much like Nana to him was like a mother, and he was practically Melissa's uncle and godfather. So having the two get together would be like a family. All Might smiled. Plus, I find young Midoriya's girl drama to be entertaining. Nezu chuckled with a dark grin. All Might's smile faltered. Scratch that. All Might thought. The boy is going to die before he ever graduates. After Izuku survived the girls, they all sat themselves in their new seats, Uraraka still glaring daggers at the back of Melissa's oblivious head. Mai activated the device, which drew the attention of the two shields. They were already informed by how it worked by a rundown from Nezu during classes, but seeing it action was intriguing nonetheless. Mai pressed the button to the next video and it played, the familiar rocking music playing. "Oh man, I almost forgot how rocking this music sounds," Kaminari exclaimed. "Shut up so we can watch, Sparkplug." Bakugo yelled. "Doesn't look like he has changed much, here." Melissa asked Izuku. "Yeah, classic Kakin." Izuku said. "Today, two experts of destruction and MSTRs of terrain will fight to the bitter end." Wiz starts. "They also look adorable as heck." Toru squealed. "Agreed." Mina said. "Look at those cute purple hands." White Bomber, the Bomberman. Boomstick introduced the first fighter. And Taizo Hori, aka Dig Dug. Wiz introduced the other fighter. Bomberman. Here. Not a bad name. Bakugo admitted. "Better than your last options." Todoroki bluntly said that made a couple of chuckles. "Shut up, icy hot, or I'll kill you." "Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick." Boomstick introduced himself and his co-host. "And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle," Wizard said before starting. The video played and what they saw have them confused. Instead of the same design as the first one, they saw human-like robots surrounded in a maze full of fire. "Wait a minute, he looks completely different from before," Pony said. Bakugo looked more pleased at the shift from childish to violent. Bomberman is a psychopathic, cyborg SLV forced to duel other slaves in dimly lit maze-like arena for the entertainment of alien terrorists. Boomstick explains. This confused the audience more until was interrupted. No, not that Bomberman, Boomstick." Wiz corrected. The images now showed the actual Bomberman. White Bomber, the Bomberman, an alien robot warrior from the planet Bomber, who belongs to an intergalactic police force protecting the galaxy. "Oh, that makes sense," Kinoko said. The screen changed to show the actual design of Bomberman. He looked like a cute humanoid creature in a purple suit, and radio antenna on his large head, black vertical, cartoonish eyes, no mouth shown, wearing red shoes and round ends with no fingers for hands. Bakugo was disappointed in the change back to colorful cartoon while Toru squealed in delight. Bomberman background alien robot warrior can generate bombs. Defender of the galaxy uses explosives to save helpless planets. Bakugo reluctantly approves young and naive O. Well, his method of saving those planets is blowing the SHT out of them, so he's all right with me. Boomstick explained. So basically, Bakugo. Kaminari joked. Laughter at the expense of the explosive teen ensued while said explosive teen had to be restrained from blowing Kaminari up. Right, Bomberman cares little for the environment he is supposed to be protecting, making him an unpredictable opponent. Wiz explains. Okay, I'm betting my allowance in that Bakugo is this guy's counterpart. Momo said confidently. More laughter and snickers occurred with Bakugo fuming in silent rage. Speaking of which, we might have trained the kid to be more environmentally conscious. Present MIC suggested. Agreed. Aizawa said bluntly. Bomber's answer to every problem is well, explosions. Got a locked door. Blow it up. Behind on taxes. Blow them up. Have a naggy wife. Blow her but UP too. Boomstick said. While Bakugo, this time, shamelessly laughed at the jokes, the rest of the reactions were slightly mixed. The girls were a little ticked at the blowing up the nagging wife part, while the guys were having a hard time either face-palming or keep their own laughter in tow. Bombs 2 to 3 second detonation cannot be diffused. Upgradeable can be kicked and thrown, can be powered up by being held. His arsenal consists of bombs, and more bombs, which usually take about 2 or 3 seconds to detonate. Boomstick explained. That's a lot of bombs. Kaminari memed. His punishment, earphone jack into his ear and pain. Jokes aside, where does he keep all those bombs? Zero asked. Before Izuku could respond, he was beaten to the punch. It could likely be some support gear that shrinks and holds all of his bombs on him. Melissa said. It could also likely be the same as a quirk that he can summon bombs, or that he has a teleportation device on his person that summons his explosives. Melissa finished her analysis to find silence and wide jaws and eyes. What? She asked confused. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Kaminari memed again. Gesturing to Melissa and Izuku. Kyuka stabbed her earphone jack into Kaminari's ear once again as punishment. And while the explosions start out small, they can be upgraded to destroy an entire acre all at once. Boomstick continued excited. Plus, he can charge a bomb up to 4 times its size for maximum destruction. The audience saw how Bomberman's explosives grow in destructive force and somehow magically change its size to become bigger and more destructive. Kind of reminds me of your quirk, Yui. Itsuka said. You know, increasing the size of objects. Yui nodded silently. Bakugo meanwhile was smiling like a maniac at seeing the destructive yield of those bombs. Now that is what I'm talking about. Bakugo screamed out excited. Language! Ida shouted. Screw off, you four-eyed swear police. Bakugo screamed back. Powerless bomb up. At this point Bakugo is mentally writing notes for his own ultimate moves: accelerator, armor, explosion, expander, bomb, kick, power glove, super bomb. Whilst blasting his way through planet after planet, Bomberman finds numerous power-ups buried beneath the earth. We said. Bomb up gives him extra bombs, accelerator increases his running speed, armor gives him temporary immunity, the explosion expander gives his bombs a power boost, and the bomb kick and power gloves let him kick and throw bombs at his own leisure. Sounds like standard-sounding power-ups. Midnight said. And when he picks up a super bomb, you know he means business. Boomstick explained. I'm talking T2, Judgment Day business. Jaws dropped at the explosive power that turned people to nothing but dust and bones. Never mind. Midnight said, both amazed and horrified. There is nothing standard about that. Who in their right minds would give basically a nuke to some bomb-crazy psycho? Mineta screamed out. Bakugo meanwhile was grinning from ear to ear, more excited and pumped up at seeing more of his official vote. Rui's easily tamed super speed high jumps can step over bombs, sometimes called Lui's or Louise's pink ones. Dance Q-O's from Mina, Toru, Eri, and Coda. The screen showed images of Bomberman riding on green, purple, or pink adorable kangaroo-like creatures. Bomberman can also hatch and tame wild Ruis. Wiz explained. Kangaroo-like creatures which give White Bomber a distinct advantage in battle. So cute. Mina and Toru shrieked in joy. It's official. Kyuka said, whilst holding her ears in pain. I'm going to go deaf hearing from these 2 screaming or jamming EA's horrible memes. Coda and Eri looked at the kangaroo-like creatures with adorable smiles, especially at seeing the pink one dance. Bakugo however detested having this explosive-scented character resort back to Kid SHT, as he put it. Each Ruai has a different ability. Boomstick jumped in. Though generally, they are very fast, have incredibly good jumping skills, can step over bombs, and sacrifice themselves for Bomberman if need be. Kinda like Yoshi. Oh, the adorable creaturemanity. Izuku and Mirio had amazing foresight, that Night Eye would be proud of, to cover Eri's eyes and ears before Boomstick uttered those last words, and the sight of seeing Yoshi being ditched by the Mario guy and seeing the green dinosaur fall to its doom. They unfortunately couldn't do the same for Koda, who had to be appeased by the guys. That's horrible, Uraraka said. Who would be so heartless as to let those creatures get killed for them? The Baku squad slowly looked at a certain blonde Pomeranian, who noticed their stares. What are you all looking at, you idiots? Which brings up Bomberman's weakness, his own weapons. Wiz revealed. If White Bomber's careless, he can easily get caught in his own explosions or trap himself between a wall and his dropped bombs. Yeah, Bomberman's good at blowing SHT up, but he's not so hot when it comes to defusing his own explosives. Boomstick said. Talk about being your own worst enemy. Itsuka said. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Ibora voiced out. Did you just quote a verse from the Bible? Setsuna asked incredulously. That sounds like something Ibora would do, so yes. Yui said. That aside, that is something to look out for students. Vlad King said. Do not let your pride and recklessness take the better of you, or it will be your downfall. But he survived through a CRP ton of games, leaving behind many smoldering piles of rubble that used to be planets, towns, and families. Are we sure he's a good guy? You tell me. Wiz said. Bomberman backflipped, completing a mission, and cheered. I did it. Thoughts over Bomberman were mixed. The heroes and teachers frowned at Bomberman's methods, especially with his careless use of explosions and recklessness. The students found Bomberman's explosive abilities to be astounding, if not also a little frightening. Toru, Koda, and Eri all loved the Ruais and hoped that none would end up dying in the death battle. And Bakugo was so pumped up over the Bomberman and his destructive potential that he no longer cared about the teasing of him being his counterpart. If anything, he hoped so. The video moved on to the next fighter. The combatant was a man with blue skin wearing a white, red-striped suit and white helmet with red bumps on its side and a blue bump on its top. He also was wielding a jackhammer and a bike pump. That last one confused the audience. He looked like some miner from a sci-fi movie. Dig Dug is an expert excavator and executioner, Wiz revealed. He constantly traverses the underground to slay dragons. Wait, he slays dragons? Kirishima said excitingly at the man slaying beasts of legend. So manly. Background real name. Taizo Hori translates to I want to dig. Honorary chairman of the Driller Council, father of Mr. Driller, ex-husband of Kissy from 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐴 𝐴𝐿i𝑖𝑛𝑠𝑘𝑡𝑜r. His real name is Taizo Hori, which literally means I want to dig. Wiz continued. He's also the father of the more recent phenomenon, Mr. Driller. I have a feeling I know who this guy's counterpart will be. Midnight said. Same here. Nezu said, staring at said discussed counterpart. Dig Dug has two loves in life, digging and killing. Boomstick stated nonchalantly. Weird mix of loves, but after seeing god-killing war machines and egg-powered dinos, I shouldn't be surprised. Kyuka said. I stand by the dude's goals. Bakugo yelled out. The last one mostly. Pump 15-foot harpoon-like hose forcefully inflates foe audience, becoming really disturbed and weirded out, stuns enemies for a short time, injects 10 psi per pump, pumped until the victim explodes. His main weapon is one of the most cruel and deadly weapon I have ever seen. Boomstick said. It's pretty much a cross between a bike pump and a harpoon. An odd weapon which I would normally question the efficiency of. Wiz interrupted. Comical question marks appeared over the audience's heads as they stared in pure confusion. Why would his weapon be a mix of a pump and a harpoon? Nejaya asked. Maybe to shoot dragons and pump his tires at the same time. Mineta jokingly responded. His reward was a miniature explosion to his face. But when he stabs you with it, oh boy, you're going to wish you die any other way than what Ole Dig Dug has planned for YA. Boomstick claimed. The screen showed Dig-Dug impaling a weird red ball creature with goggles for eyes and feet and started pumping, the red creature expanding and inflating like a balloon until pop the creature exploded in pieces. Stunned silence was the reaction of practically all of the audience. Momo quickly created several new paper bags that were quickly snatched by rapidly nauseous and green-faced students. Eri and Kota yelped in horror with Izuku and Mirio cursing themselves for being careless and having to comfort the two kids. A few of the heroes, i.e. Mount Lady, Pixie Bob, Midnight, and Present MIC, even felt nauseous while the rest of the heroes either remained shocked or looked horrified. Hell, even Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shinso were stunned at the gruesome display. Well, Nejaya said, her face green. I guess that's what his weapon is for. That is horrible. Mina screamed out. What kind of psycho does that? Not manly. Tetsu and Kirishima said, their faces looking queasy too. The average human body can only take around 15 pounds of air pressure before death is assured. Wiz explained, he himself a bit disgusted yet fascinated with Dig-Dug's weapon. Every time Dig-Dug pumps, over 10 psi is injected into his victim, quickly immobilizing them. 2 or 3 pumps later, and Dig-Dug's target meets its popping end. A well-explained scientific explanation. Ida complimented. I, however, wish it were applied in something not so disgraceful and sociopathic. What do you think, Dave? All Might asked. About the weapon. Dave questioned. Highly unethical but effective. About this video. Now, I see why you don't want this falling into the hands of the villains. That is one horrible way to die. Boomstick exclaimed, equally horrified and excited. A picture was shown of Dig-Dug, his face blank and expressionless, pumping the red creature to its death, the creature's intestines and BLD spilling out. If the previous show of Dig-Dug's form of murder made them nauseous, this picture caused lunches to be forcefully ejected into paper bags. Izuku and Mirio learned from their mistake and blocked Eri and Kota's eyes and ears, with Shoji and Soto doing the same for Koda. Oh man up you pussies gulp. Bakugo yelled out, unconvincingly holding back his own disgust and rising nausea. We already saw death battles where their heads exploded and got cut in half. At least those were quick. Uraraka protested, her back patted by Asui and Deku. That death is slow, incredibly painful, and worse than the others. Meanwhile, Pixie Bob herself was puking into her own paper bag. Are you serious? Mandalay said. You have seen plenty of gruesome sights while rescuing civilians from disasters. Like those guys that we had to amputate their shattered legs. It doesn't mean that it gets any easier to watch. Pixie Bob retorted. Boomstick continued with, imagine after being impaled, you're then slowly filled with air until you explode. Oh man, this guy is sick. Okay, we get it. Kyuka yelled out. Move along. Jackhammer burrows in 4 directions. Instant startup fast and efficient can tear apart islands. Q raised eyebrows. Dig-Dug also has a jackhammer, which he uses to burrow through the earth at unimaginable speeds. Wiz continued explaining. He has total control over his terrain and can maneuver through the ground as easily as walking through an empty field, climbing and crawling without slowing down. I guess that's why he is called Dig-Dug. Sen said. But how is he walking up the side of the tunnel he made? Kossi said. It is probably some support item that shifts his gravity to the wall, or his boots must have some wall climbing and latching features. Mai explained. Impressive observation. Dave complimented, causing Mai to shake in her seat in fangirl excitement. That jackhammer can ever force entire islands to split apart. Boomstick yelled out. Wow, that's actually hardcore. Zero said. Just like how that Akuma guy shattered an island with a single punch. Wait, what? Melissa questioned, taken back at the mention of the concept of an island-destroying punch. Tell you later. Izuku said. But the strangest thing is the sound it makes. Boomstick continued. You'd think a jackhammer would like this. Shows a regular jackhammer in action and the sound it makes. But Dig-Dug sounds like this. A weird and annoying sound sounds off as Dig-Dug tunnels through the earth. The loud sounds quickly cause some of the students, especially Kyuka, to clutch her ears in pain. Gah! Bakugu screeched in pain and annoyance. Quiet that F thing before I rip my ears off. Ironic coming from Class 1A's resident banshee. Monoma taunted. Always yelling out in that pitiful raging voice like a wailing child. It took the reluctant efforts of most of Class 1A to hold Bakugu back from exploding the other blonde Diche to oblivion. Actually, Boomstick, that sound seems to occur every time he takes a step, not just when he is drilling. Wiz clarified. Oh yeah. Itsuka said. You can see he makes that noise when he's walking up the already dug walls. So, it's his feet? Boomstick questioned. Man, that would get really annoying real quick. No wonder this guy's a psycho. I know if I had to listen to annoying, loud sounds all day, I would start to lose my sanity. Kyuka said dryly, looking over at Bakugu and finally at Mina and Toru. What? The two girls asked. Dig Dug possesses great physical endurance, climbing and digging tirelessly for unprecedented amounts of time. Wiz said. And yet, he is easily defeated when tackled by a tomato with eyes and feet. What? Mineta questioned, voicing the similar confusion of the rest of the audience. What? Boomstick asked. Yes, Dig Dug battles both ferocious, ghostly, fire-breathing dragons and living walking tomatoes. Wiz revealed. Why the hell are walking tomatoes a threat to him? Bakugu screeched out annoyed. And how is he so weak that he gets killed by getting tackled by one? As much as I hate to, but I have to agree with Bakugu. Momo said. It seems rather weird that those kinds of creatures would be of any danger to anyone. Maybe it has to do with why they are so big. Kaminari offered an explanation. I mean, they are as big as Dig Dug, so they must be some kind of mutated tomatoes that are dangerous. The students looked to the electrification quirk user in silence. What? Kaminair asked. Just wondering, who are you and what have you done with the real 𝐔𝐬𝐽? Kyuka said dryly. You guys are mean. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 shouted. And his back. Mina said. Who in the hell thought that walking tomatoes with goggles were on par with fire-breathing ghost dragons? Boomstick questioned dumbfounded. Exactly. Bakugu shouted. Even if he says some fed-up stuff sometime, I like this guy. Wait. Melissa turned and whispered to Momo. Could Boomstick's counterpart here be? She paused and looked at the explosive blonde. I mean, if everyone has a counterpart in another universe, then the same should be said in their universe. That is actually brilliant. Momo whispered back, looking between Bakugu and the screen. Should we possibly say something? Nah, best to keep this to ourselves. Melissa said with a wink. Wouldn't want to look foolish if we are wrong or have Bakugu be any more annoying. Just a little girl-to-girl secret. Momo smiled. Maybe she's not so bad after all. If only she wasn't clearly interested in Izuku. Dig Dug explodes the last dragon monster and jumps in the air victorious as the iconic victory music plays. The audience's thoughts over Dig Dug were also mixed. The heroes and students found his choice of weaponry to be rather sociopathic and extreme. They did like he did those things for seemingly to protect others from those monsters, but were iffy on his methods. Eri and Kota liked the music that played after Dig Dug won, finding it enjoyable. Kyuka asked Momo for a pair of earmuffs, predicting that the following death battle will have that annoying sound play as Dig Dig walks. Alright, the combatants are set. Wiz said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick announced. The video paused as the screen started its traditional multiversal counterpart scanning. Meanwhile, votes were cast on who would win. The most notable votes for Bomberman were Bakugu, for obvious reasons, Kirishima and Tetsu, Izuku, Mina, Toru, Eri, Koda, Endeavor, Manga, Miruko, Mineta, and David. Mina and Toru voted for White Bomber for his adorable design and, in addition to Eri and Koda, for the cute Ruiz. Endeavor and Miruko chose Bomberman, believing that his sitter-leveling bombs would secure an easy win. As for Dig Dug, his most notable votes were from Mai, Power Loader, Kaminari, Nezu, Momo, Mirio, Kota, Pixibob, Aizawa, Honinuki, and Melissa. Despite his lethal, brutal methods, Aizawa and Nezu voted for the tunneling killer, noticing that Dig-Dug is strategic by knowing where to tunnel and drop boulders onto his enemies. Mai and Melissa, while initially and still disturbed by his choice of weaponry, they still found to be intriguing, as well as 𝐿, who also voted for the digger's similar digging traits. And Honinuki and Pixibob voted for his similar affiliation towards the ground like them. Scanning complete. The device sounded. Bomberman. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugu. Ha! Knew it. Mineta yelled in victory. Whatever. Bakugu yelled back. At least I'm still an exploding badass in other universe. So this is the multiversal counterpart feature that you said about. David said to Nezu. It's fascinating. Can it explain to us the reasons as to how two characters are counterparts to each other? The only time it ever directly explained to us the connections between counterparts was the last video yesterday. Nezu clarified. When it connected Mr. Midoriya to two rather destructive, deadly individuals and we directly asked it. Coupled with last night's rather interesting development, we can clearly confirm that the device can understand and answer questions, if allowed by its directives. David hummed in thought. Perhaps we can ask it later on for a more concrete way to answer our questions. Like a notepad or phone. The device finished with Dig-Dug. Multiversal counterpart, Higari Myjima aka Power Loader. Wow, Mr. Power Loader! Mai exclaimed. We found one of your counterparts. Is it because the two of you both dig underground? Seems like it. Power Loader said. He turned to Bakugu and said, May the best counterpart win. Of course I will. Bakugu yelled arrogantly. Dude, just take a chill pill for once. Kaminari said. How are your lungs not wrecked with you yelling all the time? Because I'm awesome. Katsuki fired back. Kaminari facepalmed. With all bets and counterpart scanning done, the video resumed. The video showed Bomberman riding a green Rui through a pain field with bright blue skies. Ah! Toru awed. His riding won those Ruis. It's so adorable. That just makes me worried that it will get hurt in the death battle. Itsuka said. OSHT Mina said. Bomberman on his Rui stopped in front of a waiting Dig-Dug. Fight. Dig-Dug fired his harpoon at the white bomber, only for the green Rui to back up in time to get out of range. It sped away and suddenly crashed into Dig-Dug, running past him before striking him again. Impressive speed. Ida complimented. With the Rui, Bomberman has a clear speed advantage. Beat his but UP other ME. Bakugu cheered. The attacks let up and Dig-Dug found a bomb placed in front of him. An exclamation point appeared above his head, indicating his surprise, before he dug straight downwards, evading the explosion. However, Dig-Dug there has some good evasion by tunneling underground. Mirio said. Kinda like me with permeation. The blasted part of the earth revealed a power-up with a smiling flame. Bomberman and the Rui went to retrieve it, only for Dig-Dug to come up from underneath and fire his harpoon straight at the Rui. A few pumps later and the expanding kangaroo-like creature exploded in a burst of BLD and fur. Ah! Koda cried in horror, Mina, Toru, and Pony also crying out as well. Mirio and Izuku quickly covered the kid's eyes. Oh god, I'm getting sick again. Uraraka said, her face turning more green. I hate being right all the time. Istuka sighed. And now with no Rui and how quickly he can tunnel, Dig-Dug now has the speed advantage over Bomberman. Izuku analyzed. Bomberman flew off and landed in the ground, but quickly getting back up. He rushed back to the hole that Dig-Dug tunneled out from, holding an enlarging bomb in hand. The white bomber tossed it down. The bomb landed next to Dig-Dug, who only looked back for a split second before tunneling quickly, once again escaping the explosion. Bomberman quickly walked down and grabbed the multiple power-ups revealed. He looked down the tunnel where Dig-Dug fled, brought out another bomb and kicked it down the tunnel. One of those power-ups must have been Bomb Kick. Melissa said. The bomb flew towards Dig-Dug, who batted it away with his harpoon. Bomberman, who quickly sped up towards Dig-Dug, kicked it right back. A few seconds went by of Dig-Dug and Bomberman kicking and batting the bomb back and forth. Talk about the most deadly game of Pong ever, 𝐂𝐿 said. With rather explosive consequences. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 joked, resulting in an explosion to the face. And there is your explosive consequence. Mineta joked, resulting in the purple perv to also get an explosion to the face. Losing his patience, Bomberman tossed another bomb to stop the previous one, the two fights fleeing away as the two bombs exploded. A new power-up was revealed, this one of a large red bomb that Bomberman quickly grabbed. Yeah, time for mega explosions, Bakugu shouted. While Dig-Dug tunneled above, Bomberman held the large red bomb over his head, charging it up and growing in size, before finally tossing it. As the slid to a stop, it released an enormous explosion, so much so that Dig-Dug was left standing on empty black space. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐿 𝐂𝐴 exclaimed. That was awesome. And manly, Tetsu exclaimed. Dig-Dug fell and landed next to Bomberman, who held another large red bomb in hand. Game over, you psycho digger, Bakugu yelled out in premature victory. Before Bomberman could throw it, Dig-Dug fired his harpoon, striking at Bomberman head-on. I think you spoke too soon, �Ｓoto said as Bakugu comically froze. Izuku and Mirio hovered their hands near of 𝐻𝐸 and Kota's eyes, expecting to see Bomberman explode in bloody chunks. Dig-Dug pumped a couple of times, Bomberman expanding due to the air, only for Dig-Dug to stop and tunnel away. Wait, why did he stop? Kaminari asked loudly. He had dead to rights there. Did you forget what was also there? Tokoyami said. Bomberman deflated only to realize that he was in front of his bomb, with 3 seconds already passing. Bomberman's eyes widened comically and screamed in horror before the white bomber was engulfed in a monstrous explosion. As the smoke cleared, no trace was left of Bomberman while Dig-Dug returned to the large crevice of Bomberman's last explosion. KO, no! Bakugu yelled in fury and defeat. That's bullshit. How did my counterpart lose to a psycho, tomato killer? If I tell you, are you just going to explode my nevermind? Kaminari said before stopping after seeing Bakugu's comical glowing red eyes of rage. We might also want to get that kid some anger management lessons and make him more accepting of losing. Midnight added. Agreed. Aizawa said, reading himself in case Bakugu was reading an explosion at another student. Congratulations, Mr. Power Loader. Mai cheered. Your counterpart won. Thank you, Hatsume. Power Loader thanked his secretly favorite student. To be clear, this is a simulation, right? Melissa asked Izuku. They aren't really dying, right? Yeah. Izuku said. That was also one of the less gruesome deaths. The most gruesome being? Melissa asked nervously. Getting slashed in half by a crazy cat girl. Nejaya answered. I found the one where that red ninja turtle smashed the other turtle's head into paste more gruesome. Tamaki muttered. That was definitely horrible. Mirio said with a still cheerful smile and tone. Though I thought the one where Midoriya's turtle counterpart slashed that Battletoad in half was more gruesome in my opinion. Melissa paled, visualizing those deaths. I had to ask. She sighed regrettably. Yeah, explosions. Boomstick cheered. Shut the hell up. Bakugu yelled pettily. Kirishima gasped in horror. Bakubro yelling about someone about explosions. Quick guys. Check outside to see if fire isn't raining from the sky. Laughs from the audience resulted and, even though the hardening quirk user was his friend, it took all of Bakugu willpower not to send shitty hair flying to the moon. Dig-Dug is a difficult opponent for anyone to beat, not for brute strength, but sheer maneuverability. Wiz explained. Dig-Dug had almost complete control of the terrain off the bat, while Bomberman was forced to rely on his power-ups for success. Taking this fight into the ground gave Dig-Dug a huge advantage. Boomstick added. Agreed. Nezu said. Drawing in your enemy to a terrain or environment that suits your abilities is a tactical advantage. Much like how quirks or skills based on darkness and stealth would be more formidable and dangerous in dark areas. Also, even though support items can help you kids out in difficult situations, Remember to not rely solely or overtly on them. David Shield added. Over-reliance on one thing can be detrimental for a hero or society to grow. Wise words. All Might said. Especially coming from the best support item builder I know. Yeah, well, I had to learn that lesson the hard way. Dave said, looking over at Izuku and Melissa, recalling the events at Island. He created a device to power up All Might in a desperate effort to restore the symbol of peace to his former glory, only for it to backfire and hand it over to a villain that nearly destroyed Island. It was only by the efforts of his daughter, Melissa, and Izuku Midoriya that made him realize his mistakes, growing overly reliant and safe under All Might's symbol that he was too afraid of a world without him. Dave smiled at the two kids as they talked and laughed. Definitely learned the hard way. But at least I know that there is hope for the future. Wiz continued. Even after if it looked like Bomberman had taken the lead with that huge explosion, Dig Dug proved that he could control his opponent just as much as he can control the terrain. Like paralyzing his foe long enough so that his foe's greatest weapon to be his own downfall. Bomberman sure went out with a bang. Boomstick punned. The gym was filled with the sounds of loud smacks of hands smacking their foreheads. That has to be worst pun yet. Kyuka said. Even worse than gemming wheeze. You cannot even begin to comprehend the bounds of my genius. Kaminari memed in retaliation. Kyuka sighed in annoyance. The winner is Dig Dug. Wiz declared, sighing in annoyance of his co-host's pun. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick said. The screen showed a bipedal animal that looked like an anthropomorphic hedgehog. It's walked out of the smoke, its fur glowing golden with red stripes on its standing quills, wearing white gloves and 2 golden rings on his wrists and red and white shoes on his feet. The creature glowed in a golden aura. I am Shadow, the ultimate life form. The hedgehog announced. The screen then showed another figure glowing in golden aura too, this one a man. He wore an arrogant smile, spiked up golden hair and eyebrows, glowing sky blue eyes and wearing a strange outfit that looked like armor and a jumpsuit. And I am the prince of all Saiyans. The man said. Vegeta via Shadow, that looks so cool. Kirishima yelled, pumped for the next fight. Wait a minute. Sen said. Was that a hedgehog? I believe so. Jirota said. And that man proclaimed himself a prince of Saiyans. How about we stop asking questions and get on with the next video? Setsuna said. With a chorus of agreements, Mai pressed the play button on the next video. Once the cheers of agreement silenced down, Mai pressed the play button on the next video, the rocking music of Death Battle playing as the images of the combatants were shown. Antiheroes. Wiz began. Walking the mysterious grey line between good and evil. They do what they want, however they want, when they want. Boomstick said. The students were intrigued with learning more about the concepts of antiheroes and vigilantes, while the heroes frowned slightly at the notion of their more unlawful counterparts. Aizawa mentally recalled his own encounters with a certain pair of vigilantes. Vegeta, prince of the Saiyans and rival to Goku. Was introduced the first fighter. And Shadow, the ultimate life form and rival to Sonic. Boomstick announced the second one. So both of these two are rivals to another character from their own universes and can be classified as anti-heroes. Ida deduced. Don't forget about when they were shown with golden forms. Izuku reminded Ida. Nezu, do you really think it's wise to show the kids anti-heroes? Snipe said. They aren't exactly a gold standard for the next generation of heroes to follow or take inspiration from. I believe that it is a perfect time to showcase an example of an anti-hero. Nezu said. While the government and some of the public frown at them, even we heroes have to admit that some vigilantes are more benefit than criminal. Plus this could also benefit the students in showcasing what vigilantes should be pursued as threats to civilians and which we can overlook. Aizawa added. I'm Wizard and his Boomstick, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. The video began with the first fighter, who appeared as a man with spiky black hair, thick black eyebrows over sharp eyes and a confident smirk on his face. He wore what appeared to be a mix of a jumpsuit mixed with body armor, with the suit being a tight blue suit, and also wearing forearm-length white gloves and white boots. His armor, white and gold in color, covered his upper torso. Other images shown him with the same armor but with long white shoulder pads and with a bushy brown tail circled around his waist. He looks rather cocky and proud-looking. 𝐒𝐿 said. I wonder where I've seen that before. 𝐒𝐿 silently peered to his right towards a certain explosive blonde Vegeta, born a prince to a warrior-like race of human-looking aliens known as the 𝐒𝐻, began. So he's an alien. Mina said. I guess that explains the monkey tail around his waist. And his species are also warriors. Kirishima pointed. I bet they are so manly. Vegeta's people were slaughtered by an evil alien tyrant known as Frieza, was explained, showing an image of Frieza destroying the planet with a ball of energy from his fingertips. Who brought the young Saiyan into his forces and molded Vegeta into a deadly, ruthless killer? I guess not. Kirishima muttered dumbfounded. Because they are dead. Jaws dropped left and right at the sight of the planet being destroyed by one alien, who only lifted a single finger. What kind of monster is that? Mineta yelled in fear. He just blew up a planet. With just his finger. And he wiped out his people and made Vegeta into a soldier for him. Uraraka added. That's horrible. The heroes were practically sweating bullets at the sight of the alien tyrant. All Might was practically praying to whatever multiversal god was watching them that such a threat would never find his way to Earth, from somewhere in their universe or from another world, and that they would never make friends with All for One. Background height, 5 feet 3 inches weight, 123 pounds Saiyan Prince Elite Warrior Class Bakugo and Endeavor smirked at this trained in martial arts Ojiro and Tiger liked this too current leader of the Z fighters overtime however, Frieza's iron grip over him led to Vegeta to rebel, ushering Frieza's final defeat by the hand and help of fellow Saiyan, Son Goku. Was revealed, showing an image of Goku. Izuku felt a mild headache ring through his head before shaking it off. Not again. Izuku thought. I thought that shielding was supposed to keep those away. After struggling with adapting to life on Earth, Vegeta eventually became one of the planet's strongest defenders. Whis said. At least he managed to break free from that tyrant and found a purpose in life. Todoroki stated. Are we not just going to mention that this Goku dude somehow defeated this Frieza? Kyoka pointed out. And that if by the introduction to this guy, Vegeta is supposed to rival Goku. That raised some eyebrows in shock, already feeling that this Vegeta guy is going to be powerful. He even got hitched to the hot, rich, tech chick, Bulma, breaking poor Mstr Rosh's heart. Oh, and Yamcha too. Boomstick added. They even had a kid named Trunks. The video showed a familiar-looking woman with turquoise-colored hair holding a purple-haired baby, a short bald man with a large stick and sunglasses, and a tall man with an X-shaped scar over his cheek and long, wild black hair. The girls ote at how this gruff and constantly angry dude found love and had an adorable kid, though they also had a shiver run through their spines, for some reason, when seeing the image of Roshi. Why I am getting the creeps when I look at that guy? Kyoka said. Why am I feeling like I like this guy? Mineta mentally pondered. Vegeta can move and fly at hypersonic speeds, he can survive underwater and in the vacuum of space for a long, yet definite, PRD of time. Boomstick continued. He even has the endurance to survive a freaking nuclear blast. Jaws once again dropped in unison at mention of surviving a nuke. That's fing awesome. Bakugo yelled excitingly. Vegeta can use a natural inner energy called ki for devastating attacks. Whis explained. Ki? Ojiro questioned. Do they mean Kai? What's Kai? Honinuki asked. Kai is a fundamental belief in Taoism and other Chinese culture. Rin said. It is believed to be the vital life force inside all living things and is run by the positive and negative energies in your body. Although I guess in this universe it's some kind of energy source that can be tapped into for power. 𝐾𝐻 attacks 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Bakugo approves of name and mentally writes it down. Bang B Mineta snickers perversely. Big Bang attack Bakugo approves again and smacks Mineta upside the head. Final shine energy bullet barrage. Final flash. Bakugo is practically grinning ear to ear at the names in excitement. His trademark attack is a destructive purple laser by the name of 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Boomstick revealed. His Big Bang attack unleashes a hug explosion of energy covering a vast distance and can be narrowed to a beam for concentrated accuracy. Wiz jumped in. Bakugo smirked at the explosive power of Vegeta and compared the Big Bang attack to be similar to both his regular explosions and his AP shot. He can launch a volley of energy bullets, pounding his foe with dozens of deadly blasts. Boomstick said, "Hey Bakubro, isn't that similar to your explosions and that AP shot minigun mode that you use?" Kirishima asked. "Yeah, don't know why but I like this guy," Bakugo stated, choosing to ignore the deadpanned looks of his classmates around him. But his most devastating move is his final flash attack, a huge beam of golden energy that can destroy entire planets. Boomstick yelled in excitement. Q dropped jaws and widened eyes of disbelief as they saw Vegeta unleash a massive golden blast of energy that shot out from Earth. "Oh my God," Melissa said in amazement. "Yeah, wow." Kyuka agreed. "Good thing that this guy is at least an antihero and not full-blown villain." Dave said, eyes widened at the astonishing attack. "Yeah, I don't think even I in my prime could handle him." All Might agreed. Vegeta's ki is quite versatile and not limited to these 4 attacks. Wiz explained. He is never without a weapon. Versatility can be a powerful weapon in of itself. Ectoplasm said. It can evolve the most basic of quirks and powers to become incredibly powerful and effective. But wait. There's more. Boomstick said excitingly. "What?" Setsuna said. "What can be more than having the power to blow up planets?" Super Saiyan can reach levels 1 and 2. 500% increase per form can be activated at any time, sustained through own energy. Nearly indestructible. Level 2 drains even more energy than level 1. The video showed Vegeta yelling out, glowing in power, before transforming into Super Saiyan. Vegeta's spiky black hair was now standing more upwards and turned golden, his eyebrows too turning golden, and his entire body was sheened in golden energy. Setsuna was silent, alongside the rest of the group, at the powerful and imposing form of this new form of Vegeta. "That's right, Boomstick." Wiz jumped in. Vegeta can reach to the legendary status of Super Saiyan, a near indestructible form which increases his power output by 500%. Wiz explained. And he can take this form to the next level for yet another 500% increase. Boomstick revealed. That's a lot of power in math. Wait. Does that mean that at his most powerful, Vegeta's Super Saiyan mode increases his power by over 1000%? Izuku yelled in awe and astonishment. "Here," Setsuna said. "I guess that is something more. The Super Saiyan form is sustained through Vegeta's remaining energy in a fight." Wiz explained. Also, despite reaching the levels of Super Saiyan 4, which dwarfs level 2, he was only able to do so with Bulma's Blutz wave machine, and cannot do so naturally. The video showed Vegeta getting blasted by a weird machine by Bulma and transformed into a new form. This one had Vegeta have a long mane of spiky black hair that reached behind his waist, red bags below his eyes, and bushy red fur all over his arms, legs, and the sides of his exposed muscled chest. His tail was also red in color. "He can go even stronger," Mineta yelled out. "Although it's quite a shame that he can't achieve this level of power by his own," Ieoma said. "That means that he can't use that power in this fight. Although, I for one am relieved that we don't have to see more of that horribly hairy figure." "Shut the FUP, Twinkle Tootie," Bakugo yelled in anger. "That's total bullshit. And in Death Battle, we don't allow help from spouses," Boomstick noted. There drew some chuckles from the students. "Vegeta is cocky, arrogant, and proud," Wiz listed. "He seeks to be the best and is willing to fight the best to do so, even allowing his opponents to reach power levels much greater than his own. Often much to his detriment. All of Class 1A slowly turned to their explosive blonde, them all pretty much figuring out where they heard that similar trait before. Unfortunately, Bakugo noticed and didn't choose to ignore it this time. "What the hell are you all looking at, you extras?" While this had led to him dying twice so far, he's still around somehow, kicking butt and being a PP. Boomstick added. "Wait, what?" Itsuka yelled in confusion. "How is he still alive if he died twice?" The device decided to answer her question, as the video paused and spoke in its robotic voice saying 𝐂𝐸𝐽 Vegeta's 2 resurrections were done by the power of the Dragon Balls. The video showed an image of 7 orange balls that size of tennis ball, each with a number of red stars on them, ranging from 1 to 7. The Dragon Balls belong to Vegeta's universe and are mystical orbs of power that when combined together summon the near-all-powerful dragon, Shenron. The image gained life and played, showing the Dragon Balls glowing before shooting a bright light that subsided to reveal a ginormous green dragon, bathed in a golden glow. With the power of the Dragon Balls, the individual that gathers the Dragon Balls together may ask 1 or 3 wishes to which Shenron will grant if it is within his power. Such successful wishes include the power to bring back an individual from the dead. At this point, the whole group were considering going to a doctor after this with how much their jaws practically dropped to the floor. "The power to grant any wish," Bakugo muttered, imagining himself becoming the #1 hero. "That you longing?" A certain pair of girls, including a blonde genius, mumbled while their noses bled from their thought over wishes, some of which ventured into M-rated territory. "Amazing," Deku muttered, imagining himself a full-fledged hero, powerful enough to protect all those who he held dear. And All Might there to see it all with pride. "Anything," Mineta and Kaminari muttered creepily, imagining themselves with the girls of their class, 1B, and female pros all beneath their feet, skiing their whack. The perverted duo ended up with their heads back in the ground by the combined effort of a certain zest-off green bean, annoyed explosive blonde, and a fuming purple-haired girl. "I am a Super Saiyan," Vegeta shouted out, releasing a massive blast of white light that blanketed the screen. "And you can burn in hell." The group was still reeling from the revelation about the Dragon Balls and their power to grant any wish they can imagine. After they snapped out of it, they thought about Vegeta, about how he was certainly powerful, perhaps stronger than any fighter they have seen yet, including Kratos and Spawn. Bakugo especially liked the Saiyan Prince for his power and confidence and could definitely say that he would love to be this guy's counterpart. The video continued showing the next fighter, which was a hedgehog. The hedgehog stood on his legs and appeared anthropomorphic in nature. Its fur was jet black with streaks of red lining his quills that curved upwards at their ends, pale khaki chest region, and a puff of white fur on his upper chest. He wore white gloves with golden rings on his wrists and white, red, and black shoes with holes on the heel. He had piercing, ruby-red eyes in a permanent glare and an intimidating scowl. They also saw images of him walking through smoke with an automatic rifle in hand. Shadow, created by Professor Gerald Robotnik using alien DNA acquired from an interdimensional Dark Lord, Shadow the Hedgehog was created to be the ultimate life form. Was revealed. Why and how he ever thought that the ultimate life form was supposed to be an anthropomorphic hedgehog, I will never know. Boomstick said. "Yeah, that kind of seems silly." Toru said. "Wizard did say that it was alien DNA, so the results could be anything," Asui pointed out. Despite being a powerful living weapon, Shadow's initial purpose was to provide genes capable of curing the deathly ill, specifically Gerald's granddaughter, Maria. Wiz continued. The video showed Shadow interacting with a young girl with golden blonde hair that looked suspiciously similar to Melissa. "Miss Melissa," A said, drawing the young inventor's attention. "That girl looks like you." A pointed to the young blonde on screen. "Is she your sister?" "Oh no, she isn't," Melissa said. "Although I agree that we look alike." So Shadow was originally created to cure illnesses," Ojiro said. "Wonder how he went from that to going around with a gun." But before Shadow could be shared with the world, tragedy struck. Wiz revealed. The group watched in horror at the sight of Maria being shot by a bullet in the back, dying, All the while Shadow looked on helpless in his pod, unable to help. Gasps of shock and horror rang at the sight of the young girl's death. "I'm sorry I asked," Ojiro muttered apologizingly. Melissa froze, mouth ajar at the sight of what she admitted was possible her counterpart shot dead. David and All Might looked horrified and tried to look away from the painful scene. Even though Gerald's efforts were in the betterment of mankind, as well as his granddaughter's life, the military did not agree with his methods, more specifically his drastic ones, such as making a BLD pact with an evil alien warlord and generally not having a permit for having a secret laboratory in space for dangerous weapons. Boomstick revealed. As soon as he was captured, he was taken into custody and to ensure the mission was successful, shut it all down, secure all of his creations into confidential hiding, including Shadow himself, and silence anyone who knew about it. Permanently. Wiz explained. "Oh my God, that's horrible," Mina said. "How can they be so cruel? Soldiers are trained to follow the strictest and harshest of orders to the letter for the sake of their objectives," Nezu explained. "Sometimes those orders are cruel and horrible, but many are tasked to completing them and to put aside their own feelings for their mission, very much often to the mental torment of the soldiers. It was the same for Spawn if you recall." Gran Torino turned to Toshinori and David, one who was almost having a panic attack at seeing a look-alike of his daughter killed in front of him and the other almost about to crack his armrest into pieces. "I'm sorry that you have to see this, both of you. However, remember that this isn't the Melissa that you know and love. She is down there. And while I am too enraged at this act of murder, remember that this is events that have already occurred and from another world. That doesn't mean I have to like seeing this occur." All Might mutteringly grumbled. "And so you shouldn't have to." Gran Torino agreed. "However, we must come to accept this and move on. That's what we heroes and people must do to live on." Izuku was frozen. He could barely comprehend the world around him as the sight of Maria's death occurred in front of him, his mind easily placing Melissa in her counterpart's place, and repeating it in a horrible loop. He felt physically ill, the pain in his heart staggering and his vision blurry formed the tears welling up. He felt a hand on his own and whirled to see Melissa, her hand on his, with a sad smile of acceptance and reassurance. Izuku sniffled and calmed down. "A look of apology sent to the blonde inventor," said Blonde, nodding and smiling gratefully. This didn't fly unnoticed from the girls but let it slide after what was shown. The other guys weren't much better. Bakugo was snarling in anger at the girl's death by the soldiers, fire started sparking out of Todoroki's arm, and Dark Shadow had to be physically restrained and soothed by a still furious Tokoyami. "Jesus," Zero said. "That definitely must SCK for Shadow. Watching his friend die in front of him." Then Shadow broke out, went crazy and tried to destroy the Earth for revenge, but he ended up saving the day instead. Boomstick said. "Yep, that will do it," Zero said. "It's great that he ended up saving the day instead of destroying it," Soto said. "Redemption from the dark," Tokoyami grimly said. "Though people are still getting sick on Earth, so I guess he kind of forgot about that whole living cure thing," Boomstick added. "Well, Boomstick, Shadow does suffer from amnesia, only remembering certain bits of memory, the most clearest of which were the ones most dear to him, his identity and his friendship with Maria," Wiz revealed. The girls cooed in delight and sadness at Shadow's friendship with Maria being one of the hedgehog's closest memories. Ibora even prayed short string of prayers to Maria and Shadow. The teachers and heroes smiled, glad that the, now revealed, former villain repented his actions and held onto Maria's memory. David smiled, glad knowing that his little girl was a treasured memory to someone. All Might smiled fondly remembering how he too holds onto the memory of Nana. Background height, 3 feet 3 inches weight, 77 pounds bioengineered ultimate lifeform nearly indestructible hypersonic speed Ida perked up at that martial arts skills Ojiro also perked up at that Shadow can move at hypersonic speeds and survive underwater and in space. Wiz explained. "His speed is amazing," Ida said astonished. "His going at speeds that put me and Tensai to shame. He might actually be faster than you at your prime, Toshinori." Gran Torino said eyes wide. "Agreed." Toshinori agreed, eyes wide in amazement. He's even tough enough to survive a fall to the earth from the moon. And that's one long but fall. Boomstick added. And he's shorter than me. Mineta pointed out. No offense, dude, but I think that's the least important fact about this dude. Kaminari said. Especially about being able to survive a fall from the moon. Well, it wasn't exactly the moon, but Shadow survived a fall of about 200,000 miles. Wiz explained. By the time he hit the ground, he was falling at a rate of over 6 million feet per second. That's over 4 million miles per hour. That's amazing. Uraraka said. To be able to survive at those speeds is truly a miracle. He was created to be the ultimate life form, so he probably should have some impressive durability. Ryukyu said. I feel sorry for whatever dude was around when he landed. Boomstick said. Some guy just walking along and 𝐒𝐻𝐵. That drew chuckles from the group. Chaos Force, Chaos Control, Chaos Spear, Chaos Blast. Other energy-based attacks can be used to defend, heal, fly, and warp. Shadow possesses a natural link to the Chaos Force, a never-ending pool of unbelievable energy of cosmic, reality-bending proportions. Wiz revealed. Chaos Force. Izuku muttered, confused and intrigued, bringing out a notebook from out of nowhere. He can fire several different energy-based projectiles like Chaos Spear and beams. Boomstick added in. But his most powerful attack is Chaos Blast, a huge explosion which annihilates everything around him in seconds. Bakugo perked up in interest at the sight of the powerful explosion and smiled in delight. He can also manipulate time and space with Chaos Control. Wiz added. Though, depending on the situation, using this technique to its fullest takes time and is impractical in combat. That power is so versatile and amazing. Deku mumbled as he started writing in his notebook. With those Chaos Spears and beams, he can have impressive long-range capabilities. Can he manipulate them when fired? And that huge explosion can be useful when surrounded by dangerous foes around, but dangerous if there are civilians nearby or if he is in a city. That super speed also is clearly faster than any hero, even All Might, and with manipulating time and space, it would be nearly impossible to evade him. Event teleportus will Bahato escape mumble. The group all had comical sweat drops at seeing Deku's mumbling and analysis at work again. Kuta had to spray him with water to knock him out his mumbling. Inhibitor rings restrict chaos power, maintain precision control when removed. His powers increase exponentially when removed. His stamina quickly drops. Also, Shadow wears 2 inhibitor rings, which restrict his access to the Chaos Force to maintain control. Wiz explained. Should he remove them, his power increases immensely, but is somewhat uncontrollable and quickly tires him out. Interesting. David said. Those inhibitor rings are clearly like support items to contain this Chaos Force power and keep him from harming others and himself. They could also work well as a final gambit to use against a powerful foe to go all out, as long as there are no civilians present. Endeavor added. His chaos power also increases depending on the number of Chaos Emeralds he has, and when he gets all 7 of them, he goes super himself. The video shows Shadow and a blue anthropomorphic hedgehog, like himself, obtaining several glowing emerald gems of color, the colors varying from green, cyan, blue, red, purple, yellow, and grayish-white. When all the 7 emerald came into contact with them, the 2 hedgehog creatures glowed in golden light and popped out with their fur glowing golden, with Shadow's glowing grayish gold with his streaks of red glowing ruby red. The group looked in awe of the golden form of Shadow and the other hedgehog creature, feeling the same imposing and powerful presence. It's just like Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. Kirishima yelled out excited. It looks so manly. Can you even classify a hedgehog-looking creature as manly? Zero questioned. I wonder who that blue hedgehog was. Nejaya asked. He looked the same as Shadow but more blue and plain. Super form 1000% increase, automatic flight, unlimited endurance, invincible duration based on a time limit. Super Shadow is the pinnacle of his powers, receiving a 1000% increase. Wiz explained. That's just as powerful as Vegeta's Super Saiyan form at its level 2 state. Momo deduced. And since Vegeta can't use level 4 without that machine, then Vegeta and Shadow could be evenly tied in power. He can fly, move near the motherfucking speed of light, and is totally invincible. Boomstick exclaimed. Jaws dropped to the floor again at the mention of the speed of light feat. Holy. 𝐿 Setsuna swore. Kirishima and Tetsu passed out from too much manliness. Ida was practically still, apart from his robot-like waving arm that also looked to be achieving light speed. Izuku had to be splashed out of another mumbling writing state, this time from a flick to the head by Todoroki. Despite this, Shadow's super form can only last a few minutes. Wiz revealed. But considering his super speed, a short time to him is a long time to his opponents. Boomstick added. That's not all. Shadow claimed, standing on top of a lamppost and holding a green Chaos Emerald in hand. I'm full of surprises. The group thought over Shadow. They all felt bad for him about Maria and his past, but liked how he became a hero, or rather anti-hero, later. The heroes were a little iffy about him being created using some evil alien DNA and his past attempt to destroy the Earth. Actually, Shadow's origin seems rather similar to what you told me about the Nomus, Nezu. David stated. All Might, Aizawa, and Endeavor, each who had close, near-fatal encounters with the bioengineered horrors of the League of Villains, tensed at the memory of the monsters. Indeed. Nezu said. Supposedly created by some scientist, both bioengineered weapons of power, and perhaps, both granted help by some darker, hidden king. All Might frowned when the white animal principal said that, his mind thinking about all for one. All right, the combatants are set, let's end this debate once and for all. We said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick announced loudly. The video paused and the device started scanning for the counterparts towards the fighters. Meanwhile, the group started voting for who would win. For Vegeta, his most notable voters were Bakugo, who liked the Saiyang Prince's explosive power and confidence, Kirishima, similar in reason to Bakugo over Vegeta's confidence and power, Endeavor, who felt more connected to the Saiyang Prince for both being fathers and admittingly arrogant PPS, Ojiro, Itsuka, Sen, and Miruko, who liked his martial arts training, Rin, Setsuna, Toru, and Kyuka. As for Shadow, those who voted for him included Izuku, who was fascinated over Shadow's versatility and powers, Ida, for his speed of light feat, Melissa, David, and All Might, for Shadow's bond with Maria, and MIC and Kaminari, because he looked cool, Koda, because he was a hedgehog, a scary one, but a hedgehog nonetheless, Fat Gum and Tetsu, for Shadow's invincibility during Super Shadow Mode, Mineta, and Mina. The device, finished with its scanning, said scanning complete. Vegeta. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugo. Nice Baku bro. Kirishima cheered. Your counterpart is so awesome and powerful. It's so manly. Bakugo smirked, satisfied with his counterpart match. Yes, truly manly. Monoma said sarcastically. Someone so short and died twice is surely someone to fear. It took Kirishima, Tetsu, Izuku, Ida, and Itsuka to keep the murderous explosive blonde away from the knocked-out Monoma. Shadow. Multiversal counterpart, Oboro Shirakumo aka Krogiri. The video showed an image of a young teen with flowing blue cloud-like hair with a bandage on the ridge of his nose and floating on a blue cloud paired with another image, this one showcasing the Warp Gate villain of the League of Villains. It's that Warp Gate BSTD. Bakugo yelled, rage in his eyes at remembering the League member. Wait, so that dude was the Warp villain? Kaminari questioned. He looks like he's our age. Aizawa, present MIC, and Midnight's eyes all widened, mouths agape in pure shock and horror. No. Present MIC muttered, a haunted look on his face. No, that can't be. Impossible. Midnight whispered out in horror. He couldn't have. He wouldn't. Nezu's paws cracked as they clenched tightly, a furious frown on display. What is the meaning of this? Aizawa was frozen. His eyes were wide with horror and disbelief. No, outrageous. Scandalous. Shameful. Oboro said dramatically. Let me in on it. Aizawa found it hard to breathe. You little scamp. Oboro said, holding up a cat cheerfully. TADH. He showed to the girls of their class. Aizawa gripped the armrest hard. Wait, how about I lend you my goggles? Oboro offered his goggles to Aizawa. So you can protect your eyes and get close to him. Aizawa grips the goggles inside his scarf. Even if one of us screws up, the other two can pick up the slack. Aizawa looked at the bloody body bag that Oboro was in. Tears started swelling up in his eyes. As long as the three of us stick together, Oboro said with a determined smile. There's not a problem in the world we can't resolve. The despair left Aizawa's eyes. Now they held pure anger. Nezu looked to Aizawa, his eyes said it all this will be looked into. But not now. The students don't need to know. Not until we know for certain. Aizawa nodded. Nezu looked to both Yamada and Kiyama with the same look and message, with more emphasis towards MIC, who both, reluctantly, accepted. Nezu turned to the rest of the group and informed them to continue with the video. Meanwhile, Izuku looked at his teacher, noticing his reaction, his tears and pain in his eyes, and stared with a blank expression. The device continued saying additional multiversal counterparts relating to combatants detected. More counterparts? Momo questioned. Just like in the Kratos vs. Spawn battle. I wonder who these are. B. Ulma briefs. Multiversal counterpart, my Hatsume. Wow, looks like you're married to Bakugo in Otherworld, Hatsume. Uraraka said, meanwhile secretly cheering at what she thought was a rival down. Izuku tensed, eyes subtly twitching in disgust at the mental image of Kaken with Mai. Nah, he's not my type. Mai dismissed, a bored expression on her face. Too loud and arrogant for my taste. That's the pot calling the kettle black. The girls thought. Izuku released a breath of relief that he didn't know he was holding. He then immediately wondered why the notion bothered him so much. Hey! Bakugo roared offended. I'm any girl's type. You would love TOSCKMYPP. All those extras from my old school practically worshipped me. Name one chick that isn't at all interested in me. All the girls in Class 1A, Nejaya, Melissa, most of Class 1B, and Mai raised their hands in unison. Conveniently, Ibara refused to move or make any acknowledgement of that question. Maria Robotnik. Multiversal counterpart, Melissa Shield. I'm sorry that you had to see that, Melissa. Asui said. Watching your other self die in front of your eyes is hard. At least for us, we took comfort in that it was all simulations but... Well, it's okay, you don't have to say it. Melissa said. Thank you, Asui. You can call me Zu. Asui said. Alright, Zu it is. Melissa said with a smile. No wonder Midoriya and her seem to get along well. Zu mentally said. They are practically identical in terms of personality. I wonder with the counterparts all said and done, the video began again. It started up with Shadow running, skating through green plains before he slid to a stop before Vegeta, the Saiyan's back facing the Black Hedgehog. There you are. Shadow announced as he slid to a stop. I knew I sensed an extraordinary power from around here. Well, that certainly sounds like me. Vegeta bragged arrogantly as he turned to face his opponent. Who and what are you? Appropriate response to suddenly finding yourself with a 3-foot-tall hedgehog. Shinsu muttered. I am Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow introduced himself before striking a pose. The ultimate life form. I am starting to like this hedgehog style. Emma said as he too struck a pose. Ultimate life form. Vegeta said. A weird-looking rat is an ultimate life form. Ha ha ha. That's a laugh. Actually, when you look at it hard, this Vegeta sounds like the combination of both Bakugo and Monoma. Todoroki said. Monoma was quickly quieted by Itsuka while Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero had to hold back Lord Explosion Murder and cover his mouth to block the river of slurs and swears. Word of advice, freak, you're a little on the short side to be threatening. Vegeta taunted. Funny. Shadow commented. I was going to say the same thing about you. Aizawa, Yamada, and Kiyama flinched at hearing Shadow's quips, remembering the times when Shirakumo did the same to villains. You just sealed your fate, rat. Bakugo yelled out. You just sealed your fate, rat. Vegeta said. Well, I guess that proves that Bakugo and Vegeta are one in the same. Kaminari said. Shut up, the fight's starting. Mineta said. Fight. Shadow appeared in front of Vegeta in a blink of an eye, striking out his leg for a straight kick before Vegeta caught the foot with one hand. Shadow tried again with a flurry of kicks and punches, all of which Vegeta blocked or kicked and punched back. Wow, they are so fast. Mina said. I can barely keep track of them. Finally, Vegeta caught another kick from Shadow and kicked him a few yards away. The Saiyang Prince brought his hands together, glowing in purple energy. Gallic Gun. Fire. The bright and large purple laser fired onto the still flying Shadow, causing a large explosion. When the smoke cleared, Shadow was on his feet but breathing tiredly. That's it. Bakugo yelled. He looks almost defeated and Otherme just did one blast. Give Otherme a challenge. Careful there, Baku. Minoma taunted. Last time you said that, your guy died by his own explosion. Bakugo gritted his teeth but kept silent. Pathetic. Vegeta taunted as he floated in the air. Before you die, let me show you a true ultimate life form. Oh, I think we are about to see that Super Saiyan. Kirishima said, jumping in his seat. I'm so excited. Vegeta started yelling while flexing his muscles, a golden aura of power building up around him. Rug. With a final yell, Vegeta's hair turned golden as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. So manly. Kirishima and Tetsu cheered out. Bakugo grinned, confident that he will win. Hehe, tell me, Hedgehog. Vegeta said, chuckling. Does a lab rat like yourself experience fear? You have no idea. Shadow breathed. Who you're dealing with? Shadow rose into the air, floating as the 7 Chaos Emeralds appeared and circled around him. Oh, Shadow is about to go Super too. Pony said excitingly. What's this? Vegeta questioned, but stayed still, allowing for whatever is happening to continue. There is that flaw in Vegeta. Snipe said. His allowing his enemy to reach a higher power level, even if it could lead to his own defeat. The gems circled around Shadow faster before disappearing in the hedgehog, and in a flash of golden light, Super Shadow was fully formed. Behold the true power I possess. Wow! Vegeta said in a monotone voice. What a ripoff. A second later, Super Shadow crashed into Vegeta. Yeah, quit stealing my shtick. Bakugo yelled. Well, technically Shadow's from another world with possibly no says, so I wouldn't say it's 𝐒𝐿. Tried to reason before he was cut off. Shut up, you extra tape dispenser. As they sailed through the air, Shadow unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches that Vegeta was forced to block. They separated before clashing into each other at super fast speeds that the audience could barely see. Okay, now I can barely see a thing. Mina said. I can barely keep track of where they are and which is which. They are moving at super fast speeds, quite possibly as fast as light speed if we can barely see their forms. Ida analyzed. Suddenly, Shadow appeared in a flash before swiftly unleashing a roundhouse kick into a quickly appeared Vegeta who sailed backwards. Shadow Super sped towards Vegeta, crashing at high speeds through the Super Saiyan, all the while leaving behind an orb of purple energy around Vegeta in a ring. Shadow materialized, back turned to the Saiyan, and snapped his fingers, the purple orbs of Chaos Force exploding and launching Vegeta into another exploding orb after another, until he crashed into the ground below. Holy CRP! That's awesome! Tetsu yelled. Bakugo snarled, enraged at getting his butt handed to him by a hedgehog of all things. Shadow created a volley of chaos spears and launched them towards the downed Vegeta, creating a field of explosions and smoke, obscuring the Saiyan. Ha! Minoma taunted. Looks like that so-called Saiyan prince is getting his place served by a glowing rat. Oh, how you must be so dash! Vegeta emerged from the smoke and drove his knee into the hedgehog's stomach. Woo! Setsuna cheered. He's fighting back. Vegeta quickly flashed away and appeared behind Shadow and kicked the rodent away, while firing a stream of blue ball of ki energy. After the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Shadow, but Vegeta could still sense his presence. "Here. Where'd he go?" Vegeta questioned. "Right behind you," Super Shadow announced, truly behind Vegeta. Vegeta whirled around quickly and prepared, firing a blast of ki energy before Shadow snapped his fingers again, a flash of light covering the screen. As the light faded, Vegeta realized that he was underwater, fish swimming around him. "The hell?" Vegeta questioned, confused. "How did I get here?" Did Shadow just teleported Vegeta into the ocean?" Setsuna questioned. "Well, they did say that Shadow could manipulate time and space, so that could be very much possible." Jirota said. "That was cheap." Kirishima stated. "Teleport him back and fight like a real man. That was easier than I thought." Shadow bragged. "I guess I'm better than..." The hedgehog was cut off as Vegeta burst through the ocean with a roar, glowing in golden veil of energy. "Cheap trick teleporting me underwater, coward." Vegeta taunted. "Cut the act and give up already. You are nothing compared to me, snap." In another snap and flash of light, Vegeta found himself on the moon. "God damn it. Quit teleporting me all over the place and fight like a man, you frat." No guesses who that was from. "What he said?" Kirishima said. "Except the cursing part." Shadow looked to the moon and huffed. "Playtime's over, runt." Vegeta yelled out before he punched the freaking moon, said lunar object slowing, falling onto Earth like a fiery meteor. Jaws dropped once again. Did he just punch the moon? Uraraka yelled in disbelief. "And he moved it." Miruko whistled. "Call me impressed." "Well, Ms. Impressed," Endeavor snarked. "Did it occur to you that that antihero is willing to destroy the Earth to win a death match with a hedgehog?" "Oh yeah," Miruko said. "Well, it's a simulation, so no biggie. I think that point is that these simulations are based upon not only the power sets and skills of the fighters but also their actions and thoughts." Ryukyu said. "So it could stand to reason that the real Vegeta would do something similar along the lines to this simulation. And we wouldn't want that kind of reckless power in our world." "No," Shadow yelled. "Is he insane?" "Probably," Kaminari said. "Good old Kaken kind of swings between sane and insane." Chuckles were drawn from the students, while the only thing that Bakugo drew was an explosion to the discount Pikachu's face. Shadow's inhibitor rings snapped off. He removed his inhibitor rings. David pointed out. That must mean that whatever he's going to do must rely on his full power. "Chaos!" Shadow starting yelling as the moon drew closer. "Control!" The moon suddenly disappeared in a flash of light, only for it to flash back into where it was before, unmoved. Jaws dropped so hard, one of the students swore that they heard a crack. Did he just teleport the moon back into orbit? Mineta cried out. "That power of the Chaos Force must be powerful." Momo muttered. "They did say that it can bend reality itself." Izuku said. "Yes." Shadow cheered for himself. "I did it. Kudos to Shadow for saving the Earth." Mirio applauded the hedgehog. "Wait for it." Tamaki muttered. "Congrats, Furball." Vegeta said, suddenly appearing right next to Shadow. "Wait, did he punch the moon knowing that Shadow was going to stop it?" Nejaya asked. "Probably," Melissa said. "Shadow was on Earth, so he would have also been destroyed." Vegeta used the moon as a distraction to get back unnoticed but also stall for time. "Stall for time," Toru said. "For what?" Shadow glowed in a golden aura. "It's time to end this." He was then surrounded by ruby red light and starting yelling out Chaos Bloss FWJ. Shadow reverted back into his normal state. "For that," Melissa pointed out. "Oh," Mirio said, preparing to cover the kid's eyes. "Oh," Shadow said. "Sayonara," Vegeta said. Final flash. Vegeta fired a massive ki blast that enveloped the depowered hedgehog, the only thing left afterwards being smoke. "KO!" Bakugo roared in victory, practically laughing like a maniac, the other voters for Vegeta cheering likewise. The shadow voters grumbled but respectfully applauded. However, Aizawa, MIC, and Midnight were silent, not appreciating seeing their once thought to be dead friend's counterpart get vaporized before their eyes. "Oh, somebody call Peter, we're down a hedgehog," Boomstick loudly proclaimed. "I guess that does qualify as murdering an animal," Soto said. "And I'm sure that a walking, talking, superpowered hedgehog is extremely rare, so they wouldn't be happy about this." With Super Shadow's godly power and invulnerability, the question wasn't if Vegeta could kill Shadow, it was if Vegeta could survive Super Shadow. Whis began. "True," Momo said. Super Shadow was said to be truly invulnerable, so Vegeta's attacks didn't actually hurt him, only inconvenienced him. But Shadow could clearly hurt Vegeta as he didn't have complete invulnerability. Izuku finished. This fight clearly predicated on time and durability. But Vegeta's proven time after time, he can take one hell of a beating and lasted long enough for Shadow to turn back to normal, giving Vegeta the opening he needed. Boomstick said. Additionally, the contrast between these two in their super forms was their time limit. Ida said. Shadow's super form was said to last only a few minutes, but Vegeta's Super Saiyan form was based on his own energy, and turning into Super Saiyan at the beginning of the fight meant that he had more than enough power to last long enough to outlast Shadow. His loud mouth has also helped him the past, too, Whis added, baiting his enemies to build up their power for powerful attacks to tax their energy and go in for a killing blow. A strategy fit for not only a cunning warrior but also a former member of an army of soldiers under a powerful tyrant. Monoma flinched, remembering how his taunting has had very little if any success over his opponents. Looks like Shadow's time was up. The winner is Vegeta. Whis finished. After raining in a gloating Bakugu from both Monoma and Deku, mostly from a more angry than usual glare from Aizawa, they continue the video for the next fighters. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. The first combatant shown was a familiar chubby man donned in a red and blue plumber suit with wide blue eyes, a large brown mustache, and a red cap with an M on it. They saw him jumping to far heights and somehow flying through a series of stars or miniature planets. "Hey, wait a minute," Zero said. "That's that chubby plumber from the Goomba vs. Koopa fight." Don't remind me of that CRP," Bakugu said. That fight was a shitty snoozefest. The next fighter shown was the other hedgehog shown during Shadow's analysis. The hedgehog had blue fur, had large green eyes, wore a cocky grin on his face and red and white shoes on his feet. They also saw him moving at high speeds through fields, almost as fast if not faster than Shadow. And that's the other hedgehog that they showed in Shadow's part of the video. Nejaya pointed out giddily. "I wonder what these two have in common. Are they both fast? Do they also have super forms? Is his name the one that they said was Shadow's rival, Sonic? Are they rivals?" Nejaya. Izuku stopped the airhead from her mumbling. "It might sound hypocritical from me, but you're mumbling again." Nejaya frozen before she blushed and stopped. Nad twiddled her fingers. Sorry Zuki." Izuku blushed wildly. "It's ff fine." He sat down and tried to remove the blush from his face at the name and the appealing cuteness that Nejaya displayed. The unofficial HM girl's eyes twitched in jealousy, while Melissa too looked to Izuku with a growing dark shadow over her eyes. "Zuki," Melissa thought darkly. Eri meanwhile looked between the blushing Izuku and Nejaya. "Papa looks like he also likes Auntie Neji. But isn't Momo Mama? Or was it Miss Melissa? Or Miss Ocha or Miss Mina? Is Auntie Neji really Mama Neji? I'm so confused. I have to ask Papa later." The guys looked upon the green bean in semi-hatred, annoyance, and jealousy. Kirishima and Tetsu shed a single tear and placed their fists over their hearts muttering, "A true man he is." Bakugu was once again says that the limelight fell onto Deku yet again, especially after his victory really his counterpart's victory. Meanwhile, while the agreements to play the next video passed by and Mai hit the play button, Nezu hummed to himself. Shirakumo is supposed to be deceased. Yet this machine has said that he is Kurogiri of the League of Villains. Is the machine or this Seidan lying? Nezu looked to Aizawa and Izuku. Or could something else be afoot? Either way, I believe a talk with Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 is in order. What no one else knew, other than Nezu, was that the Dr. Gerald Robotnik, the scientist who created Shadow, just so happened to look like the same doctor that was counterpart to Shang Tsung, the same doctor that told Izuku that he didn't have a quirk. The same doctor who appeared to have a different name than what young Midoriya claimed it to be. Dr. Kudaiguraki, was it? After a minute of talking over the previous fight and speculation over a suspicious doctor, I pressed the play button for the next fight. Their rivalry is legendary and their fame unmatched. Wiz began. Wait, how can their rivalry be legendary if they never dash? Is your brain that dumb, dunce head? Bakugo interrupted Kaminari's question. This was just like that Haga vs Zangief fight. They are fictional to their world, but real in their own worlds. Wow! Mina said amazed. It's always jarring to remember that Kaken actually has brains under all that meanness. Shut up, Acid Beach. After battling an unofficial battle of 2 decades of fame and popularity, this match will meet its decisive end. Wiz continued. I have been waiting for this forever. Boomstick yelled out excited. These two must be really popular for they to get so excited over. Melissa said. Mario, the whimsical Italian plumber. Wiz introduced the first fighter. And Sonic, the hyperactive hedgehog. Boomstick introduced the second fighter. Hey! Soto said. What's so special about some plumber dude and a hedgehog? This Sonic is clearly the same one that was referred to as Shadow's rival from the last video. Todoroki answered. And from what we've seen, I wager that he has just as fast speeds as Shadow and a similar super form. However, the plumber is still a mystery. Momo pointed out. I guess we will see in this fight. I am Wizard and his Boomstick, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. The first fighter was a short, slightly chubby man. He wore blue overalls with gold and yellow buttons, a red shirt with sleeves and large white gloves, brown shoes, and a red cap on his head, a white circle with a red M on the front of the cap, and tufts of brown hair sticking out from his sides. The man also had a large blue eyes, a comically large nose, and a large mustache. He appeared to the group jumping out of a wide green pipe that came out of the ground, the Italian plumber jumping up in the air, fist raised high. The students chuckled a bit at his large nose and mustache. Eri and Kuta didn't know why they smiled so wide when they saw the fighter, but they felt that this plumber just projected happiness and whimsy. Mario is one of the 7-star children born with the potential for greatness, and possesses many special abilities with the intent of protecting his home, the Mushroom Kingdom. Wiz revealed. 7-star children. Destined for greatness. Kyuka said. Kind of reminds me of some plot point in an anime. Said universe's own child of greatness started to admire the red plumber and hero for defending his home. So he is a hero in his world. Mirio said. Isn't that cool, Eri? Eri nodded, her eyes filled with childlike wonder. Even as a baby he was obviously destined for greatness. Wiz continued. The scene shows a baby Mario being guarded and protected by a group of Yoshis. Oh yeah! Pony cried out. He's the same baby that Yoshi from before helped. The students looked at the scene and nodded at Pony's claim, noticing the same large nose and red cap. When you got an army of dinosaurs serving you before you can even speak, you know that you are going to do great things. Boomstick pointed out. Background height, 5 feet 1 inch, can jump over 20 feet high, stamina, superhuman strength, superhuman durability, skilled combatant. He is well known for his incredible athleticism and unmatched jumping ability. Wiz explained. Who says white guys can't jump? Boomstick jokingly asked. That guy has some crazy hops. Kirishima said. Hey Zoo, how far can you jump compared to him? I can jump around 66 feet, so I can jump 3 times as high. Asui said. Plus my tongue can reach around 21 meters, so I could definitely catch him, if you were going to ask that next. Ah yeah. Kirishima said, momentarily taken back in surprise. I was. That's Zoo for you. Izuku said, smiling. Knowing just what people are going to say and being blunt about it. 𝐼's face was still as expressionless as always, but now had a slight red blush on her cheeks. He finally remembered to call me Zu. The other girls meanwhile stared at the frog quirk girl with jealousy, even Uraraka and Nejiya. Meanwhile, listening in on the conversation was Miruko. She turned to the Dragoon hero and asked, "Hey, you mind if I take that 𝐼 girl for an internship or work-study sometime in the future? Maybe Uraraka too if you are cool with that." Ryukyu actually looked surprised at the question. Yeah, sure. I'm actually surprised that you, the infamous Miruko who hates team-ups and has never gotten an intern or sidekick, would ask that." Miruko smirked before looking back at 𝐼. "I guess I'm just curious is all." Miruko turned her gaze over to a certain cinnamon roll as he was stared at with jealous looks from the guys. "Oh yeah. Really curious. Plus he is a powerhouse, with the strength to lift heavy objects and crush enormous castles," Wiz said. "He also uses his bare fists to smash solid brick." "Wow!" Itsuka said in amazement. "He must be really strong to break apart solid brick without any difficulty. With his jumping skills and weight, he can PND and crush his foes into oblivion," Boomstick said. "Look at this. He is squashing those Goombas and Koopa into pancakes." Bakugo and Kamakiri laughed hysterically at comment as they witnessed the useless minions squashed into paste. "Are those creatures the same ones that you guys said you watch a fight before?" Melissa asked. The whole of the students groaned at the memory. "Don't remind us," Setsuna said. "But when he needs some extra firepower, he has an entire arsenal of power-ups," Boomstick revealed. Fire Flower grants pyrokinesis to Todoroki, and Endeavor are intrigued can create and manipulate fire-bouncing fireballs ends after absorbing one deadly blow. His first power-up is the Fire Flower, Wiz revealed. With it, Mario gains pyrokinetic abilities. He can control fire, Izuku said, his eyes lighting up in awe. "It almost just like yours, Todoroki." "Yeah," Todoroki said. "However, I don't believe that my fire attacks can bounce like a ball. Plus I am not as versed in my fire side as my ice side." Endeavor, overhearing, flinched. "Really?" Boomstick questioned. "I always thought the flower was just really spicy." Cue the eye rolls from the adults and chuckles, and also eye rolls from the students. "He can and manipulate fire for a multitude of different, devastating attacks," Wiz explained further, showing Mario unleash a massive amount of swirling flames. "Interesting." Todoroki cupped his chin in thought. "With some more training and my left side cooling me, I'm sure I could replicate that attack. I'm starting to like this plumber guy," Bakugo said. "If this guy can cause explosions with that power, and his power-ups don't stupidly go away after a hit, then he would be my vote." Frog Suit 𝐼 perks up intrigued increases jump height increases swimming speed can breathe underwater resists water currents for better control looks absolutely ridiculous. 𝐼 croaks offended his also got this frog suit thingy, Boomstick added. While wearing it, Mario can jump even higher, swim even faster, and breathe underwater. "Hey, it's just like your quirk, Zu," Uraraka said. "Minus the tongue and camouflage part." "Ribbit." 𝐼 nods, a finger at her chin, more intrigued over this character. "The only problem is no one is going to take him seriously wearing that thing," Boomstick said. "Oh look at him." As Boomstick made that comment, and the final point in the list of abilities popped up, 𝐼 croaked and glared at the video, more specifically Boomstick. "While he does look adorable, don't cute shame him," Toru said. "I call Midori and Koda cute but doesn't mean that they can't do anything." Izuku and Koda blushed, both embarrassed. Meanwhile, Zero covered Bakugo's mouth in tape before the explosive blonde could retort. Cape Feather wears a yellow cape can fly for unprecedented amounts of time can deflect projectiles razor-sharp edge. Several different power-ups have granted Mario flight before, but none as well as the Cape Feather, Wiz revealed. With it, Mario can fly for an unprecedented amount of time. His flight power is almost as similar to Hawk's own wings, Mount Lady said. And that projectile deflecting sounds incredibly useful against long-range attackers. All Might's and Torino's mind flashed back to the 7th user of OFA, Nana Shimura, and how she floated through air without a care in the world and smiled. Metal Cap becomes living metal. Tetsu perks up. Nearly indestructible Kirishima perks up as well. Incredibly heavy power, increased speed and maneuverability remain unchanged. The Metal Cap turns Mario's entire body into indestructible, living steel. Boomstick jumped in. But while Metal Mario is extremely heavy, his strength and speed are boosted, giving him 10 times more power and just as much agility as before. That's awesome! Kirishima yelled. It's like your quirk, man. I know! Tetsu yelled excited. This Mario guy is so manly. So while he turns himself into metal, he retains his regular speed and agility, aside from his jumps. Power loader deduced. That's quite the useful power-up. Starman Invulnerable increases speed, instantly kills foes. Audience did a double take on that short time limit. The Starman envelops Mario in a blinding aura of compressed energy. Wiz jumped in, giving him increased speed and complete invulnerability for a short time. Touching a normal enemy in this state will kill the foe instantly. Instantly? Momo questioned, astonished. Amazing! This Starman must be this Mario's equivalent towards that super form that Shadow and perhaps this Sonic has as well. Ida said. Hammer stored in Mario's pocket can crush practically anything. Smaller hammers can be thrown, and while not technically a power-up, Mario has a hammer that can crush almost anything. Wiz revealed. Hulled barrels from a giant monkey. Crushed. Boomstick exclaimed in mad glee. Spooky undead ghosts. Crushed. Nagging ex-wife. Crushed. Wait, that thing can kill ghosts? Bakugu questioned loudly. How the F does that make sense? Magic! Kyuka said. Mega Mushroom Mario grows. Giant Mount Lady perked up at this. Invulnerable can smash through almost any obstacle. Lasts for a short time, and it seems Mario is always popping shrooms to get more power, and with the Mega Mushroom, he goes ginormous. Boomstick continued. Mowing down people, plants, environments, hell, everything. Oh, come on! Mount Lady cried out. He's stealing my thing. So unfair. Easy there, girl, Mandalay said. At least he has a time limit, while you can do it as long as you want. Mario has battled a larger variety of enemies than other video game hero. Wiz jumped in. Whether a foe is large or small, creepy or goofy, dumb or deadly, nothing has ever proved too much for him. Except keeping track of his woman. Boomstick interrupted, showing an image of a princess in a pink dress. She always getting kidnapped and he's always showing up at the wrong castle. Somebody needs to throw a GPS tracking bracelet on this beach. While the girls were slightly offended by the final comment, Bakugu was laughing his butt off on both Mario constantly going to the wrong castle and the pink princess always getting captured. Mario is impulsive and not much of a strategist, preferring to quickly fight his way through problems than thinking things through. Wiz explained. That could be problematic. Aizawa said. Some heroes' situations may require more brains than brawn. But that doesn't matter. Boomstick said. Italy's greatest hero can power through anything. It's Sammy, Mario. Mario said in victory, flashing a 2-finger V for victory to the group. The group thought over the Italian plumber. The students liked his heroism in defending his home and saving the princess, like some standard fairy tale hero. A really liked Mario, claiming that he looked funny and happy. Kuta liked Mario too, but thought that it was all too cheerful and goofy for his liking. The heroes were intrigued on his many power-ups and how this hero with his arsenal of different abilities would be quite efficient in many type of situations. The next fighter shown was basically a blue, more light-hearted version of Shadow from before. The second fighter was a blue anthropomorphic hedgehog, with ocean blue fur and peach-colored spot on his stomach, and had large green eyes. His quills hanged low and spiky, a contrast to Shadow's more spiked-up quills. He wore nothing but a pair of white gloves and cool red shoes with a stripe of white on each shoe. They also saw said new fighter zoom through the area so fast that even the heroes could barely keep track of him. Sonic the Hedgehog is the fastest thing alive and a freedom fighter battling to save the world from the tyrannical Dr. 𝐒𝐫 Robotnik. Wiz revealed. They saw an image of the blue hedgehog fighting against a white man with a red suit that looked shaped like an egg and with an army of robots by his side. "Hey, doesn't that guy look similar to that other doctor in the shadow fight?" Setsuna pointed out. The students and heroes looked closer and realized that the egg-shaped villain did in fact look identical towards the doctor. "You're right, Tokage," Itsuka said. "They even have the same last name, Robotnik." Nezu frowned and hummed in thought as he continued to view the video. "He's not so bad for a tree-hugging hippie," Boomstick said. Itsuka sent a short prayer of thanks to Sonic for his concern and fight to protect nature and the environment. Background height, 3 feet 3 inches. Weight, 35 pounds. Age, 16. Freedom Fighter. Top speed, unknown, 765 miles per hour as fastest obtained. Average estimate. Eyebrows were raised high at the level of speed shown by Sonic. Sonic's most notable ability is his speed. Wiz explained. He can easily break the sound barrier in mere seconds. While his top speed is unknown, he has clocked in an average of 765 miles per hour. "Holy CRP!" Boomstick exclaimed. "He must burn through shoes." Eyebrows were raised high and jaws plummeting down at seeing how fast Sonic was going. Seeing the blue hedgehog became a blue blur as he ran, jumped, and slid past buildings in a nanosecond. "Holy CRP!" Kyuka said. "Has your family ever reached those kinds of speeds before, Ida?" Momo asked, face still clearly astounded. "No hero ever has." Ida managed to gasp out, for once completely still in shock. Izuku watched as Sonic ran with a smile on his face, like he was alive, and instantly felt a connection to him. When Izuku first learned full cowling, feeling the energy course through him and grow faster and faster as his progress increased, he felt alive. Just like Sonic. He can further increase his speed with his trademark figure 8 technique. Wiz explained. "How? What? How can he?" "Here," said the perplexed Momo Yorozo. "Wow, even Yo Momo is stumped." Asui said. "My Doria, can you figure?" Asui's question fell on deaf ears as Izuku was scared back into his muttering state, analyzing and writing in his journal in the same mad passion as Hatsume with her machines. "But he's not just fast on his feet." Boomstick jumped in. "Attacks and technique: spin attack, spin dash, homing attack, light speed dash, martial arts. Ojiro liked can burrow underground. He can curl up into a spiky ball and rip through his opponents with his spin attack." Boomstick continued. "He's like some spinning jigsaw," Snipe said. "And it appears that his quills and this technique are strong and sharp enough to rip through solid steel." Vlad King said. Tetsu shivered in slight fear, mentally picturing how his own steel body would handle Sonic's spin attack. His homing attack rockets towards an opponent and can hit multiple times. Wiz jumped in. "That'd be useful in hitting multiple targets while in midair while evading projectiles." Todoroki said. "This Sonic is proving quite interesting. And with his spin dash, he can reach top speeds almost instantly." Boomstick said. "Man, how does this guy not vomit?" "Took the words out of my mouth, Boomstick." Mina said. "I mean, how can he do that without going a little dizzy afterwards? Or even know where he is going? Perhaps Sonic has some different form of equilibrium while spinning that helps him from being nauseous or dizzy," Izuku proposed. "And he could be looking through his quills at the right time to know where he is going and what's in his way." "Maybe," Melissa said. "At the speeds he is going, and given that level of thermal homeostasis, he would need an equal level of coordination, mental processing, and reflexes to keep up with not just his spinning but also his speed." A translation. Mina asked. Because Sonic can move at such hypersonic speeds, Sonic needs to be able to look, see, and take in the surroundings around him just as fast as his Sonic guy is crazy strong. Mirio said. "He's so cool." Kuta said, eyes flashing brighter in excitement. "But like most things that are unbelievably powerful, it has a time limit," Boomstick pointed out. "Without a steady supply of power rings, it can't even last a full minute. But given that this a hedgehog that go faster than light, a minute for us is a whole lot of time for Sonic to wipe the floor with his foes. And when the form subsides, Sonic returns to normal at peak physical form, regardless of his condition prior to the transformation. Was revealed. That's incredible. 𝐻𝐸 said. Not only can this super form make Sonic invulnerable and immune to any damage, once it runs out, if he had any previous injuries during a fight, they will be healed, giving Sonic an advantage over an weaker or more exhausted foe. The students' and heroes' eyes widen comically large at how powerful and useful this power could be. While Sonic is always risking his life saving the world from all kinds of robots, demigods, and world-ending monsters, his kind of a PP. Boomstick added. Sonic is cocky, arrogant, and addicted to action. Wiz explained. He becomes cranky and unstable when he is cooped up for too long. And if you ignore him, he will straight up leave YA. Well, that's a little rude. Mina said. Don't tell me that you wouldn't be a little cranky being cooped up inside. Kyuka questioned. Tuche. Mina said. I'm starting to like this guy more and more. Bakugo said. He chose to be oblivious to the exasperated looks and sweat drops directed at him. Despite his rough personality, he will do whatever it takes to save the day. Sonic dodged a laser blast from a robot wasp. Ooh, I'd like to hang, but I've got a juice. Sonic speeds away in a flash. The group thought over what they thought of Sonic. While he seemed ruder compared to Mario, the students agreed that he was cool and powerful, especially his incredible speed. The heroes respected how he was a freedom fighter and a powerful ally to have, but were concerned that his cockiness and arrogance could be more a liability than assistance. Eri liked Sonic, but Kuta liked him more with how cool and powerful he was. All right, the combatants are set. Wiz traditionally said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled out. The video paused as it scanned its fighters for counterparts. Meanwhile, the traditional voting had begun. The votes were practically even, with both sides agreeing that both are cool and powerful and hard to choose. In the end, the ones most notable for Mario were Mirio, because of his raw power and heroism, because of how goofy and funny he looked and talked, Todoroki and Endeavor for Mario's pyrokinesis, Tetsu and Kirishima for his metal cap power-up, Tamaki, because he found Mario's upbeat and happiness similar to Mirio, Toru and Koda for Mario's goofiness and connection with Yoshi, Asui for his frog suit, Uraraka and Miruko for his flight and jumping prowess, and Mount Lady for Mario's size. Changing powers. For Sonic, his most notable voters consisted of Izuku, who liked Sonic's heroism, speed, and a feeling of similarity, Kuta, who thought Sonic was super cool and powerful, Bakugo, who liked the blue hedgehog's style, power, and attitude, Ida, who liked Sonic's speed though disagreed with his cocky nature, Kaminari and Nejaya over his lightning shield and coolness, Sen, who liked his spin attacks and dash attacks, All Might and Gran Torino for his speed and power as Supersonic, Mina for their similar lack of patience and coolness, Aizawa and Mic because of his connection with Oboro's counterpart, and Nezu, who had a calculative smile. Scanning complete. The device said as it finished its search. Mario. Multiversal counterpart, Mirio Tagata. Wow, Mirio, we found a counterpart of yours. Izuku congratulated the third year. And he is super strong. We found one of you, Lemillion. Eri pointed out excitedly. Isn't that great? Power! Miro posed with a large smile on his face. I had a feeling that you and he were one and the same. Tamaki said. You both have a light, shining. Mirio smiled brightly at his best friend. Sonic. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Wowie! Isn't awesome, Zuki? Nejaya pointed out excitedly. I just knew it. I just knew it. You were super fast too during that fight with Overhaul, sparking lightning everywhere, and your shoot style is a lot like Sonic's fighting style. No wonder I thought he was so cool. He is as cool as you, Izuku. Kuta cheered excitingly before recomposing into his tough guy look. I mean because you two are strong and really cool, I guess. Izuku smiled gratefully at the two and looked at his counterpart with recognition. I knew it. His mind flashed to the 7 Chaos Emeralds. 7 emeralds. 7 quirks to MSTR if I include All Might's power. I hope that can live up to the strength that my other self has. That's cool that you are Sonic, Muscles. My said. I admit that I was surprised. Never could see you as the arrogant, cocky type. That's more of that explodey guy's shtick. Ignoring the laughter and chuckles at that comment and the hey from Kaken, Izuku deadpanned at the comment. She's right, I guess. Though I was also somehow the counterparts to both Kratos and Spawn, all because of One for All and Kaken's and I's past. Meanwhile, up above with the teacher and heroes, Miruko smirked at the connection between Izuku and Sonic. Interesting kid. Let's see if your counterpart beats my voted fighter. You recognize the connection to, right Toshinori? Gran Torino said, not as a question, but as a fact. Yeah. All Might said. Those rainbow-colored gems. The rainbow light of One for All. The fact that it can be shared with others, like with Shadow from before. Supersonic's flight-like float. The speed that young Midoriya is bound to achieve. There was no mistaking that the two were linked. And yet that Starman upgrade's rainbow light also is like the quirk. Alongside that Mario's strength. Speed, or he could be unable to know where he is running and could crash into a wall. Momo simplified. Throughout his adventures, he has acquired a number of special shields to improve his abilities. Wiz revealed. Each shield can deflect minor projectiles, to even larger ones depending on the type, and each have environmental advantages, but will disintegrate after absorbing a deadly blow. Just like Mario's power-ups. Shinso said. Both can only survive one hit before they disappear. Fire Shield impervious to fire and heat Todoroki, and Endeavor perked up this 2 fiery makeup disintegrates in water mid-air dash attack. The Fire Shield can absorb, well, fire and heat. Boomstick pointed out. Though it can't survive underwater. No SHT. But with it, Sonic can use a fiery dash attack. The kid looks like a straight-up comet. With that kind of shielding, he could block every one of you and your son's fire attacks, Endeavor. All Might said. Endeavor hummed in agreement. It would take a powerful melee or different elemental-based attack to destroy the shield before I could hurt him with a fire attack. And even then he could just respond quickly enough to speed away from it. You think that your ice could cancel out his fire shield, Todoroki? Izuku asked. Maybe. Shoto said. The shield can't survive water, and if it can't melt through my ice instantly, the melted water could destroy it. But with that fiery dash attack, he could easily burn and crash his way through my ice easily. Lightning Shield impervious to electricity. Kaminari perked up electric makeup disintegrates in water magnetic field mid-air jump. The Lightning Shield can't survive in aquatic environments either, but it can give Sonic a mid-air jump for extra aerial control and immunity to all electric-based attacks. Wizard said. With that shield, I couldn't be able to hurt him, even with a 2 million volt blast. Kaminari said. I don't think I could hurt him too. Nejaya said. My energy blasts are electrical too, so they probably wouldn't phase that shield. What about you, Izuku? Can your punches hurt them with that lightning you used on Overhaul? Izuku, though over how his lightnings seemingly seemed to physically harm Chisaki, though wonders if he could even use that excess energy of OFA at all. My punches perhaps can, but I most likely would get electrified if I touch the shield. And I still don't know if I can even use that excess lightning that shoots out of me. All Might made a note to counsel Izuku on that later. Moving on from Deku and his light show, that mid-air jump can make this Sonic guy more maneuverable through the air, much like my explosions do for me. Bakugu said. Bubble Shield can breathe underwater water and air makeup bounce attack bouncing can increase jumping height, and with the Bubble Shield, he breathe underwater and control his jumps with a powerful bounce. Boomstick added. It's similar to Mario's frog suit. Asui said. I bet we will see more of that. And he can jump extra high with the bubbled shield as a springboard, like me and my tail. Ojiro said. Though I wonder they keep referencing water. Why do we keep mentioning water, you might ask? Boomstick questioned. Thank you, Ojiro, for you somehow asking the question that they answer immediately, again. Toru said. Because he can't freaking swim. Boomstick continued. Put him in the water and you get not only a powerless Sonic, but the most PTSD-inducing music ever that will make your heart stop in terror. Most of the students and even heroes shivered and squirmed at the PTSD-inducing music, feeling like they were realistically in danger. Kyuka had the worst of it, so much so that she latched onto the closest thing that felt safe to her. That being Izuku. Immediately as they realized what happened as the music stopped, Kyuka detached herself from Izuku as fast as Sonic and blushed hard, Izuku blushing just as hard, and the girls glaring at the two in jealousy that would make even Shadow flinch. Jesus! That music was chilling. Kaminari said, oblivious to what occurred. That underwater weakness must SCK. What AF in shitty weakness? Bakugo yelled out. Before he could curse out more, a warning glare from Aizawa forced the explosion teen to zip it. While hedgehogs can normally swim, which makes this a personal weakness for Mr. Sonic, Sonic's speed requires momentum and friction, two things hard to achieve while with your feet. Nezu pointed out. Sonic seems to mostly use his legs rather than his arms, so his disadvantage towards swimming is understandable. Sonic's ultimate power-up isn't a shield at all. Wiz explained. After absorbing thousands of power rings throughout his adventures, Sonic has become an embodiment of chaos energy itself, practically releasing all that chaos force energy out like blue lightning. Using the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds, just like Shadow, Sonic can tap into their near-unlimited powers and summon the form of Super Sonic. Super Form 1000% power increase, automatic flight, unlimited stamina, invincible positive energy, or a duration based on a time limit and a steady supply of power rings. Super Sonic can fly, breathe underwater, and is completely invulnerable. Boomstick revealed. Not to mention that his speed is increased a 1000-fold. Wiz jumped in. Jaws fell once more and more jaws became unhinged. As if his speed wasn't fast enough, now he can go 1000 times faster. Sen questioned. And with his flight and invincibility, that's OP as F, Setsuna said. As Izuku saw Super Sonic, his eyes entranced by the glowing form and the aura of power coming from the hedgehog, Izuku felt a shiver run through the back of his head, especially through a specific wording that Wizard said. Practically releasing all that chaos force energy out in blue lightning. This power over the chaos force is just like Shadow's. Melissa said, snapping Izuku from his thoughts. Yeah. They both could transform into their super forms through the Chaos Emeralds and become invulnerable and can fly while in this form. Izuku said as he recomposed himself. This. And use of multiple powers. Gran Torino pointed out. You think that it's some hint of another world out there in that multiverse, whatever, that you gave the quirk to Night Eye's choice. All Might looked down at the two students who shook hands and declared to let the best fighter win. Perhaps. But that doesn't mean that I regret my choice or would shame my other self if that was the case. The boy is worthy enough, but I've made my choice and I couldn't think of a better one. Torino smiled. Good. I share the same sentiment. Meanwhile, Bakugo asked, can I change my vote? Nope. The students declared and laughed at the enraged look on Bakugo and Deku's embarrassed one. Votes and counterparts aside, the video began once again for the battle to begin. The video showed Sonic laying back in a green field, tapping his foot and finger against the ground impatient. Suddenly, a green pipe emerged from the ground where out came Mario. Sonic got up quickly and readied himself while Mario jumped off the pipe to come face to face with the blue hedgehog. Alright chubby, let's settle this feud once and for all. Sonic declared. Let's go. Mario struck a pose and said. Oh, I'm so excited. Mina said as she had her hands near her mouth. Win my actually cute hedgehog counterpart to my Midori. This fight will be centered around speed versus power. Momo said. Mario is the physically stronger and durable, but Sonic's speed and martial arts can easily match Mario's raw power. This could go either way. Fight! Sonic struck first with a quick spinning roundhouse kick, which Mario blocked. Sonic quickly pushed forward with a strong right kick to Mario's chest. As Mario was stunned, Sonic struck again with a left kick to the stomach, followed by a flurry of kicks that pounded into the Italian plumber before sending him flying with a final kick. Aizawa analyzed Sonic's strategy. He's using his speed to his advantage and by striking to first to have his opponent go on the defensive. He's striking as fast and hard as possible to crumble his foe's defense to deliver some strong attacks. Not bad. Yeah. Go Sonic. Show that plumber who's boss. Kuta said. Eri squirmed in her seat. I'm so confused. I don't want to bet against Papa, but I also don't want Uncle Mirio to lose either. Noticing Eri's dilemma, Mirio quickly said, Hey, it's okay. You don't need to choose between us. This is all just make-believe and neither of us will be hurt if you choose one or the other. But I don't want to choose. Eri still sulked and had a tear in her eye. Then don't. Izuku said, jumping in to help. It's all right. You don't have to choose or root for either of us, we understand. You can just lay back, watch, and have fun. And as a bonus, me, Mirio, and Soto will bake you that banana candy smoothie you were curious about. Eri's mouth watered before she smiled and nodded her head. Seeing the heartwarming sight, Tamaki turned away in pain too bright. So bright. Back to the fight, Mario hit the pipe before twisting his body midair and landing on the pipe. Mario brought out of his pocket a fire flower. Hey, it's time to turn up the heat. Mirio joked. The only sound that can be heard was the sound of crickets chirping, which Asui looked around for. Man, that was so not funny. Mirio recomposed himself. Mario absorbed the fire flower, his hat and red undershirt becoming pale white and his blue overalls turned light red, and his hand ablaze. Mario fired multiple fireballs, bouncing towards Sonic. The blue hedgehog jumped, spun, and maneuvered his way through the fireballs safely, only for Mario to strike. Mario slid, whilst covered in a fiery attack, attacking Sonic before he hit the ground. Mario quickly struck Sonic with a left haymaker, followed by a right uppercut, and a solid right kick. Yeah. Mario is fighting back. Tetsu cheered. Manly. He used his fireballs to inconvenience Sonic, who was forced to go defensive by jumping away from the fireballs, leaving him open for a quick attack to deliver his own combo. Endeavor analyzed. Mario quickly grabbed Sonic saying, Here we go. He spun and tossed Sonic toward the green pipe, the blue hedgehog bouncing off and heading back towards Mario. Mario brought out his cape feather and used it to launch Sonic into the air. Mario performed a corkscrew dive jump, positioned his body backwards, charged up a powerful smash attack and punched Sonic as he fell in front of him, slamming him into the ground. Mario dived to his stunned foe with a strike, spun Sonic around, using his fire as speed him around faster before blasting him away with an open palm strike. Jesus! That was awesome. Kirishima said. This death battle is awesome. He used a combination of his feather cape to launch his open upwards, he jumped and used his impressive acrobatics to launch and position himself to where he can strike Sonic from midair. Itsuka analyzed. He then used his fire as propulsion to launch himself towards Sonic and spin him around with greater velocity before finishing him off with a final fiery strike. Todoroki analyzed too. Nezu smirked at the two. Perhaps I need to open 2 more seats for my analysis class after all. Come on, Shitty Deku's blue rat counterpart. Bakugo yelled. Do something useful so I don't feel like vomiting for rooting for Shitty Deku. Sonic slid to a stop, a little singed but still standing. Mario gathered his fire and released a massive burst of swirling that engulfed the hedgehog. Ahaha! Minoma laughed tauntingly. It appears that one of you 1A plebeians isn't as strong as you thought he was. Why, I bet when the fire goes away he's nothing more than a charred dash. The fire flew away to reveal that Sonic was in one piece, his fire shield absorbing the fire and heat. Do you ever stop being wrong, or are you asking to be wrong on purpose? Yui said, causing the students to laugh at the agape Minoma. Sonic quickly counterattacked by dashing towards Mario, the blue hedgehog becoming a fiery red comet. Mario was knocked and struck around through the air as he was struck by the fiery comet that was Sonic. Mario landed on his feet, pulled out his hammer and struck Sonic as he approached, resulting in a huge explosion. Wait, is it over? Honinuki asked. Unlikely. Jirota said. It was stated that Mario's power-ups and Sonic's shields could absorb a deadly strike before disappearing and leaving them normal. At most, the shield and fireflower form will be gone. The screen gained color, with dramatic, angelic chorus music playing in the background. Mario and Sonic were shown clashing over and over, the two never giving way without a counter-attack. The scenes included Mario dodged a right hook from Sonic, Sonic slamming into a mid-air Mario with a homing attack, Sonic barely dodging a Mario jumping uppercut, Sonic impatiently tapping his foot as he waited for the frozen Mario statue to run out. The audience were both excited and impressed with the power, skill, and determination of the fighters, with some laughs thrown in at the final scene. The fight began in regular motion as Sonic ran through the field while Mario flew with his cape feather. Sonic jumped and struck a power-up, granting him a lightning shield. Woo! Lightning shield coming at 𝐒𝐻𝐢, you magic Italian plumber. Kaminari said. Mario and Sonic raced up a mountain that had a face. Striking at each other as they flew, climbed up the top. Ah! The volcano looked sad. Toru and Pony whined. Bakugo looked at the two perplexed. That is what you noticed? Not the fact that it has a face in the first place. Or that this fight between the two is awesome as hell. Hey, chill Bakadosh. Setsuna said, defending and hugging Pony. You let them notice what they want and stop being a DJ about it. Agreed. Mina said as she too hugged Toru. There, Toru. Don't let the mean DJ hurt your feelings. Mina spoke in a motherly tone. Thanks Mina, but can you please stop babying us? Toru said. It's weird. Agreed. Pony agreed. The two landed inside the dormant volcano, the screen showing a close-up of both Sonic's and Mario's determined faces. The screen panned over from the electrified shielded Sonic, past a Boba MB, towards Mario. Wait a minute. Sonic and Mario looked around at the room entirely filled with weird-looking bombs with white eyes and yellow feet, them all sounding up in alarm at the newcomers. Bombs! Kuta, Koda, Nejaya, and A cried out. Weird, walking bombs, but bombs. Mima MIA. Mario cried out. A second later, the volcano's face was consumed in a large, fiery explosion, with Sonic and Mario, the latter crying out as they flew through the air. Laughter rang out through the room, even Endeavor and Aizawa spared a chuckle. Bakugo and Torino were busting a gut as they saw Izuku's furry counterpart fly through the air from that explosion. Are they okay? Eri asked. Yes they are A. Uraraka jumped in. Deku and Mirio's counterparts had shields and powers on that saved them from the big boom. Oh! Yeah. Eri cheered, Uraraka smiling motherly. Ms. Ocha is also nice and sweet. Like a mama. Eri thought. Miss Ocha. Miss Momo. Auntie Neji. Miss Melissa. Miss Kyuka. Who is true mama? I'm so confused. Sonic landed in the water. Oh. That's not good. Zero said. Sonic is not good at water. That's bullshit. Bakugo yelled in rage. Well, they mentioned water a lot of times, so it was bound to happen in the fight. Soto said. Sonic sank further down the lake, flailing his limbs uselessly. He popped up a bubble shield and activated it, Sonic now encased in a bubble shield. At least he has a bubble shield. Ojiro pointed out. Mario landed in the water, wearing his frog suit, before bringing his weight down and slamming into Sonic's, destroying the bubble shield instantly. Oops. Ojiro said. Dude. Stop doing that. Mineta yelled. Sonic tried jumping around yet failed to swim around effectively. The PTSD-inducing music played out as Sonic quickly tired to try to run away, causing the audience, especially Kyuka, to shiver and hold their ears. As the music started getting higher louder, Sonic flailed around before his eyes were replaced with green emeralds and the screen was filled with a white light. Wait, is that Dash? Kuta said excitingly. Izuku and All Might smiled. It's go time. As Mario swam away, Sonic's voice, somewhat distorted and echoing, said, now I'll show you. Mario was slammed into by a golden blur. Mario was launched out of the water and the golden blur popped out in the sky as Super Sonic, floating, his fur turned golden and spiked up, and his body encased in a golden aura, his emerald eyes turning ruby red. How's that plumber? The Sonic voters cheered in relief, while the rest looked with wide eyes and wide jaws. "Oh, it's about to get good," Setsuna said, rubbing her hand in excitement. Mario, while in midair, pulled out a metal cap, transforming into Metal Mario and dropping down onto the ground, kneeling. "Yeah. Metal Manly Mario time." Tetsu cheered. "Wow, superhero landing." Kaminari clapped. "I heard that does a number on your knees." "Well, he is made of metal right now," Mineta pointed out. "I don't think a broken knee is a concern right now." Sonic roared in power before flying straight into Mario, causing an explosion, only for the smoke to clear and show Metal Mario intact, holding Super Sonic back. "What?" Bakugu roared out. "What is this bullshit?" Mario's metal form was said to be almost invulnerable. Momo said, she too surprised at Metal Mario's feat, "I guess it's that strong." Metal Mario tossed Super Sonic away, only for Super Sonic to fly back from behind and collide into him multiple times, all the while leaving no sign of damage or struggle other than Mario sliding back a few inches every time. Metal Mario kicked Super Sonic away before bringing up the Starman and absorbing it, becoming cased in rainbow light. Mario rushed towards Super Sonic in normal speed, striking at the Golden Hedgehog with a spin attack before launching him away. "Power!" Mario yelled out as he flexed his muscles. "Wait, shouldn't Sonic be defeated?" Shahai asked. "They did say that Mario using the Starman makes anyone who touches him instantly die. They also said that Sonic was completely invincible under his super form." Tokoyami pointed out. "It appears that the instant death is nullified because of Sonic's super form. Mario made a mistake." The audience turned to see it was Izuku that said that. "He made a mistake, right, Kaken?" "For once, you are right, Deku," Kaken said. "That Italian stereotype made a big thing mistake." "Okay, mind cluing us in on what you two are agreeing?" Kaminari pleaded. "Because at this point I'm just worried the apocalypse has started now that you two are agreeing with each other." Mario's forms seemed to have only two ways to be destroyed, either from getting hit with a deadly attack or changing into another form. Izuku explained. However, three forms seemed to be wear off through a time limit: the Metal Cap, the Mega Mushroom, and the Starman. "Yeah, and?" Mina asked. "Isn't it obvious, Pink Cheeks?" Bakugu yelled. Mario changed into Starman before the Metal Cap finished wearing off. He could have waited until the Metal Cap wore off before using the Starman to draw out Super Sonic's time limit. Mario was too impulsive and used the Starman, which changed him out of the Metal Cap early and wasted the Starman on Super Sonic without realizing that Sonic can't be hurt while in super form, Izuku continued. "And because of that error, the Starman should wear off right about now." Mario morphed back to normal. "See," Izuku said with a tiny smile. The group looked at the two in stunned silence. Momo, Mai, and Melissa were mentally kicking themselves for not realizing it sooner, have respect towards Izuku and Bakugu, begrudgingly toward the later, and, with Izuku analysis, were a little turned on. Ida, meanwhile, was only doing the first and second part. Nezu smiled maniacally. "Oh yes, I see, great thing for you, Izuku Midoriya, in our analysis classes. And you as well, Katsuki Bakugu. You have earned your admittance as well. So you're a bit tougher than I thought here," Sonic said. "But now it's time for me to finish this dash." Mario popped out a Mega Mushroom and grew to giant of himself. "Whoa," Sonic said in astonishment. "Yeah, whoa," Itsuka said. "Mega size time." Mount Lady cheered, her fellow pros rolling their eyes. Super Sonic crashed at light speeds into Giant Mario, with no seeming effect happening. Mega Mario, having enough, knocked Sonic away with a giant punch. "Oh come on, this is just unfair now," Bakugu yelled out. "No matter what they do, they just can't truly hurt the other," Melissa said. "Mario's forms practically make him invulnerable while Sonic's super form is invulnerable. It's a stalemate." Suddenly, Super Sonic reverted back into regular Sonic, his time limit expiring. "Oh," Sonic simply said as he fell to the ground. "Oh is right," Toru yelled. Time's up on Super Sonic. Midori's vulnerable now. Sonic performed his figure 8 technique before zooming off, giant Mario hot on his trail, but couldn't catch up with the fast hedgehog. "You're too slow," Sonic said before speeding up, leaving the giant Mario in the dust. "Yeah." Kuta cheered. Sonic is too fast for Mario. As Mario ran, slowly but surely, Mario started to shrink back to normal size. "DOH," Mario said as he gripped his head in pain, his eyes going all over the place. "Wait, what just happened?" Nejaya said. "Why is he that funny weird face?" "Mario is tired out," Momo said. "He must have used too many transformation back-to-back or overworked his body with the Mega Mushroom." "His open," Mina pointed out. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐽 mean Sonic. "Now's my chance," Sonic said as he sped back. Mario managed blocked a straight punch from Sonic, but failed to react to Sonic speeding up from behind and striking him with a dash attack. Sonic knocked Mario into the air with a few more dash attacks before jumping up and slamming his heel onto Mario, sending the whimsical plumber into the ground. With a final WWWA of pain, Sonic, curled into a spiky ball, slammed into the Italian plumber and spun fast, shredding through the Italian and spewing BLD everywhere. Sonic jumped away victorious, the final remnants of Mario a shredded corpse in a pool of BLD, torn in half with his back open. K0. After a brief silence of shock and queasy stomachs at the gory sight, those who voted for Sonic cheered in victory, the loudest being the maniacal laughs of Bakugo and Nezu. The Mario voters groaned before clapping in respectful courtesy. Izuku clapped in victory and shook Mirio's hand, the two smiling and nodding for no hurt feelings. Mirio then said, "Nice job, Deku." "Thanks, Mirio," Izuku said. "Man, your guy was so powerful, awesome. He really left me torn up." Silence was all that was heard. I would have included the crickets, but Zoo ate them all. Tamaki sighed and clasped Mirio's still posing and smiling figure. "Mirio, is you are trying to be like Boomstick, you are doing an impressive job." Laughter once more filled the gym. "Woo. Now that's what I call a death battle," Boomstick yelled. "Agreed," Kirishima said. "Even if my fighter lost, it was still super manly as hell." "Same here," Tetsu parroted. "One of the best so far." Their power-ups seemed evenly matched, countering blow for blow. Wiz said. And when one got the upper hand, the other quickly countered back. Mario was even able to counter the unstoppable Super Sonic. Boomstick pointed out. Claps of respect and acknowledgement were given to Mirio, including Eri, which Mirio greatly appreciated. But with their arsenals exhausted, Mario was no match for Sonic's natural speed mixed in with his quick martial arts. Wiz explained. Even if they used their lesser-known power-ups like the Ice Flower, an image was shown of Mario made of ice. Or the Super Emeralds, an image was shown of Sonic wearing different outfits, one that looked like a snowsuit and the other having a neutron symbol over his head. There is no reason to say that results would be any different. Wait, they have more power-ups? My questioned, eyes wide. And Sonic's look like suits. Babies that I could build. My's eyes lit up with awe and mentally memorizing them. Mario was also too impulsive. Boomstick said. And that's saying something coming from me. Chuckles occurred from that joke, honest truth. Indeed. Wiz agreed. Mario quickly used his last 3 power-ups too quickly. Without knowing that Super Sonic is completely invincible and takes no kind of damage, Mario wasted his most powerful power-ups on Super Sonic instead of sparring them and going defensive. And even with Super Sonic all used up, Sonic returned to peak fighting strength, completely healed of all of Mario's previous attacks. And you are right again, Zuku. Kyuka said. You too, Bakugo. Wow, I can't believe I just said that without throwing up. Hey! Bakugo yelled out, laughter from the students sounding off. Looks like Mario just couldn't keep up. Boomstick punned. The winner is Sonic the Hedgehog. Wiz announced. Claps and words of acknowledgement once again rang for Izuku, who took it in with nervous embarrassment. Miruko meanwhile stared down at the teen and liked her lips in excitement. brains, brawn, clear powerful potential if his counterparts and Ryukyu's word about the Hisaikai raid are true. Oh yeah, definitely will keep an eye on you, Izuku Midoriya. Next time on Death Battle. The group hushed as they watched the screen for the next fighters. The screen was black before smoke appeared along with a whimsical, musical score that screamed enchanting and mysterious. They see a symbol of a lightning bolt over a young teen with round glasses and a wand in his hand. The music changed to a large triumphant score of trumpets that took them by surprise, especially Kyuka's ears. They then see the screen showing a boy with light blonde hair in white clothes raising a blue metal handle in the air and igniting it to release a blade made of blue light. Mai didn't even wait for the group's consent upon seeing the blade of light. She immediately grabbed the controller and pressed play at light speed. The group continued on to the next battle, choosing to ignore Mai playing the video before consent, their own curiosity over the two fighters quite apparent. Every generation has idolized a sci-fi or fantasy hero. Wiz began the video. Today we pit the two of the most famous of these heroic protagonists against each other. The heroes and students smiled that the next two fighters were also heroes. The students agreed with Wiz about idolizing heroes, though for them it less fictional and very real. Luke Skywalker, Legacy of the Jedi. Boomstick announced the first fighter. And Harry Potter, The Boy Who Lived. Wiz announced the second fighter. Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced themselves. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz ended the intro. The first combatant shown was an average-looking boy in his late teens or early adulthood. He had blue eyes, short blonde hair and was shown in multiple outfits ranging from plain white robes, clothes, a gray outfit, and, most notably, a black combat outfit. The boy looked unextraordinary at first but the girls thought that he looked a little cute, a certain group girls reminding themselves it was okay to acknowledge he was as long as they remembered where their hearts lay. The video also played loud and triumphant music that filled the members of the audience with awe and energy. Whoa! Kaminari voiced out. This music sounds awesome. For once you're right, Kaminari. Jiru said. The music just radiates victory and hope. Just look at the two kiddos. They look to see Eri and Kuta awing wide-eyed and excited. Although it's a little loud in my opinion. Luke Skywalker as the orphan son of Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker carries the BLD of the most powerful Sith Lord ever known. Wiz revealed. What? The audience cried out in alarm and shock. Wait, his father was that scary Vader guy from the first video. Uraraka questioned, eyes widening in terror at the sight of the Dark Lord of the Sith. Boy, that must have been a shock to him. Boomstick said the obvious. No, I am your father. Darth Vader revealed, his robotic voice sending chills down the audience's spines. No. That can't be true. That's impossible. Luke yelled in growing horror. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. Vader said. No. No. Luke cried out. Oh yeah it was. Boomstick joked. The heroes and students felt pity for the young Jedi, understanding that it would be earth-shatteringly horrible to learn your father was a villain. The group also involuntarily shivered at the very dark aura and presence that the black-cloaked Sith exuded. All Might, Gran Torino, Endeavor and the rest of the heroes here that were present during the Camino incident felt this very same aura when they faced against All for One. Eri and Kuta squirmed in fear and clung onto Izuku and Mirio. Izuku felt a chill roll up his spine for some unknown reason and a voice call out in his mind. I'm sorry, and Izuku shook his head, eyes wide in alarm and confusion. What was that? Izuku thought confused. Was that the vestiges again? Was that voice the first? Izuku shook off the event and continued with the video. Background height, 5 feet 7 inches weight, 169 pounds raised as a farmer prosthetic right-hand son of Anakin Skywalker, the chosen one twin brother of Leia Organa married to Mara Jade. He was raised by his aunt and uncle, who kept him safe by disguising his true powers and heritage. Wiz explained. Luke, to the galaxy at large, was a nobody from a backwater, desert planet, but wished and dreamed for a life out in the stars with significance. Izuku frowned sadly, sympathizing and knowing full well of being a nobody with great, seemingly unreachable dreams. He would have his wish granted, in the most unexpected way. Wiz said grimly. The video showed Luke looking in sadness at the burned, charred skeletons of his dead aunt and uncle. The students gasped in horror at the sight, Izuku and Mirio shielding Kuta and A. Immediately from the horrid sight. "Oh no!" Melissa cried out. Who would do such a horrible thing? The heroes frowned and gritted their teeth at the act. Endeavor growled in rage, especially enraged at the act after recently investigating a series of burnt bodies charred in blue flames, the culprit none other than the League of Villain member, Darby. All Might gritted his teeth and gripped his armrest hard in anger. Yeah, turns out the evil empire was looking for a pair of droids and Luke's folks just so happened to have bought them, leading to Luke's aunt and uncle to be torched alive and Luke left alone. Boomstick explained. "That's horrible." Nejaya yelled out. "Those meanies need to pay." "I'm sure they did." Amajiki consoled the periwinkle-haired girl. Luke would find his calling by being trained by a wise old mentor in the ways of the Force and become a Jedi, magical warriors tasked with keeping peace throughout the galaxy. Wiz said. He would later join the rebellion to fight against the tyranny of the Empire. I assume that these Jedi are the heroes of this universe. Momo questioned. Most likely. Todoroki said. Warriors tasked with keeping peace sounds like a hero thing to do. And like all Jedi, Luke uses one of the most badass weapons known to man. Boomstick teased. Lightsaber custom-built approximately 4-foot blade cuts through most objects based on Kenobi's saber expends no heat or energy until physical contact uses form 𝐔𝐬𝐽 so previously used Anakin's lightsaber. Luke's weapon of choice is the lightsaber, a combination of two of my two favorite killing tools, swords and lasers. Boomstick revealed. The video showed Luke catching a short metal handle before igniting a green blade of energy. Other images showed Luke also using one whose blade was colored blue. Eyes went wide one after another in shock and awe of the legendary weapon. Mai's and Melissa's mouth watered at the sight and mentally dissected the weapon in her mind. Power Loader and David Shield too were in awe of the weapon, their brains not comprehending how light was formed into a solid, frozen shape. Despite having little formal training, Luke advanced in lightsaber combat much faster than any other Jedi. Wiz explained. Though he was still taught the basics by Kenobi, trained by Creel in greater detail, and Yoda through physical training, with a bit of self-training along the way. It would appear that this Luke Skywalker is a true prodigy among the other Jedi. Tokoyami said. And is that Yoda? Mina asked, pointing to the green, large-eared, old alien in brown robes. He looks like an old alien grandpa. He even took down a freaking TIE fighter with his dad's old lightsaber, only a month after he blew up the freaking Death Star. Boomstick pointed out. What a badass! The video showed Luke in an X-Wing firing 2 purple orbs of energy at a small exhaust port and flying away as the moon-sized super weapon exploded into pieces. That's so cool! Izuku yelled, eyes wide in awe. Luke is a MSTR of lightsaber combat form 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐸 so, an aggressive combat stance with defensive posture. Wiz said. This form specializes in perseverance and pressing an opponent. Interesting. Nezu said. This form of combat seems to function by both attacking and provoking his opponent to fight back only to switch easily to a defensive form. And impressive style, I will admit. Eraserhead said. Works to tire out his opponent so to land a killing blow. Despite what you might think, the lightsaber isn't just for killing. Boomstick revealed. It also works pretty DMN well for defense, being able to block and deflect laser blaster fire. Hold on a moment. Momo said. If those are actual lasers being fired on him, then Luke would have to react faster than light to not only block but angle the lightsaber to deflect the laser back at them. Maybe, but those lasers seem rather slower than actual lasers. Ida pointed out. It could be that these lasers being fired are not in fact actual laser but rather an possible variant or substitute that directs energy in a form similar to lasers. Regardless, the speed one would have to block and deflect them would still be incredibly fast and impressive. Even so, Luke's most instrumental tool is his unrivaled connection to the Force, an invisible energy field that surrounds, penetrates, and binds all living things throughout the universe. Wizard revealed. The Force. Uraraka questioned. The Force surrounds all living things, control, manipulating the aspects of one's body sense, recognizing and immersing in environment, alter, manipulating subjects and environment. He can apply it in 3 aspects: control, sense, and alter. Wiz explained. Controlling all aspects of the body, sensing and utilizing his surroundings, and altering the environment around him. Can one of the Nerd Brigade simplify this, please? Kaminari asked. Stop calling us that. Momo yelled out, annoyed. But if I have to guess, I would say that the control aspect could increase his own physical abilities, likely leg and arm strength, stamina, and durability. What about sense? Toru asked. Sense could mean that Luke's 5 senses, touch, taste, sight, smell, and hearing, are all stronger than normal, and he can use those enhanced senses to better maneuver through an environment, sort of like Jiru and Shoji, for stealth, escape, or even leading an foe into a trap. Izuku explained. As for alter, this Luke could very well possess some equivalent of a quirk where he can later the environment around him. Ida jumped in. Likely something similar to telekinesis or telepathy. Like the mind trick thingy. Boomstick giddily pointed out. Ooh, the terrible things I would do with that. What? Mineta screeched. He can control people's minds. Oh, that would be so awesome to use on the gym. Mineta was blasted into the ground, again, by an annoyed Bakugo. Deku may have apologized to you for putting you in your place, but I didn't. You deserve that for even thinking about that. That would be RP, you purple BSTRD. I guess you were right, Ida. Asui said, paying no attention or care to what just happened. That brainwashing ability certainly seems to alter the affected person's mind. It's sort of like your quirk, Shinso. Izuku spoke to the tired-looking student. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Cool. Shinso repeated, a small smile on his face that a different version of his quirk was used for good. If a hero like he can use it for good, so can I, he thought. Force powers, force persuasion, increase senses, force body, flashburn, force heal, increase speed and strength, force choke, telekinesis, shatterpoint. When injured or exhausted, he can push his physical limits with the force body ability, and use flashburn to neglect pain, before he can mend his wounds with force heal. Wizard listed. So he can increase his physical abilities to a greater extent, remove his sense of pain, and heal himself. Midnight listed. That is one very useful power. Also, Luke uses the Force to move things with his mind, with almost no limits. Boomstick jumped in. Hell, he can even take after his old man by tossing his lightsaber before calling it back to him, like some deadly laser boomerang. Telekinesis too. All Might exclaimed. It's like he has multiple quirks wrapped into one power. What is actually more interesting and scarier thought is that if this ability to use the Force is a similar trait with other Jedi, then a whole group of them would be one powerful force. David Shield said. Isn't that sort of like your quirk, Leiko? Itsuka asked her classmate. My quirk, Poltergeist, allows me to extend my influence and control objects equivalent to the weight of a human soul. Leiko dramatically said. Pardon? Mina asked, utterly confused. She can telekinetically move things with her mind and only as much as an average human weights. Setsuna simplified. Another questionable notable ability he takes after his father is the Force Choke, telekinetically gripping a person's airway to either incapacitate or kill his foes. Wiz jumped in too. The group shivered at the dark-sounding ability, a few subconsciously rubbing their own necks. Finally, Luke can use Shatterpoint to identify any possible weakness or a fracture in a subject. Wiz continued. Add just a little pressure with the Force dash and boom. Boomstick jumped in. They explode faster than a Firestone tire. As the group watched Luke turn several robots into exploded pieces of scrap, Ibara shuddered. I fear to imagine what kind would occur if used on a human body. The group shivered at the mental image conjured in their heads, a few turning green at the graphic images their imaginations drew up. Luke has defeated a wide variety of foes ranging from stormtroopers to deadly Sith Lords, the antithesis and arch-rivals of the Jedi who specialize in the dark side of the Force. Wiz explained. So, these Sith are the villains of this universe and use some dark side of this Force for evil. Gran Torino said. I fear that with the list of powers this boy has, the Sith can use as well, and in very unpleasant ways. One of which Luke had to construct a second lightsaber to beat. Wiz continued. Wait, he built another lightsaber. Melissa exclaimed. He must be an impressive inventor too. Shoto Saber Shoto Todoroki perked up shorter, red blade approximately 2-foot blade used in Jarkai form used sparingly. His shorter, red Shoto Saber was made to counter the Sith Lumiya's light whip, and it worked pretty DMN well. Boomstick explained. Shoto. Kirishima said. Like your name, Todoroki. The two kanji of my name mean burn and freeze. Todoroki replied. But they could be referring to a shoto, a Japanese sword. He still carries it, yet prefers a single blade rather than two-handed combat. Wiz pointed out. Hehe, PP joke. Boomstick pervertedly joked. The heroes groaned in annoyance, while most of the women shuddered in disgust. The men's side of the students were also split in either annoyance, indifference, or suppressing laughter. Anyways, Luke doesn't have a specific weakness, other than some pretty serious daddy issues and impulsive longing to save others, especially his friends, Leia, Han, and Chewbacca from danger. Boomstick continued. This impulsive drive and fear drove Luke from his training with former Jedi Master Yoda to save his friends from his soon-to-be-revealed father's clutches, only for his inexperience, at the time, to have a costly consequence. Wiz explained. The video showed Darth Vader slashing off Luke's right hand off and taking his blue lightsaber with it. Oh no! Toru cried out. That's horrible. And from his own father too. Izuku shuddered, subconsciously rubbing his arms, remembering the words from the doctor over the detrimental state of his arms and the possibility of losing them. Hey, don't worry, he got better, and got a sweet prosthetic arm as a replacement, which Luke can still channel the Force through. Boomstick pointed out. Phew, that's a relief. Setsuna sighed. I'd imagine fighting with laser swords with only one hand would be pretty difficult. Luke doesn't carry a blaster, but unlike other, stupid Jedi, he isn't afraid to use one. Boomstick continued. While Luke is no fan of violence, he certainly will not pull any punches. Wiz said. Going toe-to-toe against Vader for one final time, defeating him in combat, but he refused to kill his own father, recognizing the good still in the Sith's heart. And before Luke could be killed by Emperor Palpatine, the most vile and powerful Sith Lord ever, Vader turned against his former MSTR to save his son, sacrificing himself for Luke and bringing peace and balance to the Force and the galaxy. I am a Jedi, Luke declared. Like my father before me. The group had an overall positive reaction from Luke Skywalker. The guys thought that his range of powers and his lightsaber were cool, including Shinsu, for his Luke's mind trick, and Izuku, finding himself relating to the former farmer. Todoroki also sympathized with the young man for their similar case of horrible fathers. The girls thought that his powers and skills were impressive and amazing, with many of them claiming that he looked cute and even handsome as he grew older. Mai and Melissa found themselves agreeing that they would vote for the Jedi just for his lightsabers alone. As for the heroes, they too were impressed with the boy's skills and powers, though were uncertain when it came to his dark heritage and some powers of the Force being rather dark and dangerous if used poorly or wrongly. The next fighter was first shown as a young boy, no older than 11, but then later shown in his teens, more taller and cooler. The boy would also be shown in various outfits, ranging from robes of a wizard to regular, modern clothes. What stayed consistent was the boy's messy, raven black hair, his poison green eyes, a pair of round glasses, and a scar on his forehead, shaped like a lightning bolt. They also saw the boy somehow flying on a broomstick while chasing a tiny golden orb with wings. The main though going through their head at the weird sight was, Harry Potter. As the video played, whimsical, mysterious music played that caused the group to shiver in excitement and wonder. Wow, I can already guess what these two already have in common. Kyuka said. Cool music. 𝐸𝐸 and 𝐸𝐸𝐾𝐼's smiles were wide, eyes alight in whimsy and wonder. Izuku and Mirio noticed and smiled. Harry James Potter is the orphan child of James and Lily Evans Potter, who was made an orphan and, inadvertently, granted the talent and power of the most powerful Dark Lord of all magical history, Lord Voldemort. Wiz began. The video showed an image of Voldemort, his skin pale and hairless and his body skinny like he was a walking skeleton. His fingers were long, wrinkly, and his nails sharp. He wore dark wizard robes that looked as if they were made from the shadows themselves. He lacked a nose and instead had narrow slits, and his eyes were red and sharp. He looked like the very definition of a snake. The group shuddered in fear at the very look and presence of the Dark Lord, 𝐸𝐸 and 𝐸𝐸𝐾 practically clinging onto Izuku and Mirio like they saw their worst fear come to life. All Might's eyes widen wide and fearful, the face of the man easily resembling the face of All for One's mangled face during their final confrontation. The students were all also shaking in their boots at the sight of the Dark Wizard. Even Bakugo and Todoroki felt unnerved and frozen. After collecting themselves, their fear turned to hatred at the revelation of Voldemort murdering Harry's parents. I guess both Luke and Harry are similar in their status as orphans. Itsuka said. That's terrible. Indeed. Yui said. Background height, unknown tall weight, unknown skinny born. July 31, 1980 half BLD wizard accidentally cursed to carry Voldemort's powers and soul married to Ginny Weasley father to James, Albus, and Lily Potter. He was raised by his aunt and uncle, who kept him safe by disguising his true powers. Wiz revealed. At the age of 11, Harry found out the truth that he was in fact a wizard. You're a wizard, a very large man with a large beard said to the young boy. Soon after, he was enrolled into the prestigious Wizarding School of England, Hogwarts, and learned the ways of magic, with the aid of a wise old mentor, Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brain Dumbledore. Wow, they pretty much have the same backstory. Sen said. Now why does that sound familiar? Boomstick asked sarcastically. Right. Sen said again. Next thing you tell me is that his aunt and uncle were burned alive. Well, technically, while Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen were strict but kind, the Dursleys were anything but kind. Wiz pointed out. For nearly all of his childhood, Harry was abused by his relatives, underfed and treated poorly in comparison to his cousin Dudley. His bedroom up until he was 11 was a small cupboard under the stairs. What? The group exclaimed in horror and anger. Jesus! Boomstick exclaimed. Are we sure we can't have these relatives be the ones burned, or are they covered for that when they go to 𝐒𝐸 hockey sticks? I agree. Momo said. That is abuse if I have ever seen it. How would anyone be so cruel? Momo. Izuku drew the attention of the Yorozo heiress to 𝐸𝐸, who was a millisecond away from bursting into tears. Oh my god! Momo cried out in horrified realization. I am so sorry, 𝐸𝐸. I didn't mean to upset you. Please forgive me. 𝐸𝐸 sniffed a bit before climbing up to Momo, thanks to Izuku, and said, It's okay, Miss Momo. I know you didn't mean it. I am sorry if I made you sad too. Momo's eyes were wide before turning watery and embraced the white-haired child tightly, thinking of others' feelings over her own. Now where did she learn that from? Momo wondered, looking at the green-haired teen that smiled at her and his unofficial daughter. While they hugged, 𝐸𝐸 thought Miss Momo's hugs are warm and caring. Is Miss Momo Mama, or is it the others? Maybe I should ask Papa later. Meanwhile, boys and girls alike sniffed and sweetly cried at the tender, sweet sight before them. The rest of the girls that like Izuku felt a tiny bit of jealousy but swiftly pushed it down as now was not the time for that. All they cared right now was not bawling their eyes out at the sweet scene. The heroes looked at the scene with smiles. Nezu and Gran Torino smiled mischievously. Eraser nodded in acknowledgement of Momo's quick work and 𝐸𝐸's pure, innocent nature. All Might smiled too, proudly at Izuku for caring and reflecting his best qualities towards 𝐸𝐸. Midnight and Mount Lady were nearly bawling at the sweet sight, already wasting a pile of tissues that somehow appeared out of nowhere. Even Miruko smiled at the sight. Pixie Bob smiled at the scene before depressingly thinking, damn it, this just makes me want to be a mother more than ever. Pixie Bob thought, Before looking at Eri going back to Mirio and Izuku, the green-haired teen making sure that Eri was okay. Maybe I found the right kitten for the job. Good thing I called dibs when he graduates. Wand length, 11 inches make, Holly core, phoenix feather described as nice and supple brother to Voldemort's own wand. Harry wields an 11-inch, phoenix core, Holly wand. Wiz revealed. Obviously, wizards and witches use their wands to conjure up spells by a certain movement and verbal incantations, with only the most skilled and powerful of mags to be able to summon magic wordlessly. Oh yeah, we were so busy with hating Voldemort and Harry's relatives, we forgot that there is actual magic here. Midnight said. That's pretty cool. Kaminari said. Like, can he make bunnies come out of hats or something? I think this world might have some more deadly kind of magic. Zero replied. He has learned numerous spells and is exceptionally skilled in charms. Wiz continued. Charms Expelliarmus disarms Confundus confuses stupefies stuns Protego shields Expecto Patronus shields from dark creatures like Dementors 𝐒𝐻𝐽 summons objects. His trademark attack is the disarming spell. Boomstick said. Expelliarmus or whatever. Expelliarmus. Wiz corrected. Which can either knock a weapon away from an opponent's hand or straight knock an opponent through the air. Boomstick continued. That would be useful in disarming wands from other wizards and disarming deadly weapons from a foe, like Luke's lightsaber. Izuku said. Plus, it could also be offensive in nature by blasting someone away. Melissa jumped in. Confundus temporarily confuses the target, Stupefy stuns them, and the shield charm, Protego, protects Harry from almost any attack. Wiz listed. What a versatile amount of spells. Momo said in amazement. Spells for defense, offense, and weakening an opponent. He also has Mestred the Patronus charm spell, which creates a glowing creature made of pure light and powered by happy memories that can be used as a messenger or protect Harry from dark creatures like the monstrous Dementors. Wiz explained. The video showed an image of the Dementors, as they were called, floating humanoid creatures, cloaked entirely in black robes, with gnarled claws, hideous, sharp-toothed mouths, and floated around spreading frost and ice everywhere they went. If Voldemort scared the group, the Dementors made them all pale-faced and terrified. Thankfully, Izuku and Mirio covered Aries and Kuta's eyes in time, but couldn't do anything for the Dementors' ghastly wails that made the two shudder in fear. What the hell are those things? Setsuna yelped in terror. Even Tokoyami and Shihai trembled in fear at the creature of literal darkness. This particular spell is a MSTR level spell that is taught by older students, and Harry learned and mastered it during only his 3rd year of Hogwarts, showcasing his powerful magical power and his prodigy status. Wiz pointed out. Powerful in both the force and magic, and prodigies of their own world. Ida listed the comparisons. I truly wonder how this fight will end up. He can summon anything he wants with 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Boomstick jumped in. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 money. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 loose women. Nothing happens. DMN. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 hot, corny babes. Mineta and Kaminari yelled in unison. As nothing happened for several seconds, Mina said, You do remember that you have to have wands to do that. And be wizards. Damn it. Mineta and Kaminari yelled in wailing despair. Ahem. The two perverts froze as behind them was Bakugo, grinning like a madman and his eyes blazing red. Did you two forget what happens when you two do SHT like this? The two trembling looked towards their tormentor. It appears not. So, I will knock this into your degenerate skulls. As Mineta and Kaminari were attacked by the feral Bakugo, the guys cheered and shouted fight. Fight! Fight! While Eraserhead went over to break them up, most notably walking incredibly slowly and taking his time. Meanwhile, Eri looked questionably at her hands and shouted 𝐒𝐽 mama. Nothing happened at first, until Mina said, Hey, should we get closer and see Bakugo tear those two apart? Let's do it. Kyuka said. The girls started walking over to them, while Izuku stood up saying I probably should break them up. They've had enough for today. Suddenly, and without any logical explanation, all the girls of the unofficial 𝐒𝐻𝐽 suddenly tripped on a suddenly appearing banana peel and fell onto Izuku. Izuku groaned in slight pain, his vision blurry. "Oh, what happened? Why do I feel like I am laying on a pillow?" Izuku thought. "And why is there a pillow in my face?" Izuku reached out his hands up, only for them to grab onto something. "Here. What is this?" He squeezed experimentally. "Squishy." He squeezed again only for a noise to suddenly come out saying "ah." Izuku's mind flared into overdrive, his vision returning to normal to see a sight that made his heart freeze. On top of him was Melissa, her large BRSTIS in which Izuku's face was planted in. Izuku froze in place before moving his eyes to his right to see what his hand was holding onto. His widened further in horror as his hand was grabbing Nejia's BRST. He swiftly looked to his left to see that he was holding onto Uraraka's BRST. Izuku looked down to see Asui and Mai on his right leg, Mina and Toru on his left leg, and Jiru and, God knows how, Setsuna right over his PP. Before Izuku went into a panic, Izuku then remembered in horrifying realization that he was laying on something. He craned his head upwards to see that the soft somethings he was laying on were Momo's BRSs. The girls all quickly came to their slight dizziness and realized their situation, their faces frozen in shock. Jiru and Setsuna would come to their senses, their faces quickly grew so burning red that their faces could replace Rudolph's nose to light Santa's way. The rest of the girls quickly realized their situation and quickly separated before the guys and most of the group would notice. They returned to their seats, faces burning red. Nejia's motionless blank lips twitched into a millisecond-long smile. Same occurred with Uraraka, Melissa, and Momo. Kyuka and Setsuna were nothing but stuttering, blushing messes, Asui's cheeks flared red, and Mina and Toru let out a tiny giggle, BLD running down their noses. Izuku for his part was frozen as a statue, his face like a tomato and praying to whatever multiverse god was watching them that no one noticed. Of course, others noticed. All the female pros and rest of the female students noticed and were trying their absolute hardest not to laugh their butts off. The same situation occurred with All Might, Nezu, Gran Torino, and David Shield, who were all practically hitting themselves to keep from laughing. Eraserhead noticed as he walked down slowly, shuddering suddenly as his scarf hid his cracking smile. Todoroki, Mirio, Kuta, Amagiki, Ida, and Emma too noticed, with the two sending thumbs up to Izuku, who noticed and groaned in defeat. Eri watched the whole scene unfold and looked at her hand in confusion. After that incident and Eraserhead finally breaking Bakugo away from the two perverts, the two covered in bruises that Recovery Girl had to fix. Bakugo was given a day's detention, which he couldn't care less, and Mineta and Kaminari were given 5 days. When they complained why, Eraserhead said, with a maniac smile, for SXL misconduct. The two decided to just give up hope and continue on with the video. Firebolt Broomstick 0 to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. Breaking Charm Perfect Balance Streamlined Ash individually selected twigs for aerodynamic perfection. His Firebolt is a flying racing broom that can reach up to 150 miles per hour in less than 10 seconds. Was revealed as the video continued. Why I am not surprised that in a world of witches and magic, that there would be flying brooms. Kyuka sarcastically asked. I'm actually impressed with that level of speed from a simple broom. Mai said. And how a broom could fly. Could it be some anti-gravity tech inside the wood? Hatsume, remember, magic. Uraraka said. Oh right. Yeah, I forgot. Mai said. That's even faster than Wiz gets shot down by a woman. Boomstick joked, burned. Yes. Wiz accidentally agreed. Wait no. Back to spells. The audience descended into laughter, even Izuku, the girls, Mineta, and Kaminari as they immediately forgot about their respective incidents. Curses Reducto destroys objects. Sectum Sempra slashes Apuno objects. Attack Imperio controls minds. And an unforgivable curse Crucio causes pain. And an unforgivable curse Avada Kedavra the killing curse. And an unforgivable curse Harry, as he is also a prodigy in defense against the dark arts, is also experienced in curses. Wiz revealed. He destroys objects with Reducto, slashes enemies with Sectum Sempra, and control minds with Imperio and causes pain with Crucio. The group flinched at the sight of the blonde-haired boy, that looked suspiciously like Monoma, covered in bloody cuts and bleeding on the wet floor. That curse seems rather extreme. Ryukyu said. Well, it is a curse. Miruko said. I doubt something called a curse will cause something as weak as tickling. Interestingly, 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 appears to be a combination of two Latin words. Nezu stated. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 is Latin for to cut, and 𝐸𝐵 refers to the word semper meaning always. So this curse could mean that 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 causes a curse that cannot be healed, a rather deadly attack should it land. ♀was more intrigued by the Imperious Curse and its ability to control minds, another point of similarity between Harry and Luke. Okay, I like that Reducto curse. Bakugo said. That curse was literally made for me. No argument here. Zero said. And of course there is the killing curse, Abracadabra. Boomstick jumped in. Avada Kedavra. Wiz corrected his co-host again. Oh. Boomstick said in realization. So that magician wasn't trying to kill me. I guess I should probably go apologize to his family. Most of the heroes and students facepalm at the, hopefully, joke, while Bakugo and Kamakiri were having trouble keeping in their laughter. Jokes about murdering a magician aside, that curse seems incredibly dangerous if it literally kills you. Itsuka said. While Harry has never actually used the killing curse, it is implied that he can, due to Voldemort's skill and power that he transferred to Harry. Wiz pointed out. It is an instant kill and unblockable, so protection charms like Protego are useless against it. How in the world, even if it's a magical one, would they invent a curse that could literally kill someone in one shot and can't be blocked? Sen questioned. It could have been created by an evil wizard, like that horrid Voldemort. Ibora said, taking a break from her continuing prayers of forgiveness for witnessing the satanic and blasphemous sorcery. It's unblockable unless it hits a wall. Boomstick pointed out too. Or a sword. Or anything really. Could Luke's lightsaber be able to block the killing curse, or would it have to be a magic sword? Izuku questioned. I doubt that wall it hit was magical, so it could be that anything that is non-living could block a curse that kills living things. Mirio said. Almost all magic requires a line of sight and eye contact to perform. We said. The killing curse is no exception. Oh, so could the killing curse not work because the person was obscured by a wall or sword? Nejaya asked. I suppose so. Momo replied. Actually, Wiz, Boomstick continued. Why doesn't everybody use that curse? Sounds a whole lot easier than just stunning people or wrapping them up in a rope. Well, for one, not everybody wants to kill their enemies because, well, morals, but also because the killing curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, including with it the Imperious Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. Wiz explained. Getting caught using one of these 3 curses is incredibly illegal to the wizarding government and will send you straight into Azkaban, the magical world's strongest and most impenetrable prison. The heroes and students nodded in approval, relieved that a spell so horrible was outlawed. Shinsu nodded in reluctance at the mention of the Imperious Curse also being illegal, admitting that brainwashing spell that anyone could learn and use could end up being an illegal spell to use. Until Sirius turned into a dog and snuck off. Boomstick jumped in. And Voldemort destroyed it. So yeah, impenetrable. But anyways, since this is Death Battle, things like lore and morality get thrown out the window, so kill away. Apparition teleportation long-range instantaneous does not require a wand, possibly easier to do with a wand. Harry also knows a parateleporting, Boomstick said, giving up trying to pronounce spells. And can do it without a wand. So these wizards also have access to instant teleportation. Nezu mumbled. Quite interesting. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 prevents mind control and mind reading, has not MSTR, but is adequate unconventionally, uses a fond memory as a shield. His training in occlumency defends his mind from any sort of mental attack or illusion, though he hasn't fully mastered it. We said. That could help Harry be kept from being mind-tricked by Luke. All Might said. Although that haven't mastered part could be a problem. And he's got all sorts of other spells, but I seriously doubt the tickle charm will help him in the fight, so let's move on. Boomstick said. Miruko chuckled at her unintentional prediction over a spell that could tickle someone. Cloak of Invisibility. The third Deathly Hallow does now wear out. Hides the wearer, cannot be detected unless the wearer allows it. Harry owns the Cloak of Invisibility, an unrelenting Deathly Hallow that hides the wearer from sight and cannot be detected. Unless he makes a noise. Or pokes his foot out. Wait, he also has invisibility? Toru questioned. So unfair. Why is every fighter here know how to turn themselves invisible? Harry is a quick draw with his wand and has performed many great feats at very young ages. Wiz revealed. Such feats include defeating Voldemort's schemes multiple times over, slaying a giant basilisk with a magic sword, fending off a swarm of Dementors, surviving an encounter from a fire-breathing dragon, and defeating multiple Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers. The group's eyes were wide in astonishment of Harry Potter's achievements. He has also mastered non-verbal spells and can speak Parseltongue, a magical language that allows him to communicate and control snakes. Wiz continued. Setsuna's eyes widened in amazement and delight, herself wishing for the power to talk with snakes, being the reptile lover that she was. Asui meanwhile wondered if that power would work on her friend, Habuko. By the time he was 17, he was beating up way more experienced wizards, but has also received help of his own from his best friends, Ron and Hermione, especially when Harry's impulsiveness and stubbornness gets him into trouble quite a lot. Boomstick jumped in. But in the battle for Hogwarts, he had no problem kicking a ton of Death Eater butt. Not to mention Lord Voldemort himself. The students cheered as they saw the Dark Lord disintegrate into ashes, the heroes nodding in respect, eyes wide at the power of the boy who lived. Afterwards, Harry became head of the Dark Wizard Hunting Aura Office, basically Wizarding World's police force, even though he is technically a Hogwarts dropout. Wiz explained. That is shameful. Ida said dramatically. Education, in whatever facet of society, magical or not, is an important part of one's life. It is quite shameful to forego an important education. Ida, chill. Kirishima said. Give the guy a break. I'm sure he had a reason to skip school. Maybe he couldn't go because he was being hunted by those Death Eater guys. He never did finish that 7th year since Wizard Hitler was hunting him down. Boomstick agreed. But I guess if you kill the Lord of Ultimate Evil, you get a G. Are you psychic, Kirishima? Tetsu questioned. Are you a wizard? The students laughed as Kirishima rubbed his head nervously, while Ida profusely apologized for his rash judgment. In 𝐒𝐿𝐵, Harry performed a spell on a flame inside a jar only for the flame to shoot off like a flamethrower. 𝐻𝐵, he yelled as he reduced the flame back to normal. All right, the combatants are set. Wiz said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick announced. As the screen paused and searched for multiverse counterparts, the group once again voted for their fighters. The choice was rather difficult, with both heroes relatable to many of the group, and found it hard to choose between both heroic, powerful warriors. In the end, the ones who voted for Luke Skywalker included Kuta, who found the space wizard with the laser sword cool, 𝐶𝐿, for Luke's more morally neutral use of mind tricks, Todoroki because he related with Skywalker's father issues, Mai and Melissa over Luke's lightsabers, along with David's shield and power loader, Momo and Ida, who both found Luke's powers with the Force more intriguing and easier to comprehend than magic, Nezu, who was intrigued as well with the concept of the Force. Eraserhead and Miruko, who liked Luke's acrobatic and agility, and All Might, who respected Luke finding good inside someone who was thought truly gone and saving that someone like a hero, something he wished to be able to do with Shigaraki. As for those who voted for Harry Potter, those were A, who found the charming, whimsical world of Harry Potter more fun, Mirio, who voted with A and respecting Harry's skill, Bakugo and Kamakiri, who liked the Reducto curse and thought that the killing curse would make an easy win, Asui and Setsuna for Harry's Parseltongue, Tokoyami and Shihai over Harry overcoming great darkness and dark foes, Ryukyu, who was impressed that Harry managed to best a fire-breathing dragon and giant basilisk at a young age, Uraraka and Nejaya because they found the spells amazing and cool, with a multitude of questions flooding the older girl's brain, Kaminari for the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead, and 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐾 for the mysterious and magical world that Harry Potter resided. Izuku decided to not vote, feeling conflicted over choosing between the two heroes who he related to and respected. Scanning complete. The device finished its search. Luke Skywalker. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Wow Deku, we found another counterpart of yours. Uraraka pointed out. And he's a cool space wizard with that lightsaber. Mina jumped in. Oh, I'm so jealous. Hehe, thanks. Izuku blushed, his mind still reeling from the previous incident. Harry Potter. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. What? The group's reaction was over the other counterpart to Izuku. Izuku himself froze in surprise, mentally wondering if his refusal to vote was for this very reason. What is this bullshit? Bakugo yelled. How come we keep getting shitty Deku's counterparts? It's bullshit and repetitive. Wow, if I didn't know any better I would say that Midoriya is like the protagonist of our world. Ojiro jokingly said, oblivious to how true his joke actually was. Papa! Eri said loudly, gaining her papa's attention. Did you see that? Did you see? You are also Mr. Harry like Mr. Luke. And your Harry you is so amazing. He beat that mean, scary Voldemort and flew with that broom like whoosh. Isn't that great, Papa? Izuku smiled, eyes watering a bit at Eri's adorable excitement and smile that he cherished. Yeah, I saw and it is great too, Eri. I'm glad you liked it. Izuku patted and rubbed the girl's head, who giggled in happiness. Yeah, it's cool that you are that wizard dude, but I like more that Luke Skywalker guy. Kuta yelled out to his idol. He was all like zoom zoom with that cool sword, and it was so cool when he, or MU, deflected those laser and fought that Vader guy. Izuku chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm. Yeah, Luke is pretty cool. Much better than me, here. Here. Kuta looked confused. What are you talking about? That fact that you are him makes you both more cooler. Izuku looked flabbergasted before smiling. Thank you, Kuta. It means so much to me that you think I'm cool. Whatever. Kuta said as he quickly went back into grumpy mode. Meanwhile, the audience watched the scene with equal parts jealousy over the attention and counterparts, pride over his fatherly and idol roles, and happy at the green beans and kids' smile and joy. How can three people be so heartwarming to see? They thought, except for Bakugo, who was sessed off that Deku was the center of attention, Monoma for the same reasons as Bakugo, and Miruko who wished she could skip the sweet CRP even though she secretly found it adorable and cute. Additional counterparts detected. The device interrupted. Yoda. Multiversal counterpart, Sarahiko Torino aka Gran Torino. Ha! Gran Torino yelled out. If the kid is this Skywalker boy, it makes sense that I be his mentor from another world. I guess you were right that Yoda being an old grandpa, Mina. Izuku said. What was that, boy? Gran Torino yelled. Nothing MSTR Torino. Izuku stuttered out in fear. It have been, unless you want for me to give you some more of Toshinori's training. The advanced level. Gran Torino threatened with a dark grin. All Might shuddered and curled into a ball, rocking back and forth as memories of pure hell replayed in his mind. The students and heroes all witnessed the symbol of peace reduced to a quivering heap and thought with horror as to how strong and heartless the old hero must be to turn the former #1 hero into this state. Leia Organa Skywalker. The device continued showing an image of a appealing woman by Luke's side with rather unique hairstyles. Multiversal counterpart, Ochako Uraraka. Wait, Skywalker. Uraraka pointed out. Does that mean that me and Izuku's counterparts are married? Izuku blushed fiery red along with Uraraka, whilst the rest of the girls gained a dark aura of jealousy. Luckily, the device came to the rescue by revealing status of Organa Skywalker is long-lost twin sister of Luke Skywalker. The girls sighed in relief, Uraraka's blushing face turned to a slouched depressed state, and Izuku rubbed his head, not sure whether to feel relief or disappointment. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐾. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugo. The device showed a few images of Han flying a cool ship that was shaped like a frisbee and firing stormtroopers with a blaster. Whoa! Bakubro, you look so badass. Kirishima said. And that ship looks awesome. Bakubro smiled in satisfaction at his cool counterpart. Chewbacca. The device showed a large furry alien creature growling beside 𝐿 while firing laser bolts out of a crossbow-looking blaster. Multiversal counterpart, Ejiro Kirishima. Ahahaha. Monoma laughed tauntingly. Oh, of course it would make sense that one of you Class 1A degenerates would be an ape monster. Hey, screw you Monoma. Tetsu yelled at his classmate. That alien looks awesome as hell and Kirishima more awesome for being compared to him. Thanks man. Kirishima thanked his steel quirk equivalent with a fist bump. Ron Weasley. The device said, showing an image of the red-haired teen beside Harry. Multiversal counterpart, Denki Kaminari. Hey, would you look at that? I'm a wizard and your best friend in another world, Midoriya. Kaminari said. Cool, right? Yeah. Izuku said. Hermione Granger. The device showed a few images of a appealing girl with light brown, messy hair firing spells and besting Kaminari in some wizard duel, which caused the group to laugh at the embarrassed teen. Multiversal counterpart, Momo Yorozo. Wow Momo, you look great in this world too, I'm so jealous. Toru said. Thank you 𝐔𝐬𝐽, though I do see that my counterpart seems rather studious as well. Momo said. Lord Voldemort. Multiversal counterpart, All for One. The heroes frown that the powerful villain once again pops his evil head into yet another universe. All Might frowned in rage, especially at his successor to be cursed to fight this evil in yet another universe. Afterwards, with all the counterparts said, the video began up again as the fight started. The video showed Luke, dressed in black robes over a set of black armor, on a walkway on some futuristic city, his lightsaber in hand but deactivated. Soon, Harry Potter, dressed in his own dark and red wizardly robes, with his wand out and ready. Luke met his foe by activating his lightsaber, its green blade. Forming and humming in energy. Fight. Harry the fight off by attempting to cast a spell, Avada Kedavra. Harry was cut off as Luke moved his hand forward, attempting to control his mind with his mind trick ability. Smart. Shinsu said. He's trying to quickly incapacitate Harry to leave him defenseless and easy to kill. Harry was frozen for a few moments before breaking free with 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Phew, at least he had 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐴 to help him. Uraraka said. Harry attempted to fire the killing curse again only for Skywalker to force push him away, the Jedi jumping over to his stunned foe. As Harry recovered, Luke jumped towards him, spinning in the air with his lightsaber ready to strike the wizard down, only for the boy who lived to apparate away, appearing behind Luke. Skywalker seems to have the greater agility, likely due to his greater physical prowess and the Force, but Potter has the greater evasion and mobility with his teleporting abilities. Endeavor analyzed. Luke attempted to fire another Force push only for Harry to shield himself with Protego. Harry proceeded to wordlessly fire several spells and curses towards Luke, the last Jedi blocking the spells using his lightsaber. I guess Luke's lightsaber can block spells. Izuku said. But it doesn't look like he's deflecting them. Melissa jumped in. It could be that when the spells are fired, they're physical in nature and the lightsaber, since it's made of what appears to be concentrated light, when it blocks them they disintegrate quickly instead of deflecting them. You kind of lost me there. Zero said. Explain again. It's easy to understand you tape dispenser. Bakugo yelled. Those spells aren't made of light like they appear to be, so the lightsaber can't deflect. It's sleek if you shoot a bullet at it, it's going to burn away into nothing very quickly. Luke flipped over another spell and slashed at Harry Potter, the wizard apparating a few meters behind Luke again. Expelliarmus! Harry yelled as he fired bolts of red magic at Luke, with the Jedi blocking the spells before force pushing Harry's wand out of his hand, the wand landing a few meters away. Wait, that spell is supposed to knock away objects, so why didn't it knock away the lightsaber? Soto asked. It could be that since the spell came into contact with the blade part of the lightsaber, it too was disintegrated. Jirota said. If it hit the metal, solid hilt of the blade then maybe it could have made it flown away. Regardless, Skywalker knock Harry's wand away. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 said. He's defenseless. Luke rushed forwards to end the fight before Harry apparating to his wand. A 𝐂𝐻𝐽 firebolt. Harry casted. Luke threw his lightsaber, the futuristic weapon spinning towards Harry. 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐽. Harry casted the shield charm again, the lightsaber bouncing off the magic shield and up into the air. Luke jumped after his weapon and caught it in midair only to get hit by Harry's firebolt as it raced towards its owner. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. ♁said. Harry jumped onto the firebolt, flying overhead from Luke and fired a reducto. Luke quickly sidestepped away from the magical explosion. Harry flew fast by multiple times, firing spells and curses at his grounded enemy as he continued blocking spell after spell. Clever, Momo said. Harry is flying around at a fast rate to try and land an attack at Luke. With Harry at the high ground, he has the advantage. Why do I have the sudden urge to meme right now? Kaminari mumbled. Luke, his patience wearing thin, used to the force and telekinetically froze, grabbed onto Harry, the wizard, and his firebolt freezing in midair. Luke brought his hands down and slammed Harry into the ground, Harry's firebolt exploding into wooden pieces. Man, they weren't kidding with that force ability of his being vital. MIC said. It's overpowered as hell. When the smoke of the crash dissipated, a flash of apparition was seen, Harry teleporting away. Luke looked around for his opponent before Harry's voice called out from behind him yelling, "Confundo." Luke glowed yellow as he was confused, tossing his lightsaber in Harry's direction only to find nothing there. Wait, where is he? 𝐶𝐻𝐲 asked. There's no one there. Could he have teleported? Maybe, but he could be invisible as well. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 said. Harry is likely using that invisibility cloak to sneak attack his opponent. Yeah. Toru yelled. Invisibility for the win. Calm down, Toru, he hasn't won yet. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said. Though Luke's also confused with that spell, so Harry has him on the ropes. Stupefy. Harry's voice called, invisible, as he fired a white bolt of magic, Luke evading with a roll before calling his lightsaber. How did he not get hit? Mineta asked. He's confused and Harry is invisible. It could be that Luke's focusing on the Force to keep track of his surroundings and focus through Harry's Confundo spell. 𝐒𝐿 said. Luke unleashed a burst of Force energy, the blast wave revealing Harry was his cloak of invisibility was blasted off. Oh no! Toru yelled. Wizard 𝐒𝐿 is visible again. 𝐒𝐿 blushed red. 𝐒𝐿! Luke struck his hand out, this time his hand glowing red, with Harry still as he choked on Luke's Force choke ability. He has him in that Force choke move. Midnight said. By the way, isn't it curious that he is glowing red? The heroes and the students looked closer and agreed that Luke's hand and Harry's body were glowing red instead of whitish blue. It must be that Force choke must be a darker kind of ability than the other ones. ♁stated. Darth Vader also used that ability and, given his dark affiliation, it must be that using the Force choke is using more the dark side of the Force than the light. All Might frowned, not exactly pleased at the thought of his successor, counterpart or not, using such a dark version of his power. All Might almost shuddered picturing 𝐒𝐿 with all for one instead of one for all in comparison. Whilst his enemy was incapacitated, Luke tossed his lightsaber. Harry struggled before eventually breaking free for a moment and firing a Rikuto curse, the curse colliding with the lightsaber as it exploded. Oh man! Kirishima yelled. Now Luke's weaponless. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Todoroki said. Avada Kedavra. Harry yelled as he fired a poison green blast, which Luke rolled away from. They said that attack was unblockable, they never said anything about unavoidable. Ojiro pointed out. Harry fired several more spells and curses, Luke shielding himself with a Force shield. Sectum Sempra. Harry casted, Luke's side suddenly slashed open, his side stained in red from the deadly cut. The group flinched at the deadly cut. The Harry supporters leaned in their seats in excitement while the Luke voters were feeling antsy and nervous. Luke moved his head forward, glowing white, as the screen panned over to Harry, more specifically his scar. The scar pulsated before exploding in BLD, Harry crying out in pain. Izuku and Mirio covered 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐿 eyes, the group feeling slightly nauseous at the bloody attack. What was that? Pony questioned. It was Luke's Shatterpoint. Asui answered. They said that Luke could use it to pinpoint an enemy's weak spot and then exploit it with the Force. I guess that's how it looks on a human. I'm starting to feel a little sick. Uraraka mumbled. Same here. Toru said. His enemy distracted in pain, Luke brought his Shoto saber, ignited it and fired it with the Force towards Harry. Oh right. Tetsu yelled out. He still has his Shoto saber. Todoroki smirked. Harry recuperated only to find a short red lightsaber pierced through his heart. KO. The Luke voters roared in victory, the Harry voters grumbling and groaning in defeat, especially a certain blonde explosive teen. Man, Harry did a surprisingly good job keeping Luke at a distance. Boomstick said. Luke seems to be more of a physical combatant with his lightsaber, so Harry keeping him at a distance was smart. Mandaly noted. He even took old Ben's advice on fighting on the high ground, or rather air. Boomstick continued. But Luke fought smart and tried to finish Harry quickly with his Force persuasion. Wiz stated. Heh, so that's what it's called. Shinsu mumbled. But Harry was able to resist thanks to occlumency. Then Luke used his other Force powers to stun and hinder Harry. Boomstick jumped in. Like Force pushing Harry's wand and cloak away, destroy his firebolt, and Force choke Harry from casting spells. And while Luke can dodge the Avada Kedavra, the instantaneous Sectum Sempra caught him off guard. Wiz pointed out. But using Statapont, Luke found an exploitable flaw. That famous lightning bolt scar. Boomstick said. Which stunned Harry enough to lose the battle. While having scars might make you look cooler, they also tend to be a weak spot. Todoroki and Izuku subconsciously touched their own scars, Shoto's right side of his face and Izuku's scars on his hand and arms. I guess this battle wasn't much forced but rather scarring. Boomstick punned. The students and heroes groaned. Okay, that's by far the worst one yet. Bakugo yelled. Get your pun game together, Boomstick. The winner is Luke Skywalker. Wiz announced. The students congratulated and apologized to Izuku and the fates of his counterparts, the green-haired teen thanking and claiming the apologies weren't necessary, his mind distracted once again with the voice of the first user in his head and what it tried to say. He was snapped from his thoughts when he heard a yell Akio happy. Izuku turned to Eri, who looked at him with an curious look. You looked sad and worried, Papa, so brought you happiness. Eri said. Did it work? Izuku looked surprised before smiling warmly. Yes it did, Eri. Izuku said as he rubbed Eri's head affectionately. You always bring me happiness. You too, Kuta. Eri smiled brightly while Kuta blushed before looking away, a small smile on the kid's face. The girls and pro-heroines, even secretly Maruko, once again descended into tears at the sweet sight while the guys smiled, also broke down in tears at the sight. Sniff, damn it. How many times sniff do we have to witness Midoriya being so sweet to those munchkins? Tetsu asked while sniffling and crying manly tears. Sniff, I don't know. Kirishima responded in manly tears. Sniff, but it's so manly and sweet, I can't complain. Sweet moment aside, I sure wish to have the schematics on that lightsaber. Melissa said. You read my mind, new best friend. Mai said as she rushed over to Melissa in the blink of an eye. Oh, how I would love to make one of those babies. It would be a dream come true. As if in response, the device started to beep. The group looked to it worryingly before the video paused and the device spoke, package delivery incoming. Accept package. The group looked to Nezu for an answer, the rodent principle of you thinking over before nodding. Mai pressed the OK button and the device started to glow. The device opened up a hole to reveal a camera lens that started to glow blue and shine a light. From that light, a stack of papers suddenly materialized and were placed on Melissa's lap. Melissa nervously picked up one scroll of paper, unravel and gasp in pure shock. What is it, Melissa? Izuku asked worried. It's blueprints. For building a lightsaber. Melissa revealed. The group was absolutely stunned, Mai's eyes widening so much that the students thought her eyes would pop out. She immediately grabbed one of the papers and inspected it, all the while laughing like a mad scientist that just created a monster. What have we done? The group all though in horror as they witnessed the pink-haired girl laugh maniacally. Suddenly, the device's lens flared up again, this time materializing something else. 5 tiny, glowing crystals. One of them green, another blue, the third red, the fourth purple, and the final white. The group stared at these crystals in shock and awe, Izuku, Todoroki, Bakugo, Mirio, and Eri feeling drawn to them, like a moth to flame, and they felt, somehow, the crystals drawn to them. A case materialized and the crystals floated inside the case, which closed and landed in the pile of papers. The device spoke with message received. Ask and you shall we receive. Have to sign off in a bit, might need to explain to the Council of Ricks why I just messed with the rules. You will know what to do them when the time comes. CYA later and the force be with you. Always. The group didn't know what kind of word could encapsulate their full shock and surprise, so they just wordlessly accepted this development and prayed that Mai wouldn't end up blowing up the school sky high when she inevitably worked on these new babies. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced, drawing in the group's attention. The first fighter shown was a gorgeous woman in a blue, Chinese-style dress and dark leggings over powerful, seki legs performing lightning-fast kicks and before performing a spinning kick. The second was an extremely attractive woman clad only in a barely form-fitting red and white kimono, her large BRSs almost sticking out as she performed a few jabs and attacks. Mineta and Kaminari practically drooled at the sight, large blushes over their perverted grins. The guys, while modest and decent, weren't any better as they blushed hard at the fighter's stunning beauty. Even Bakugo and stone-cold-faced Todoroki blushed a bit. The male pros too tired looking away to distract themselves. Izuku too blushed madly but tried to distracting himself with their impressive fighting style. It failed miserably as Izuku blushed furiously at the blue dress woman's legging-clad thighs and the red kimono's dangling melons. The girls started feeling jealous and self-conscious over the two women's beauty and attractive features. Even the pro-heroines felt a tiny bit jealous. Miruko stared mostly at the woman with the great legs and smiled, now wanting to fight the woman and see who is the better leg fighter. Don't just sit there. Quickly play the next. Mineta and Kaminari yelled before they froze at the intimidating glares from Izuku, Bakugo, and now an annoyed Todoroki. I mean to take your time. Kaminari stuttered nervously, not wanting another beatdown. And no rush, we can wait. Right, Mineta? Wire of C course. Mineta fearfully stuttered. Will be C cool and Q quiet. And no need to tie us up. With a final warning glare and nod at the two, Izuku nodded at Mai who played the next video.